Present.
Councilmember Jason Palmer,
Present.
Councilmember Wayne,
Present.
7 members in the quorum.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. We will begin with the Orleans Parish Criminal District Court. Mr. Harang.
Right, council members, you received the templates from Criminal District Court this morning summarizing their budget. They sent it to us earlier this week and it was quarantined as spam, so I apologize. And instead of rescheduling with them, the chair would like to go forward with their hearing. And if there are additional questions after review, we can call them back next week.
All right, Mr. Harang, do we have Criminal District Court, Ms. Sims and Chief Judge Karen Herman on?
I believe they're connecting now.
Number 4, Judge.
Good morning, members of the council.
Good morning. Is that Clerk Morrell?
This is Eddie Walters, Judicial Administrator for Municipal and Traffic Court. How you doing, Mr. Brissett?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Walters. You have a similar voice to Clerk Morrell.
Okay.
Mr. Walters, we're going to do Criminal District Court first and then Municipal Court.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for
No
that.
problem.
Okay, so I'll just let my group know that it wasn't. I received the message that we may go first. So anyway, okay, we'll sit in the waiting room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. This is Chief Judge Herman with Deputy Chief Judge Pittman from Criminal District Court.
Good morning, Judge Herman and Judge Pittman.
Good morning.
Thank you for appearing before us for your 2021 budget presentation. You may proceed when ready. And Judge Herman, can you speak up a little bit, a little faint as far as reception?
All right. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us to proceed. I apologize for whatever miscommunication there was. We did send our template on Monday afternoon. So I hope that y'all have had the opportunity to review it. Obviously, if there's any further questions after our presentation, we're more than willing to meet further and answer any questions that may be raised. We do feel that the presentation that we will provide to you this morning should cover any issues that come up. So just to begin, the court continues to proceed on a hybrid schedule, remotely, virtually, and limited in-person proceedings during our pandemic. Jail defendants are 100% remote, virtual. Bond defendants have the option of being both remote, virtual, and in person on a limited basis. We're keeping a careful count of the individuals that come into the courthouse on a daily basis. Some preliminary hearings are being conducted where both parties agree as per legislation. It has to be by the agreement of both parties. And no jury trials are currently proceeding. We do have a committee that's meeting to discuss when jury trials will take place in a safe and effective manner for all parties involved. And that is an ongoing discussion with a careful eye towards the COVID numbers, both in the city and nationwide. E-DocuSign and filings have been implemented by the court, including plea agreements, protective orders, and court filings. We've been working very closely with the sheriff's office and the clerk's office to make sure that we can maintain a clean line of communication and transparency through all of the filings that are taking place. Every section of court has been working closely with their minute clerk so we can have filings both by email in the section of court and through the clerk's office. We are working with the clerk's office to get that to be done more directly with the clerk's office and less with our individual sections of court. That's something we can talk about later. Just to be clear, our service to the public has never been interrupted throughout the course of this pandemic and continues to be provided daily. We have an open line of communication section by section, as well as through our judicial administrator's office with every member of the public. Every Zoom court that takes place in sections of court can be accessed through our website. And we have had a very positive response from the way Zoom court is taking place through the members of the community. In addition to that, all programs continue to operate remotely. That is drug court, reentry court, pretrial services, mental health court, veterans court, and domestic violence. Interpreters continue to provide services as well in a hybrid manner. This is inclusive of Spanish, Vietnamese, hearing impaired, and critical languages such as Mandarin, Arabic, and others. As for our PPEs, the court has purchased necessary PPEs and computer equipment and software. The court has applied for both the CARES Act and BJA for reimbursement. CARES funds have not been received, but the court is currently awaiting $30,000 in reimbursements from the BJA. Courtrooms have been outfitted to provide necessary protection and safety. We initially asked Dr. Corey Aber. He was retained to provide guidance regarding the court's reentry procedures and protocol. And you can talk to Commissioner Stevens as well as other courts within our jurisdiction. We have openly shared our template for reopening with juvenile court and municipal court, and we've maintained discussions and answered any questions from any other criminal justice agency for what we originally began. I will share with you that we do feel that we were kind of the people that started that plan and shared it with others. The court receives funding from the City of New Orleans and the Louisiana Supreme Court, 12 elected judges, 1 elected magistrate, 5 commissioners, and approximately 142 employees, 22 additional court employees. Let's see. Although the city is mandated to completely fund the court is the only partially funded court in the state by the Louisiana Supreme Court. Since this administration, the court has been funded by the city, which has enabled the court to effectively and efficiently operate without concerns of financial shortage. Since the cyber attack, the clerk has been unable to provide statistical data on new charges, new defendants, and open cases. So those statistics, unfortunately, we can't provide to you. We'll defer to the clerk of court when he comes before you to discuss when those statistics will be made available to you. So let's get to the budget. As you are aware, the court was allocated in its 2020 budget $6,912,268. Due to the pandemic and the city's financial position, the court in its 2021 proposed budget is requesting the 20% reduction that was requested by the city. That is $5,529,598. The way we were able to accomplish that, we reviewed contracts and in cases where possible, renegotiated or suspended contracts. We're not seeking funding in several areas, including jury expenses, sanity commission, and specialty programs that were implemented. The 20% reduction is across our total budget. We did answer the call when requested by the city. I can't speak for any other criminal justice agencies, but I can tell you that we were doing this being mindful that this was a request by the city, and we responded to it. It is a tremendous sacrifice on our part, but we recognize that we're trying to do our part as good fiduciary partners with the city and the members of the city council. Jury trials have been suspended due to the pandemic. With that, jury parking has also been suspended. However, with the impanelment of a new grand jury, parking was paid for 2 days in October on a day-to-day basis only. In last year's budget, the court requested funding for its Sanity Commission hearings, Domestic Violence and Victims of Crime Act grants to cover the court's portion of the grants. That is 70% of benefits by the court, 30% by the grant. Funding for a misdemeanor intensive supervision position to monitor defendants placed on active probation, and for the increase in jury parking. The city cordially approved funding in every area. So just to revisit what we're requesting is the continued appropriate funding of the court. We have asked for a budget that's commensurate with the situation that's going on with city finances throughout this pandemic. So we're willing to make the sacrifice of taking a 20% cut. And we're hopeful that the city council members recognize that we're doing that to be good fiduciary partners with you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Judge Herman and Judge Pittman. One question, can you touch on the successes and accomplishments of the New Orleans Adult Learning Center from this past budget year of 2020? And I'll ask the second question. I see for the AI Smart Bench that the 201,000 is not funded for 2021. Is there any complication or hindrance on the court's proceedings, productivity as a result of that cut?
Well, the AI Smart Bench has concluded its funding, which that we do have all AR Smart Bench up and operational. As far as the New Orleans Adult Learning Center, they are currently serving students on a limited basis. Testing of the students is still proceeding. We are still operational with the New Orleans Adult Learning Center, but obviously we're navigating our way through this pandemic, making sure everyone remains safe throughout the Adult Learning Center process. But
I'm sorry, Judge.
Go ahead, council member.
Are the learning activities being held virtually, and can you touch on how many students are participating?
I believe it's a hybrid situation where it's both virtual and in person. As far as the number of people that are participating, there's 10 in the building at a time. The total number, we don't have the total numbers. That would be probably a question for Melissa Sawyer, right?
Yes.
We'll reach out to Melissa Sawyer, but we do know that it's still open and operating.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Member Palmer?
Yes, thank you, Judge, for coming, and please forgive us. I'm not going to be very prepared since I didn't receive this until this morning, though it's not your fault, obviously. So did I hear correctly that y'all are going to absorb the cuts across the board?
We're absorbing cuts across the board of our programs through our budget process. That's correct. We're removing funding from different entities within criminal courthouse to make a 20% reduction across the board.
Okay, and so that means within your staffing as well, the staff are going to also receive a 20% cut, or are you doing it through programming?
We're doing it through programming. Our staff are all operating through a hybrid situation of state funding, grant funding, and city funding. So it's very, there would be no benefit to the city for us to cut salaries of people that are getting paid through the bigger portion through state. That's why we pivoted and removed money from other entities that we're not currently using. For example, jury commission, parking, sanity commission, those types of things are where we're cutting.
Got it. That makes sense. And tell me, have you seen your case counts go down during this period?
No, our case count has gone up.
Judge Herman, you might want to talk a little bit about the backlog that was caused by COVID and the inability to access the courts and have the public there. I mean, I know you all have been struggling with this for quite some time, but you know, backlog is going to be a very real issue for the courts and for the city, for victims and defendants. Maybe if you talked a little bit about that, just to inform the council about where COVID-19 has left the judicial system.
All right, thank you, Councilman Williams. There's a couple of issues. Number one is our limited ability with the sheriff's office. I don't know if everyone's aware, but there are no inmates being transported into the courthouse. They're strictly via Zoom. In order to get to the point where they are put on Zoom through our jail list, it took weeks of planning and trying to figure out the IT component of getting the cameras set up in the sheriff's office to coordinate with the cameras that are set up in the courtrooms. That was issue number one. It created a backlog with the jail-based defendants. Issue number two was the bond defendants. Obviously with the sheriff, I would really like to thank the sheriff himself, as well as the individuals that work within the sheriff's office. Blaker Curie and Lieutenant Craig Lawson have worked a myriad number of hours to get us to the point where we can conduct court with jail-based defendants. But again, it took a bit of time to get it done, and it created a backlog. That the priority was to address the backlog of jail-based defendants. Once we got that component moving to a certain degree, obviously with a nod to the fact that they only have a limited number of cameras. There's 12 of us and they don't have 12 cameras. So we have to alternate sections of court to share the cameras that the sheriff's office is able to put up. So
and in addition to that, there's a limit on the amount of jail defendants who can appear on a given day based on that hybrid situation that we have as well.
Is that, Judge Pittman, is that also based on the social distancing protocols in terms of how many folks can be in the room where the camera is?
Absolutely it is. And so all of that also attributes to the backlog, because I can't have 25 jail defendants set on a given day. I have to have, what is the number?
16.
6 to 10. 10 jail defendants on a given day.
So there's that issue with the jail-based defendants. We work very closely with the DA's office, the public defender's office, and the sheriff's office to come up with the strategy of addressing bills of information and issues with jail-based defendants. Once we got that done, we started addressing the bond-based defendants. The DA's office has worked closely with the public defenders so that we can limit the number of arraignments that are assigned per section of court per day to reduce the number of people that are in the building at any given day. It's taken a tremendous amount of coordination to get that done. It has created a backlog, and it will continue to do so. But our main priority is to make sure that everyone that's in our courthouse is safe. That's the biggest issue.
And I guess in addition, I would say we're not complaining, because we are happy that we are able to be operational to at least some extent. We do wish it could be more, but this is the best that we've been able to come up with at this time based on the pandemic. We are still taking pleas. Individuals are still being examined by the doctors of the Sandy Commission. We still having rule to show causes. So we are still getting work done.
It's just a much smaller amount than we would on any given day.
Right, pre-COVID.
Councilmember Palmer, I jumped in there. I wasn't sure if you were done. I just thought that might add a little clarity in terms of, you asked about the numbers.
No, I appreciate it. Keep going. It's fine.
One question I had on that same note, and let me first, I remember the press conference you did, Judge Herman, with other stakeholders in the system, just letting victims and defendants know what the plan was going to be. I want to thank you for that. There are a lot of courts across the country that did not do that, and it left a lot of people in limbo, just not knowing what was going to happen with their cases. You did that very early on. I want to thank you for that. Has there been any conversation or thought around the possibility of having a second docket in the day at some point, just to start chopping away at the backlog? I know it would mean more hours for staff members and the like, but knowing that the police department is still engaged in their work and cases are not being tried, that backlog is going to grow based upon what our actions are. So I'm just wondering if there's any conversation. I know, federal court is a very different place. Their funding is unlimited compared to ours. Their staffing is unlimited compared to you all's. But could that work? Could we do something where we've got a morning docket and an evening docket that's staggered so that all sections of court could be accessed? What are y'all's thoughts about that?
Well, I mean, we're talking about, we're constantly trying to pivot and remain fluid throughout our conversations. Our building is open from 8:30 to 3:30 every day. We have to close at 3:30 to allow time for a deep cleaning of the building on a daily basis. Again, we also have to address the fact that we're trying to limit the number of people in the courthouse at any given time. And we still have magistrate court operating at 3 o'clock. There's 6 courts per day right now, twice a week. So we've Monday, Wednesday, 6 courts a day, Tuesday, Thursday, 6 courts a day, and we're closed Friday for another deep cleaning. Just because of the amount of people that come in on a daily basis, and we're keeping count of that. But we are open to discussions of having 2 dockets a day. It's going to depend on a discussion with the sheriff's office to see their manpower of being able to provide security and the locations where they are with their cameras, and if they need to expand that component for jail-based defendants. And it'll also require the clerk's office to have double duty, to have 2 dockets. Unfortunately, it's not just us. When we decide to do something, we've got to address the burden on the public defender's office.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can't have court without the parties present, which means clerk officials, OPD, DA, defense counsel. And I know that's a lot of moving parts. I'm just wondering, I'm just looking ahead at a time when hopefully this new vaccine is coming out. And when people are starting to feel safer because there's a vaccine, that's not going to immediately deal with our backlog, right? And so I'm wondering if we can start talking about a plan that can allow us to cover more ground and cover more cases. I mean,
I agree with 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
And our biggest, as you're well aware, just from knowing me, you know that I don't want to have anyone suffering with undue stress in a time when stress is the last thing they need to be suffering with. Right? Victim's family, defendant's family, that's the last thing we want to do. So we're trying to maintain as much transparency as we can. Nobody wants to have a backlog. Nobody wants to have someone worrying about their case. So when a vaccine comes up, absolutely. I mean, we'll jump in with both feet. We're just trying to maintain some type of continuity until we get to a point that we can secure safety and comfort level of coming into our courtroom. It's not fun to come to criminal court. We know that. So we want to keep it safe.
And I also know that y'all aren't afraid of hard work either. I mean, I know y'all don't mind grinding and pushing and coming early and staying late.
Definitely not us.
Huh?
Definitely not us, Sue. You know we don't mind.
Right. I know that. And I know Judge Herman gets her runs in early in the morning so that she can still be in court. But what I was going to ask you though is I feel like the Zoom sessions may have created an avenue that could potentially create some efficiencies down the road. And I'm wondering if you all have had any en banc conversations about continuing Zoom for certain matters that would allow you to cover more ground in court when COVID's no longer an issue. I'm just wondering if y'all have talked about that. Just since we're talking about the budgets, we're talking about how we spend, if you all have found any efficiencies, any things that have worked really well that we can keep in place.
Well, we're working very closely with the Louisiana Supreme Court to address some of the laws that would be on point regarding allowing more matters to be held virtually. With that said, it's been a very successful component of reducing the out of parish people being driven in. It reduces the strain on Department of Corrections officials and a safety issue. So I think that as an en banc in general, we've been very receptive to trying to maintain virtual hearings for any individuals, any inmates that are out of parish. That's one thing. The other thing is, having OJC inmates sent in virtually. We're talking to the public defender's office about that. That's a problem because they can't consult with their clients during the course of a hearing. So we're going to continue to try and figure that out. But the fact that we've already instituted e-DocuSign protocol, that's been a fantastic positive component throughout this. I guess you'd call it a silver lining. In addition to that, the whole protective order situation, I'd like to give a nod to Shannon Sims, our Deputy Judicial Administrator. She's worked closely, very closely with members of the Sheriff's Office, as well as the Clerk's Office, and Sean Halligan, our IT guru that's bar none, the best IT person in the state and working the hardest as well. But the protective order situation has gotten really streamlined and a much more effective, successful way of making sure those orders get to the registry. It's great for the NOPD. It's great for us. We're going to continue to do that, I'm sure, even after this pandemic's over.
Well, big thanks to Shannon and to Sean. They brought us through a couple of New Orleans catastrophes so far.
Thank you.
And Councilman Williams, I just wanted to address something you had mentioned earlier about victims and witnesses and family members. You do understand that they are provided a copy of every judge's Zoom link, and they can join in any proceedings to see their family member or to listen about what's going on with their cases. And that is still happening on a daily basis as each judge has their respective court.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
I'm glad you brought that up, Judge Pittman, because that's one of those areas that I was thinking of as one of the silver linings from this global pandemic. Down the road, when we don't have this issue of social distancing, having a victim or victim's family be able to participate in court without having to sit in court all day, I think is something that is going to make court a more friendly, just open and transparent process. But I know there's some other hurdles we'd have to go through to get to that point, but I do think there's some real value add there.
I would agree.
Yeah, that's true.
Judge Herman, you mentioned the last time you were before us, some of the reform efforts that you all were working on and had already implemented with regards to fines and fees. And I was wondering if you could talk to the body about how you institutionalize those things, or if you've been able to systematize that so that it's corrected in perpetuity.
Well, thank you, Councilman Williams, for bringing that up. We worked very closely with the state legislature throughout the last session to comply with federal judges' rulings that were adverse to us. What we did was to make sure that we had some laws passed that would remove us as being both the imposer of fines and fees, the collector of fines and fees, and the receiver of fines and fees. That inherent conflict of interest is now gone. The city is now going to be the receiver of any fines and fees that are imposed. With that said, that amount of money remains in escrow for 1 year, and then it's transferred to the city. That's the state law that has been passed unanimously by the House of Representatives and the Senate. We feel that this was a historic moment in the state of Louisiana. It's the first time that any judicial jurisdiction has given up their fines and fees. It's gotten us to the point of being able to reform the process and get us out of being the collector and receiver of monies of people that come into our court. Obviously, that's not something we're in the business of that we want to be in, and now we're not in that business.
Can you add to the discussion what alternatives you all have been able to put in place for an accused that that meets the threshold of not having the ability to pay? Poor people who are before the courts. Can you talk to that piece of the judge's ruling and what you all have institutionalized there?
So we have a very lengthy colloquy with individuals. It's adopted from the federal courts colloquy. And once it's ascertained that an individual can't afford to hire an attorney and can't afford to pay fines and fees, we give them the option of performing community service in lieu of fines and fees. And any fines and fees, as you know, Councilman Williams, 100% of the individuals that come to our courthouse are not indigent. It's about 80%, 85%. So those 15% that can't afford to pay fines and fees, that's imposed and collected. The rest, they're given the option of if they wish to pay fines and fees, or they can perform community service. We don't recommend, by law, we can't recommend where they're to perform their community service. So we ask them to go through a process of picking an institution that they're comfortable with, and then they come back and show proof that they've performed something to improve the city of New Orleans. So there's a benefit to the city, and we're out of the fines and fees business.
On the community service portion of that, given that we've got a city with more, like all cities now, we've got more money, more month than money, and we've got more needs than resources. Can you talk to us about the list of community service? Do you all keep a list of community service programs? Are they categorized in terms of neighborhoods or councilmanic districts so that people can do the community service where they live if there's like a transportation issue? I mean, I'm just trying to think of ways that we can assist you all if people are going to do the community service, that they are serving our community in ways that are the biggest priorities to us all. I'm just wondering like how that works.
So our judicial canon of ethics prohibits us from being able to make any kind of recommendation, because it would imply that the judge has a favorite or, some connection to a nonprofit. So what we would prefer to do, what we must do, so we avoid the gauntlet of any kind of complaints against us, is that we ask probation and parole to administer it on our behalf.
Okay.
And then the probation officer sits down with the individual and they talk about where they're going to be doing their community service. I can tell you that just from a personal experience, that goes across the board. I had a young man that was working with a church, and the pastor called me to rave about how much good the individual was doing, painting the church, that kind of thing. I had another person that was working at City Park, the LASPCA, the Parks Commission, NORD. You know, there's a whole bunch of different organizations, and I think the probation and parole has been a big component of helping us out and helping the probationer pick where they want to do their community service.
And also, Councilmember Williams, there are some who do community service with the New Orleans Police Department. There are some who go and do work with the First 72. So I think I would agree with Judge Herman that it's been pretty much widespread, but we stay out of it because we should.
No, I get that. I think that makes sense. I'm just wondering, given the fact that 2020 has given us more named storms and hurricanes coming at us, blackouts, 2 storms at a time, global pandemic, full catch basins, and everything else. I'm wondering, I think maybe we might want to get probation and parole to come to one of our meetings, whether it's criminal justice or community service, to really talk about what the priorities are and needs are in the community. Because not only would we have a defendant helping his community, but really providing some very real purpose and feeling good about what they're doing in the area that they live in. So I appreciate you all adding that nuance.
You know, I don't know if you remember this, Councilman Williams, but last year, when we came to talk to y'all, we were kind of proposing an idea and kind of threw it out there to the city of trying to set up a kind of a community service kiosk, either in our building or in City Hall, where a person, we could just send the person to the kiosk. They would get a list of community service options that would be good for that day that the city recognized there was a need. For example, if they wanted all the storm drains cleared out that day, you could go to the kiosk and sign up to do that. And then the hours would be kept track by the city, and they could provide it to us by email or that kind of thing. It will reduce the footprint of the individual having to come back to court. And it would also be a good mechanism to keep track of the hours the person's performing. I still think that's a good idea.
Chief Judge Herman, I think that is what they call a damn good idea. And I'll start working on that right away. I think a kiosk at court and a kiosk at City Hall makes sense. And you could even have high school students who have to do community service check in that way, and then just have that information sent back to their schools, which take the stigma out of community service. It's not a punishment necessarily, but just you engaging in your civic duty. I think it's a wonderful idea. I'd love to have you come back with probation and parole to flesh that out, try to make that happen before the end of the year.
All right, I'm happy to do that. That would be great.
All right, I feel like I've hogged the mic a little bit. Let me turn it back over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Judges, Councilmember Moreno has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to Chief Judge Herman and Deputy Chief Judge Pittman. Good to see you all. I just have really one question, and it's coming from a meeting that we had, a council meeting that we had with some domestic violence advocates. And one of the things that they requested that I'm hoping we can work with the court with is with some of the most severe cases of domestic violence, and those would be the strangulation cases. What they asked is that on the domestic violence strangulation cases, when someone comes before the court on the first appearance, on whether before setting bail, we could somehow require a Gwen's Law hearing, a contradictory hearing before setting bail on those strangulation cases. Is there a way to come to some type of agreement to do that within Orleans Parish Criminal Court, or would we have to go through some legislation at the statewide level to get that done so that it would be something, you know, across the state? Just trying to get your thoughts.
Well, to be honest with you, I think we're already doing Gwen's Law hearings right now. Frankly, Councilmember Moreno, I think that's we have to comply with state law. And I think we're doing that right now. Excuse my ignorance, but that's a magistrate issue, but
Yeah.
I'm positive that they're already doing those. If they're not, I can circle back with you privately, but
Sure. Let's circle back on that because maybe there's some misunderstanding or some confusion because I know that that is something that the advocates are requesting happen from the magistrate judges, that there be a contradictory hearing.
information momentarily.
Right. Okay, great. And like I said, happy to circle back with you, but I would love to just, make sure that we get that cleared up because, on the strangulation cases in particular, those cases, at the end of the day could lead to much more serious situations. So happy to work with you on that. And if I could get that information, that'd be great. And I'm happy to also, bring all parties together too, to have a broader discussion.
Sure.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Druso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chief Judge Herman and Deputy Chief Pittman. I want to make sure I understood something that you said earlier, which is the way the court is making its budget number is by taking cuts out of salary, because if you only cut salary alone, you wouldn't be able to get to a number that's low enough. In other words, you had to do it this way, not only because of the way the salaried positions are funded, but also to try and make the numbers work correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, good. And then I just want to echo what Councilmember Williams said too, which is not only after listening to the procedures about how criminal court is cleaned, echo those, but I think if there's one thing that COVID has taught us, it's that using Zoom and other devices makes things a lot faster. And to the extent anything that can be done to facilitate things for people so they're not waiting in court. It's one thing for the lawyers who that's part of our job, but everybody else, I know you all are working on that very hard and we appreciate your efforts in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words. Councilmember Moreno, we have confirmation as far as the Gwen's law is concerned. They only conduct a Gwen's law hearing if it's requested by the state. So if you want to set, is that correct? That's what we have confirmed? Yeah. It's a state.
Okay, so okay, gotcha. So you're saying that only if the DA wants a Gwen's law hearing, is that what you're saying?
So we hold people pursuant to Gwen's law if the state requested it.
Okay.
They have requested it in a very long time, probably over 3 years. We
Right.
also hold based on the information provided in the police report. If the evaluation indicates that they're a danger to the community, they hold it.
And so that's the advocate's point, that on the domestic violence strangulation cases, if we could come to some type of agreement that, and while we get it that Gwen's law hearings are permissive, that on the strangulation cases, that if there would be a mandatory Gwen's law hearing before setting bail. That's what they're seeking. So I'm happy to, have more discussions behind the scenes, but I do think that this could be something that's very beneficial, and particularly when it comes to protecting the victim. There was one case in particular that the advocates can bring up to you that has really led to this severe concern over this matter. And not to mention that all the data that's out there dealing with domestic violence strangulation and the propensity for it to escalate into a much more, unfortunately, lethal situation. So look, let's work on this together. And I'd love to figure out a way to come to some agreement with the court that it would be mandatory on the DV strangulation cases to please, let's have a Gwen's law hearing first before setting that bail.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you about it. I know which case you're talking about, and we're more than open to meet with you and anyone you want to bring to the table. Just reach out and we'll set it up.
Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Council Vice President, can I just get clarification from Chief Judge Herman? It was 3 years since what, Judge? Just wanted to make sure I understood that right.
Apparently, it's been about 3 years since there's been a Gwen's law hearing request from the state. In
How's
one
that, how's that possible with the increase of DV cases in the city and in the country. I mean, that's not a question. That's really.
Look, I mean,
more-
Councilmember Williams, I'll just say this. The initial legislation that went through with Gwen's Law, it was a requirement to have Gwen's Law hearings before setting bail. The next year, the legislature came back and decided to make these types of contradictory hearings, these Gwen's Law hearings, permissive. And the biggest fear that advocates had at the time is that if they were made permissive, that there would be some DAs, if they did not take domestic violence seriously, that they would never request these types of hearings. And so, I just truly believe that when it comes to the most serious types of domestic violence cases, those charged with strangulation, DV, that we for sure, at least let's have that contradictory hearing to try to figure out the risk that's there before setting bail.
Well, and Councilman Williams, I'm sure you're probably already aware of this, but as Councilmember Moreno said, it's a contradictory hearing. In order to have a contradictory hearing, you have to have all parties present in the courtroom. The DA's office was not staffing magistrate court for over 2 years. So you can't really have a contradictory hearing or request one if you're not in the courtroom. So now they've started staffing again in the last, I think 6 months or so. Yeah, about the last 6 months, we finally have all parties in the same room at the same time. But that's the cause for that lag.
It's just really frustrating to hear when the area of domestic violence is probably one of the singular specialized areas of crimes that has such an in-depth blueprint written for how to successfully do these cases. I mean, the blueprint for safety is just so good and actually lays out what all system actors and agencies are supposed to be doing. But you're right, the way it's written, it leaves it completely up to the discretion of the leader of the local prosecutor to decide if domestic violence is important, basically. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Moreno. Chief Judge Herman, I see on slide 2 of the council's submission template, as it relates to the reentry program and the 200,000 that was proposed. How is the court going to fill that void? I don't see. Is that 200 not allocated for 2021, or is it?
So reentry program is a federal allocated, federal and state funded program. So it's not something we're asking of the city. We get that through federal grant, a hybrid of federal grant and state funds.
So that wasn't funded for 2021, or was it?
Not by y'all, not by the city.
Not by the city. I'm just seeing a void next to the 200,000, and I imagine it says mayor proposed. That's because it's a city-funded program. But you all do have the grant or allocation, the appropriation for the reentry program.
Yes, Councilman. This is Tommy Vassell. We do have the $200,000 grant from the state. That 200,000 is a state grant. We also get an additional $300,000 from the federal grant. And those are going to be funded in 2021.
So just to clarify, that's 200 from the state and 300 from the federal government?
Exactly.
All right, if you could speak up just a little bit because you're a little faint.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Vassell. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, there were problems yesterday. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Chair. I just want to kind of go back to what we talked about. I know Councilmember Giarrusso was saying that y'all had to take cuts in programming because you were not able to make cuts in staffing. Is that because the way you receive the money does not allow you to make cuts in staffing? Do you not have flexibility in that?
That's correct.
Okay, because I I just want to be clear, because when we're going through your programming budget, there are cuts that that I just want to kind of go over, such as like interpreters. I know last year we were really wanting to beef that up, and so there's like a $15,000 cut in interpreters and the interpreting services. That's on template 5.
That's correct. We have been working to
Our Vietnamese.
our Vietnamese interpreter. We have been unable to secure a Vietnamese interpreter. We've had an issue with that, but we've been able to work because of the limited number of sections at any given time. We outsourced the Vietnamese interpreter through a nonprofit, and then the Spanish interpreters were able to carry on with who we have based on the way we have positioned the different court sections. So we've been able to share because we're only doing 6 sections a day.
Okay, so we have adequate interpreting services, or we do not?
We do. We have more than adequate, especially because, again, this is a nod to Councilman Williams. We're able to Zoom now. So the interpreter can jump from one Zoom section to another Zoom section, and we have more than adequate abilities. It's much more efficient this way. And as far as just planning is concerned, an interpreter can jump through 6 different sections of Zoom if needed on any given day.
Okay. And then if we go to continue the vein of the programming conversation, if you go to your template 5, it's just the same kind of thing. And I just want us to clarify, like, so now we're seeing declines in Delgado instructors and in the youth empowerment project. So can you explain to me what that means?
So this is a 20% reduction in line with the request from the city to take a 20% cut from our budget.
This is actually a city-funded, the Adult Learning Center is funded by the city. And so we, again, adhere to the mayor's request to reduce those programs by 20%.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that, we're only reducing programming. We're not reducing staffing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, that program is outsourced by the court. So we outsource that to Delgado and agencies like that. So we've asked them to adhere to the same request that the mayor made to reduce their budget as well.
I know. I guess what I'm going at here, Tommy, is that we're reducing services as opposed to reducing staffing. We're just making, I guess, value judgments here. And then same with family services at GNO. They're now at 0. And then what's this physician sanity commission, medical and psychiatric evaluations?
So family services, we don't have that anymore. We've absorbed that in-house.
Okay.
That no longer, it's a defunct program for us. We cut that contract last year.
Is there no longer a need for it?
No, we have that in-house now. We have
Okay.
our own treatment team in-house now.
Okay.
In addition to that, what was the other one?
Sanity Commission.
As for the Sanity Commission, we were able to maintain a healthy budget allocation for Sanity Commission from last year. So we are not limiting Sanity Commissions in any way, shape, or form, but we had enough left over from last year's budget that we can apply to this year's budget so we can maintain the same level of service for those individuals that have any kind of mental health issues. Those commissions continue to be done on a daily basis in every section of court.
Great. And then this maybe goes on with Jared's question on template 4. So y'all were able to get for the reentry grant?
Yes.
So it looks like we're able to increase it, which is good.
Yes. We got that through JAG fund, through federal funding and state funding.
Okay, great.
we tried to maintain a vigorous attack on our grants so that we didn't lose any. We have a continuous line of funding through our grants. We didn't lose any of that. Thank God.
Okay. And in terms of the CARES Act money, is there any other additional monies or whatnot that y'all can go after to support some more of these programming costs? Because I guess my concern is, right, is that if you stated earlier that we don't have, I mean that our cases are still robust, shall we say, that we would still need to have the services for folks.
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilmember Palmer?
My question is that, are there other sources that y'all can go after for programming? Because my concern is, you stated that the caseload is still the same, if not greater. I hate to see programming cuts, and do we have other sources of funding that we think we could go after?
Well, Councilwoman, we actually have a grant writer that is constantly seeking grants for us, and especially during this pandemic, they've been really vigorous in going after trying to identify grants both federally and state level to assist us in some of the things that have occurred during the pandemic. So the answer would be yes, we are seeking additional grants wherever they are.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Your Honor, on the same page, slide 8, the janitorial services, right above the family services of Greater New Orleans, it went from 8,400 last year to 24,000 this year. Any particular reason why it jumped so much?
Well, I don't know about where you are in City Hall, but we had to get professionals in here ASAP. We were very, very concerned. We are one of the buildings that services more members of our community than any other building other than City Hall. And in order to maintain some integrity of the and credibility of our cleaning process, we had to go professionally with that. We were very concerned. We don't want to skimp on that kind of thing. And to Councilmember Palmer's point, that's precisely why we've been so careful with responsibly considering what we're doing with these different agencies, so we don't, we're not reducing our ability to serve our community. We're just trying to be much more mindful of how those reductions take place. Some programs requested professional cleaning, and we stepped up to the plate to do that. I'm sure you're aware of the fact that pretrial services is a big program for the city that we make every effort to make sure these different programs are clean.
Yeah, that was my follow-up question, whether the janitorial was the regular services being provided, or did that incorporate the cleaning of the COVID spray, if you will, and so forth.
The New Orleans Adult Center in particular requested professional cleaning. The city doesn't cover that for us. We are a pass-through for the New Orleans Adult Learning Center, but we took the hit to pay to clean it.
Remember, they're talking about 2024.
Thank you. Council members, are any more questions?
Tommy mentioned something about 2024. He didn't want us to forget it. What was that, Tommy?
Sorry?
No,
No,
we're
just-
talking about 2021. He's telling me
Okay.
that we're anticipating in 2021, we're going to continue to use professional cleaning services for different agencies within our umbrella.
On that note, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask one question. Do you all see, and Tommy, this may be a better question for you. Do you all see any economies of scale that we are not achieving as it relates to cleaning services? I know a lot of times when you're in a triage situation, you've got City Hall doing this, criminal court doing this, municipal court doing this, schools doing that, and working with different service providers, and the price point is at a certain amount. do you all see any economies of scale with maybe going with one particular service provider, or do you have any thoughts about that to get some efficiencies, or is there any value in doing it in-house?
Well, Councilman, as you know, this building that we're in is a city-owned building.
Right.
So we welcome the opportunity to work with the city of New Orleans. If they have a professional contractor that they'd like to recommend to us. When we're in the driver's seat, we were going pretty much at the seat of our pants and getting things done as we needed to have them done, and was not able to just circle the wagon and ask what people are doing. But we're certainly in the future willing to sit down with the city or any other administration to bring about some efficiencies in who we're hiring to perform those services.
And
Sounds
just,
good. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to point out that property management has been very receptive to our building. When we reach out to property management and say we need something as soon as possible, they've been very open to responding to us. But these funds that we're talking about, this 24,000 was for the Tulane Learning Center.
Got it. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Judge. And thank you for saying that. I know Rob Kasich and I have had a number of iterations of situations where property management was not particularly responsive to Tulane and Broad. In fact, having water leaking on jurors' heads and staffers' heads, and it was like that for too long. So I'm really glad to hear that responsiveness has increased. It's completely unacceptable that we would have jurors or people leave their homes and businesses to go somewhere and have a bucket on the table while they deliberate on a person's life.
Yeah, no, we would like to take a moment to commend in particular Martha and Greg from property management. They have been super responsive to us now, and we really, really appreciate it. It's one thing to reach out to someone. It's another for them to respond day of. You know how it was before.
Months, often years, without a doubt. And that building is not only our criminal court building, but it is also, it's a piece of history in and of itself and deserves the same preservation as the Supreme Court and other buildings. So I'm glad of that, and I will reach out to those guys and thank them as well.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Member Nguyen.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge Herman and Judge Pittman. I just have a question on your template number 2. And maybe Tommy could verify this. So there's a line item for expenditure for office supplies for $45,000 and paper supplies at $20,000. Can you help me to understand the difference between those two line items?
Paper supplies.
Template number 2, yeah.
Paper supplies usually deal with most of our printing needs. So that we separate that line item because some of that stuff is actually contracted out versus things that our courtrooms need in the office supplies category. And so that's the only reason why we distinguish those two.
Okay. Okay. And I also wanted, I know you guys only have one contract, but thank you very much for doing 100% toward DBEs, because that's something that we work really hard to make sure that all of our agencies support our DBEs, especially with you guys doing it as a prime. But one last thing, I also wanted to recircle back on the community service kiosk. Councilman Williams, please let me know. I definitely want to work with you on the community service kiosk. I know I joined you on the Criminal Justice Committee, but I think this is a great idea. I think something that my district has been trying to figure out, how do we get services, particularly improving the quality of life and really collaborating with other departments to address that, particularly at this time in this pandemic as we deal with many reduction in some of our services. But I think this will be a great gap and it will definitely address that. So whatever
Absolutely.
I can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Council colleagues, are any more questions? Hearing none, excuse me, Chief Judge Herman and Deputy Chief Pittman. Judge Pittman, thank you for presenting before us, and thank you and your court's work for everything you've done in 2020, and we look forward to working with you to finalize the 2021 budget.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. We really appreciate your time. Please call if there's any other further questions.
Next, we will have the presentation by Municipal and Traffic Court on their 2021 proposed budget. First, I'll turn it over to our Chief of Staff of the City Council, Mr. Paul Harang, for a few comments on some adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are going to move the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Ethics Review Board hearings that were scheduled today. We're going to postpone them and likely schedule them for another day next week.
All right. Thank you, Paul. And do we have municipal and traffic?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. May I ask a question really quickly? I may have just missed it. Is it OIG and ERB that are being postponed?
My understanding is Police Monitor and ERB.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello.
Mr. Walters, are you prepared to begin?
Councilman, just give us a second. We're trying to get the chief judge on as well. I believe we've been in the waiting room since 9 a.m. and I'm not sure whether or not he got dropped, but if you just give us a minute, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Stephanie Schnell.
Hit unmute. It's on. Yeah, it says mute. Okay.
We can hear you, Judge Early.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chief Judge. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good morning to all the council members. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Good.
You can proceed when you're ready with the your 2021 budget for Municipal and Traffic Court.
Sure. Let me first off by saying Happy Veterans Day to everyone. On behalf of the Municipal and Traffic Court of New Orleans, we certainly want to thank all the veterans from New Orleans and the state of Louisiana and the United States that have served this country and helped protect us. That being said, we have a proposed budget for 2021, we have proposed $6,722,558. Last year, our adopted budget was $7,695,000. So we have roughly about a $900,000 decrease from last year's budget that we've proposed. The administration has proposed a budget of $6,059,103. And that is a 21.30% reduction from this year's budget, I should say. Having spoken to judicial administrative, finance department, et cetera, we can live with and we can operate with the administration's proposal of $6,059,000. We would hope that the city council would not reduce it any further. We have taken a substantial reduction, and we would hope that you could adopt it as proposed by the administration. And I'll open it up to any questions. With me, I have Eddie Walters, who is a judicial administrator, as well as finance officer and assistant judicial administrator, to answer any of the minutia details with regards to spending and funding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Council members, any questions? Councilman Williams?
No, I was saying I don't have questions. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Judge, can you discuss over this year during the pandemic, how has the caseload of municipal and traffic court been with the disruption of the pandemic?
Caseload has gone down. It's dropped, I would say, significantly. Recently, I'd seen an uptick in traffic and minor municipal violations, but not very much. Our court has been operating 5 days a week since June 1st, and we have all 7 judges reporting every day. And municipal and traffic court begins at 8 o'clock, and we have a judge on the bench on the hour, every hour throughout the day, Monday through Friday. So we've been working full steam ahead as much as possible. We have been doing Zoom with the first appearances, more particularly. The sheriff's office doesn't have to bring the prisoners to court like they've done for years, so that it saves manpower for them, and certainly probably, as far as COVID, best for the court and the jail population. And we have one judge that rotates every week to handle the first appearances, setting bonds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we have had a reduction in cases. And revenue, of course. I believe, and maybe Mr. Walters might address it, but I believe our revenue is down so far this year by $750,000. And that would be not only because of reduction of cases, but the judges waiving some fines and fees and et cetera, moving forward, not collecting as much as what we had prior to some changes in the laws regarding expenses, et cetera, and how we fund them.
Thank you. I see on page, I believe that is page of the template, page 4, template 3A in your reserve account. I see a line item that is titled mental health grant cost. Is that is that an in-house individual, and how are they providing functions to the court?
Yeah, so we have, prior to COVID, at least through part of the early part of the year, every Wednesday we have a psychiatrist that comes to municipal court. And every Wednesday, that psychiatrist, we would have sanity hearings, whereby the psychiatrist would come and interview an inmate in court and then render an opinion to the court as to whether or not the defendant was competent to move forward or incompetent to move forward. For whatever reasons, I have not seen a psychiatrist in our court for some time. Maybe he's just showing in first appearances, but that is a mental health component that we have. I believe it was Judge Landry was operating a mental health court, and prior to that, Judge Desiree Charbonnet. But we've had a mental health court throughout the years. And just recently we got a grant through the city, and I think Councilman Williams was very instrumental in helping us with a grant, and we're partnered, well, not partnered, but we have the Public Defender's Office that has received the grant money. We've received about a $50,000 grant and just recently hired a person to coordinate with a new mental health group that would provide services at municipal court. So that's where we are regarding that.
And I can, council members, I can add to that if need be, but Judge Early is pretty much on mark with everything he's just said. That mental health grant cost that you see in that line item is I'm sorry. Can y'all hear and see me?
I can.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I didn't know if I had something on my. Anyway, you know, Judge Early is correct. I think the council had appropriated some funding for a program initiative for 2020, and in the beginning of this year, we were actually noticed of that funding and realized that the structure by which it was formatted wasn't. The court felt like it was in a position where it needed to be done differently. It kind of put us in the middle of a criminal justice agency and their funding. So, as Judge Early said, Councilmember Williams was very instrumental in shifting that to the proper venue relative so that the public defender could start what they call a municipal mental health unit, whereas they have representatives that attend every one of our first appearance hearings relative to any person that may have been arrested, and does an initial screening of that individual to see if there may be some underlying issues that may need to be addressed through that mental health unit. They do have a participant, as I stated, every day that's participating in our first appearance hearings. As Judge Early said, we actually just hired someone on November 2nd who will be our liaison and work in conjunction with that program and, bring back information to the individual courts relative to defendants that are in the program, as well as using this individual for folks that come in that aren't incarcerated. That was a component that was missing. We were able to catch folks as they were arrested, but we have a lot of people that come to court that have been released, ROR'd, that still may need some of those same services. So this additional person that we just hired is going to be doing those screenings for us and helping facilitate. Judge Jones, as well as Sins and most of the court are looking into some of these community court initiatives. I think this is a beginning step. It's a service that's very well needed. As you're aware, we have quite a few folks that come through our building that have some kind of underlying issue that may be partly the cause of why he or she may be in the criminal justice system. So I think this is a beginning step. We feel that it's going to move and assist in the future. That, as Judge Early stated, the individual that we just hired is part of a grant, which is funded through August of 2021. That is in our templates. We had asked the administration to fund the remaining portion of that person's salary through the end of the year. I believe in the mayor's proposed that was granted. But we feel strongly that as more folks start coming to court and that this is a service that's going to be needed, used, and possibly expand.
Mr. Walters, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can I
sir.
ask Mr. Walters? I just wanted to really not ask, but thank y'all for just being open and seeing the need for that and seeing the space, and it's for collaboration. I know that and the judge knows that really so much money goes towards those frequent flyers who find themselves in and out of court, in and out of the back of a police car, because they're in the throes of a mental health crisis and can't even get started with intervention. So I'm hoping, and if there's anything that we can do to help you all keep some stats on that and numbers, if there's some resources that can be helpful in showing what efficiencies this could create for your other dockets, right? Because you don't have to be tied up with the frequent flyers as much if this system works. So just want to thank y'all for that and ask if there's any other need for you all to sort of just keep those records to show the successes or just rather the results of the endeavor.
Well, council member, we will definitely keep that in mind. As you are aware, and probably this council, municipal and traffic court is we currently operate on a completely paperless system. So what I've asked this new hire to do is start a file on every individual that she may take, and start a paper file, and then we would look into how we can convert that into our paperless program. And she has started doing that, compiling a few files for us. And we're going to try to incorporate this into our case management system, which also will allow us to start keeping some stats and some data. And what we can share with folks, as you're well aware, under the HIPAA, we will, as far as data, and the other matters will be, kept in that certain vault with the social workers and whatnot. But I appreciate that. We will probably have some needs. As you're well aware, we've combined these courts. We've done quite a bit of work since the beginning of 2017. This year, of course, has been unprecedented with what we've been dealing with. This budget that we put together is a budget that we did on behalf of the request of the administration. And it really did kind of sever some of our goals. We had a 5-year goal put together, a plan, and we were well on that mark to do that. But with this latest reduction that we voluntarily gave up at the request, it's going to push back some of the things. I'm hoping next year in 2021 that we will be able to initiate some of these things that we had on our long-term goal, because the efficiencies that we're putting in long-term are going to be beneficial, even from the standpoint of expenditures as well as efficiencies for the folks that use municipal and traffic court. Just one other mark I'd like to make relative. This court was given a grant to be a pilot court to start looking into doing virtual hearings for individuals that aren't incarcerated. This court was chosen. We had letters of recommendation from the mayor, state legislators. But anyway, this court was given a grant to start putting together a roadmap that would allow individuals that may have a traffic citation or a minor municipal offense to handle these hearings virtually in this COVID environment, more so than having to come to court in person for your hearing. So we're very excited about that. That is gonna, and that's gonna make, the court's gonna have to do some initiatives on its technology side to accept this, but we're very excited about this. We're ready to work on it. We were given this grant, awarded this grant, excuse me, and we should hopefully start working on that in January. So I'm just hoping, as you just said, council member, that this council as well as administration keeps that in mind, because I feel strongly that next year we may have to come and ask for an amended budget with some things that I think we can prove are going to be beneficial. We're not going to be asking just for anything. We're going to be asking because there is a purpose to that ask, and we'll be happy to show you, all of the background work on what we're trying to accomplish.
That pilot program is really exciting and can yield some real dividends for the city at large. We don't talk about it a lot, but although there may be a vaccine on the horizon, COVID cases are increasing. So the fact that you all are moving to that as early as January, I just think that's truly amazing, Eddie. Really amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said, we're going to be working on that plan, and then we'll have to initiate it. But there's other states that are currently doing this, I believe. But I believe we'll be the first in the state if we can get off the ground. So it would be a definite pat on the back to the city as well as the court, for following through with this. And I believe it gives more opportunity for the individual if he or she can't get to court. It really, in my opinion, limits your reason why you didn't make court, short of you not having internet accessibility. There should be no reason you can't make this appearance, via virtually.
Absolutely. And thanks to the work of Council Vice President Moreno in terms of citywide Wi-Fi, hopefully we're getting closer to that, regardless of a person's income level, right? What you're putting in place are really on-ramps so that people can be successful with their brief system involvement. I can't tell you the number of people when we talk to people about, remember all the conversations we had about warrant clinics and people not coming back to court and stuff like that. And it really related to, lack of transportation, outcomes because of poverty, not being able to get off of work to go. And if somebody can go in a break room, handle this hearing, get back to work, it's good for the employer, it's good for the person, and the case still doesn't get delayed, but actually gets resolved. I think this is really exceptional stuff. It'd be really nice to see the city of New Orleans leading in the South, and this is one way we can.
No, absolutely. I agree with you 100%, council member. That would additionally also, work towards those defendants that don't appear because they have notice and an attachment may be issued for their arrest. If you can appear virtually, you can resolve your matter just as if you would in person. So
Yep.
I think
With a
it's,
lot-
I think
with a
it's a
lot less
win-win all
fear.
the way around. I
Yep.
think it's a win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Eddie.
You're welcome.
Well, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walter. That's really great to hear. I'm really excited about it. How much is the grant that you guys received to kick off
This initial grant was for 50,000. And that.
Is this a federal
I think-
grant, sir? It's a
Excuse
federal
me?
grant? It's a federal
Yes.
grant? Okay.
Yes, it is coming through the State Justice Institute. So it is a federal grant.
Okay, no, really excited about it. But so I'm not an attorney, and I know we've been having this conversation with Judge Early in the past around community service. We just had a similar conversation with the criminal court, particularly around those that can't pay their fines or fees. I know Council President spoke earlier when the judges was here. We were looking at a community service kiosk, and I know this conversation has been brought to municipal and traffic court before as well, Judge Early. And so just wanted to FYI, hope that you guys will be part of the conversation as we work to address community service. And I think the city of New Orleans is in great needs of just having some extra help. I think this is a great conversation, a great initiative that I hope that traffic and municipal court would join us as well. Just putting it out there, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. I had questions about that $50,000 grant. I think these online services is really very forward thinking. Thank you very much, Councilmember Williams. I have a quick question, and again, similar to Councilmember Nguyen, I'm not an attorney. Can you explain to me what the probation reserves, how that's restricted and what that's about?
I'll let Mr. Walters, can y'all hear me or see me?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Walters address that issue. Eddie?
I think, Mr. Walters, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Which template are you talking about? I'm sorry.
It is template 3.
Okay.
Reserve accounts.
Okay. Okay. You talking about the probation reserves?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what's your question again, council member?
What is that? And explain how it's restricted.
Well, that particular account is created. It is created by state statute, which allows a fee to be assessed on every defendant that appears in municipal and traffic court upon a nolo or guilty plea. There is a $15 fee that can be assessed, or excuse me, shall be, it says, if I remember correctly. It's not a may, it's shall. So these funds here were actually a combined probation reserve accounts from the merger of municipal and traffic court. Your question, I think, really is more relative to restricted, and I guess you're asking what is it restricted for as relative to use?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think it's specific in the law as far as what it can be used. It's mainly for operations having to do with our probation department. We have been in communication with the administration over the past couple of years relative to some of this funding, because the city provides funding for our probation department. So we have been in discussion, and we were in discussion heavily January of this year about an avenue to possibly use some of these reserves for our probation. The conversation started in January. I have had probably 2 or 3 subsequent conversations with someone upper senior staff with the CAO's office about how do we put together a CEA to maybe get you, or I should say, reimburse the city for our probation cost. So this year we were on track to try to get something done, but I don't know whether the COVID or whatnot has put the brakes on it. But it is restricted in the sense of it can only be used for probation-related cost or operation, and that this fund is administered, by the court. That's the short answer.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'll look into that a little bit more. And also, what is broken down in professional services on template 1? The professional services line's about 407,000. I'm just curious what's in there.
Professional services.
It's in template 5. It's broken down in template 5. We have can you hear me?
Yes.
In fiscal year 2021, we have the constables.
I see it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the line item breakdown, council member.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, and then finally, am I reading this right, that y'all's proposed budget is 6.7 million, and then the mayor's proposed is 6 million? Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there's a difference there between the two amounts.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Ours was 6,722,558. And the mayor's proposed 2021 budget is $6,059, $103. I should
Right.
say.
So what would happen? There's roughly a $700,000 discrepancy between the two.
The mayor's proposal includes the furloughs and all that they put together for 2021. That's why there was a difference in that budget amount.
So are y'all able to do the furloughs in 2021? I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, if I might chime in, we were asked by the administration if we would participate in the furlough program. There was some discussion amongst the judges that is a separate part of the government, separate and equal branch, that perhaps we didn't need to, but after we gave it some much discussion and we thought it would be in the best interest, we certainly are aware that the financial situation that the city's in and the lack of revenues from COVID. So we are participating now in the furloughs. And when I say we, the judges, staff, upper staff, clerks, everybody in the buildings being furloughed 2 days a month.
Okay.
Whether or not that's going to go forward into 2021, I believe that would be up to the mayor. I'm not aware of what the intentions are of the mayor or the city council going forward with regards to furloughs.
Okay. So you're saying that discrepancy is the city saying we would have furloughs through the end of 2021?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. And then going back to the wonderful programs that y'all are doing, which I'm really excited about, do we think that, especially with the online traffic and misdemeanor pilot, do we feel that there could be potentially administrative savings through that?
It's possible. I don't know yet.
Right.
As you know, council members, technology allows us to do so much more, as it's pretty obvious. We're all able to attend this meeting and not be sitting in that room. So I feel strongly that there will be some. but there are going to be initial added costs to the technology side to get it where it needs to be.
That's a good point.
You know, most of the technology we have at our court is, it's not antiquated, but it doesn't have, you know, the virtual capability at our desktops. There's certain things we don't have that we would need to put in place to actually make this work properly. And that would be in conjunction with the city attorney's office, public defender, as well as court staff. Now, I've been applying and have been in communication with the Supreme Court in trying to take advantage of every grant opportunity that may be out there. I know that some CARES Act funding, and I've put my name in the hat for that, and I'm hoping to get something from that. But just so that the council's aware, you know, we may need some additional, you know, revenue for the technology side to really make this work. So anyway,
Okay.
there is a potential, council member.
Okay. I see a lot of potential there, and I really agree with my fellow council members that, you know, where this is really going to save people money are the folks that have to go in front of y'all. You know, it could prevent them from losing their jobs. It helps with, you know, we have transportation issues, job issues, family issues. So this could really be very forward thinking. So I'm excited about it. You know, and there could potentially be a partnership here with the libraries for folks that don't have internet services to actually be able to have them go there, Jason, because I think you have a lot of these libraries that have been built out with different types of rooms in there that could be utilized too.
No, I completely agree. I think we had a presentation at the Smart Cities Committee meeting, I guess about a year ago, and the presentation was not repurposing, but adding new purpose to existing library structures. I think that fits really well what you're talking about. I agree.
All right.
Yeah, I like that idea. We've been knocking around some ideas with regards to virtual court. And of course, anyone that has a smartphone that could download Zoom would be able to participate or would be able to connect with the court without much of an issue. Of course, where there will be an issue is some of the folks in New Orleans, of course, don't have smartphones and can't afford it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there'll have to be a remote site where they could go, and perhaps each councilmatic district, libraries, we're open to thoughts. And as Eddie Walters said, we're going to begin in January with our own in-house task force of knocking around ideas and seeing the best way to start this virtual court. We're proud that this was through the National Center of State Courts out of Illinois. We were picked, I think, only like 3 or 4 jurisdictions in the country. And we've been working with them over the years since we've combined in traffic court. So we were honored to be part of it and kind of looking forward to it, tell you the truth, to see what we can make of it. It's going to be very interesting, and hopefully, I know it would be helpful to many of our citizens throughout New Orleans.
If I could add one other thing, please. I know it was mentioned several times by a couple of the council members, and you asked about possible needs for the court. One thing I forgot in talking about all of this technology that we're looking forward to start exploring and possibly implementing, Municipal and Traffic Court does not have an IT director. That initially was going to be my goal next year, but I've kind of slashed the funding with this request from the city. So if this council could be open-minded, a lot of these initiatives that we're looking at, you know, require a lot more than I'm able to handle, as well as our IT staff currently that we have. As I stated, we don't have a director, and I think as we move forward in advancing our technology, I think it's an important position that the court should have. When we put this court together about 5 years ago, my vision was that clerks in the clerk's office, some of the staff that was, for lack of a better word, pushing paper would be moving more to paperless. And I saw our IT department growing, and in other areas of the court, staff would be reducing. Currently, we have 2 members in our IT department, neither of which are an IT director. Kind of more in-house folks that have been working with the courts and understand our case management system, understand how we're set up.
Mr. Walters,
So I'm sorry.
Mr. Walters, what's the cost of the position you're referring to for the IT director?
I don't have those figures in front of me, but you know, it is a civil service position. I've asked for some initial, I guess, job classifications, but the starting pay would be, you know, probably around 75, whatever it is on the books, council member. I don't know what it is. You know, my goal is to get somebody that's very knowledgeable, not only with our case management system, but the other aspects. I mean, we currently operate through the city. We're part of your major network, your major IT infrastructure. Our server is housed at City Hall. So we don't have any servers in municipal and traffic court. Everything comes through you guys. So a lot of times when we're trying to triage some problems, you know, our staff is a little behind on that, and we rely on, and the IT department at the city is very helpful, but we rely on those folks as well as our vendor for our case management system. So I think it's important to have an IT director. I just didn't know in these cuts. You know, I spoke with the bench, and I said, you know, we can kind of postpone it, but as we get these projects, and since you guys are asking, I think it would be very beneficial in getting us where we need to be a lot sooner.
Thank you for that, Mr. Walters. And I agree with you. I mean, in light of we're approaching almost a year of the cyber attack and with cybersecurity period, and what that did to the court and to the city. So that's why I asked about the salaries. And you pretty much answered my question, but you know, would it help having a IT employee inside municipal and traffic court director?
Well, it would make sense if we could get the probation restricted funds reimbursed to the city and then figure out a way of getting an IT department from a different pot of money, which would seems to me would solve a lot of problems without increasing money anywhere.
That makes sense.
We'd be happy to look into any suggestion that this council, we're willing to sit around the table or via Zoom and see what we can work out. We're very open and receptive to both of those suggestions.
Well, I mean, I think it's important to reward or work with, you know, outside governmental agencies that are proving that they want to be forward thinking in solving problems and leverage limited resources. So to me, this sounds like a win. I don't know what you're thinking, Councilmember Williams.
Well, I had a question. I think all of you are right. I'll say that first. But I had a question for Eddie, because I know he's got a different vantage point, and Judge Early as well. Is there any wisdom in agencies working together, or rather having one IT person on the judicial side or the criminal justice side that could serve more than just municipal court? I know that there is some value in those systems talking to each other, being able to communicate with each other, but I also didn't know if it would create a problem having just one IT person who was focused on municipal and traffic, focused on criminal court, focused on the clerk's office. Is there value to having one person that is going to be looking at those things in terms of security, in terms of incremental upgrades, I just would love to know y'all's thoughts about that, as opposed to having just one IT person per agency or entity.
Well, short answer, council member, would be I'm not too sure. I know there's an individual by the name of Sean Halligan that's over in criminal district court.
Yep.
And, there's quite a few accolades given to him and what he's done.
He's very sharp.
Tulane and Broad. So for me, I don't want to spread somebody too thin.
Sure.
And I don't want to cross up what one criminal justice system may be doing relative to another. We have a really unique system here, and I'm completely impressed with it, how it does everything, and we have the capability. So for me, I think we have to have someone that would need to really be focused on what we do, whether or not he or she can be shared with, another agency would have to look at that to see, but initially I'd like that person to be focused on municipal and traffic court and get us where we need to be. And once, for lack of a better word, once we're on cruise control and everything's working properly, then he or she may be able to be shared down the line with another agency, a juvenile court or possibly a DA's office, city attorney's office, whatever it may be. Those agencies that participate in our system to do their daily operation would, to me, be beneficial to have that IT person involved at that level as well, because he or she would understand what the court does, gets an understanding of what the prosecutor's office does, understanding of what the public defender's office does, because each one of these individual agencies has their own portal into our system that focuses on their task and the things they can do relative to a case. And they're locked down to only doing those things and can't do any other thing. So it's pretty unique in that sense. And so anyway, that's the short answer, Councilman. Hopefully I didn't get
That's very helpful to me. I mean, I agree with you. I guess that was my thing. And there's certainly lessons learned from different agencies when they go through a process like that. It's insane that you all are endeavoring to switch to virtual appearances without having that dedicated IT person to help you all do it efficiently. Because obviously it's going to be a lot easier and it's going to happen a lot faster and it's going to be more robust if someone is dedicated to that. I think it's virtually impossible to function at the level we should be functioning at without having an IT person. So I stand with you all on that. Just trying to figure out a way to deliver it efficiently and affordably.
Thank you.
Judge, did you have any thoughts on that IT side?
I know the judges have been discussing that issue for some time, and they firmly believe that we need our own IT director. So, especially moving forward, as Mr. Walters was talking about, with regards to this pilot program with a virtual court, I think it would be a necessity. So, hopefully we can get an IT director. When I think it may be a good idea to use that extra money that's just sitting in probation. If we could redirect that to the city some kind of way, and then get us an IT director, I think it would be important. We all paperless. We have a system that we adopted 3 years ago when municipal and traffic court merged, and when we merged, through attrition alone, we've reduced our footprint by I'd say 30 employees, I believe it is, give or take. And that's just because of the type of case management program that we have and the paperless system that we have, et cetera, et cetera. And the fact that we did combine courts has reduced a lot of redundancy. We used to have 2 clerks of courts. We used to have 2 judicial administrators, et cetera, et cetera. Now we have 1, we operate as 1. And so I think we've created a lot of efficiency, saved some money, reduced the number of employees that we needed to operate. And at the same time, we actually, the only jurisdiction in the state of Louisiana that we reduced the bench by one judge. We were, that was part of the legislation, and we worked that into it. So, yeah. That's
Okay. No, that's real helpful. And with the new administration coming in nationally, I think there are going to be a number of new federal grants geared towards the criminal justice system and reform efforts. And part of that is data collection, as Eddie alluded to at the beginning of his talk. And if we could work in collecting the benefits, collecting the data to show the benefits of this virtual pilot program into that IT position, so that they're capturing the back end results of that thing, I think we might be able to even get some grants, federal grants, to pay for that IT person. Because one of the things that President-elect Joe Biden has been talking about is investing in things that are getting better outcomes out of people. And so if that's possible, I'd love to try to see if we can go after some of that money too.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Are there any more questions, colleagues? Any more remarks, Judge?
No, thank you all for your time today.
Thank you as well, and we look forward to continuing work together to the adoption of our municipal and traffic courts 2021 budget. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You as well. Next, we will have the clerk of Criminal District Court. Followed by the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Good morning, clerk.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
Doing well, doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
Thank you. Just want to first start off by commending you, Mr. Morrell, and your leadership and your team during the recent election. Despite our tropical season of numerous hurricanes, Hurricane Zeta, and the challenges that potential relocations, which we didn't have to undergo. So I just wanted to commend you and your fellow employees, the Elections Division, for a job well done.
Thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yep, Mr. Clerk, you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. First, did each one of you receive a copy of our budget plan?
Yes.
You did? Okay.
I've received.
The budget we submitted to the mayor's office, that budget has been put in her budget, and we have no problems with that. It's something that we discussed at the beginning of the year, and the mayor has fulfilled our promise to do what we discussed. I have to say that we received a letter from the mayor's office requesting, asking, and I appreciated the mayor asking if we would join the city with helping with the financial problems the city was facing. And this was dated October the 8th. But I have to tell you, we started a furlough back in April. I have my Director of Human Resources, Lydia Vapion Days, will explain it to you so you understand, okay?
Good morning, council members. The clerk recognized the state of the city and its fiscal position early on, and he exercised fiscal responsibility, used his own initiative, and determined to furlough his staff 5 hours a week, 10 hours each pay period, which is more than what the initial request was. We started this April 6, 2020. Additionally, he decided not to fill any of the vacancies that he had on board. We had a part-time position that had been vacant all year. We had a full-time that began to be vacant in March, a full-time vacancy in April. We had a full-time vacancy in July, and we had a full-time vacancy in September. None of those positions have been filled. And finally, what he decided is that he made the promise that we will continue on this current path that we're on with the furloughs and not filling those vacancies until such time that Criminal District Court decided to resume its full-time operations and status. Okay.
Are there any questions for Days? Oh, you need any questions for Ms. Days? I'd like to have Ms. Alicia Broomfield, the Director of the Finance Department, to explain to you what we foresee as the savings to the city. And she's going to explain it to you.
Thank you. Broomfield?
Yes, basically, we've been furloughing individuals since the month of April. We are expecting from April to year end to December that we will save over $450,000. As Mr. Morrell stated, that we will continue this practice going forward into the year 2020, as long as the courts are operating as they currently are. Any questions?
Mr. Morrell or Ms. Brumfield, what is the total number of positions that are currently filled and any vacancies?
Our full staff is 85.5 and we have 4.5 vacancies currently.
Couldn't make you out that clearly. I believe you said 85.5 filled positions and 4.5 vacancies?
I'm sorry, we actually have 81 filled and 4.5 vacancies.
81 and 4.5.
Yes, that is correct.
That's 85 minus 4.5. Are there any questions for any of my staff?
Clerk, what is the biggest change in 2021 relative to expenses?
We don't anticipate any additional expenses. We haven't requested any additional money from the city.
Councilmember Palmer.
Hi, thank you. Hello, Clerk. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Councilwoman?
Doing fine. We've not received the budget template. Did y'all do one this year?
No, the template is for city departments.
No,
I'll-
actually, the template, everybody fills out the template.
No, we don't fill out.
Including criminal district court, juvenile court, everybody fills it out. We did it by council, it's in accordance with council rules.
We haven't filled out a template in years. We present our budget as a part of the state, not a part of the city.
I hear that, but this is a public process. It makes it a lot easier for folks to be able to compare and adequately different budgets at the same time. That was the intent of doing this.
Did you receive a copy of our budget proposal?
Yeah, I have it. I have a question. Why is it that, and thank y'all for doing the furloughs early on. If you've been doing all the furloughs, then why does your office need an additional overall increase by 21.27%?
Increase from where?
From last year? See, if I had the template, I could compare it better. But what we're reading here is that your budget comparatively is 21.27% more than last year.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Okay, this is Alicia Brumfield. In regards to the 21.27%, in 2020, our budget was increased.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
One moment. Yes, in 2020, our budget was increased from 3.7 to 4 million, but based upon an agreement with the city of New Orleans, the mayor and Gilbert, the budget had been increased to cover fully fund 85.5 individuals.
I'm
So
sorry.
the 2020 budget was never accurately increased to reflect that agreement between.
I'm sorry, Alicia, I'm going to interrupt. Are you in the same room with Clerk Morrell right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute Clerk Morrell so that we can limit the feedback. And now can you go ahead and try again? I think we should be able to hear you now.
I believe he was already muted.
He's muted now. Okay, let's try again.
Okay, so basically 2020, 4 million is not an accurate reflection of our budget because of the agreement that was, I believe in January 2020 between the city of New Orleans and Clerk Morrell. They increased our budget, but it's not being reflected in the city's new budget system. So that's why you see an increase of 21.27%. But in 2020, we will not go over our allotted budget. We will be under, as I proposed that we will be under in 2021 as well.
So wait, you don't need a $4.8 million budget then, is what you're saying?
You
can handle a $4 million budget.
No, what I'm stating is
use all the money.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
I'm sorry, I thought you just said that y'all weren't going to use all the money.
Basically, because of COVID, we have been practicing furlough. But Mr. Morrell's agreement with the city of New Orleans is to fully fund 85.5 employees. And that's what it takes, 4.8 million.
Okay, so that 4.8 million, you're not going to take a 20% decrease in 2021 for furloughs?
No, Mr. Morrell has not agreed to take a 20% for the 4.8, but he is actively currently practicing furloughs since the month of April. he took his own fiscal responsibility to practice furloughing 10 hours per pay period, which is over the amount that the city of New Orleans has implemented. And that has been done since April, and it will continue through the remainder of the year. And as long as operations are what they are with the clerks, with the courts, it will continue.
Okay, so how much, if you did implement 20% in 2021, what would that savings look like?
I'm not.
Hello?
Councilwoman Plummer, the budget that we submit is to fully fund the office for that fiscal year.
Oh, no, I understand that, Clark.
But every year, we don't go over that amount. If we had every position filled and they came to work every day, that's what it would cost to operate my office. But we never have 100% of the people here the whole year. So we always have a surplus, which we never get. It remains with the city.
Okay, so did you have a surplus last year?
We had a surplus because the amount of money that we were supposed to get to operate the office, we never reached that amount.
So how much was the surplus last year?
Pardon?
How much was the surplus last year?
I don't know, the city would know that. All our funding comes from the city. When a position is vacant, the city retains that salary, that money that would go to that employee. So they would have the amount of money, the accurate account on how much money that this office did not use. All we worry about is that the personnel we have here is paid.
Okay, so the budget that's on the screen right now, the 2020 budget, that's the proposed budget. That's not your actual budget numbers from 2020?
We never know what the actual budget is until the end of the year.
You don't have like monthly budget reports that reflect what current expenditures are every month?
We never know what the expenditures are because the material we need, the supplies we need, we present that to the city and the city supplies with those supplies. We don't know what they cost. The city would know what they cost. We don't have a pool that we can pull money from. There's a certain amount that's put in the budget, but that's never enough. So when we need material, we just ask the city for it and they present it to us.
So like, I'm sorry, I'm confused. So like this 2020 budget, these numbers are not accurate. They're not reflective of what you actually spent in 2020.
What we actually spend, we couldn't tell you.
Well, how can we make it a clear budget if you can't tell us what you actually spent in 2020?
Because what we present to the city, the budget that we present is based on fully funding the office for 85.5 positions. I could not tell you how much money is spent on supplies, material, and everything else.
But you have to be able to run an office where you know how much things cost.
Well, Councilwoman, listen to me carefully. The budget we submit is to ensure that it covers the personnel we need to operate the office properly. Now that you have, the city has, because they pay all my personnel. I don't see a check. They're paid directly. We just submit a payroll and they pay my employees.
Okay, so then I would need to ask who? Gilbert Montano to get your 2020 actuals?
You can get the actual amount from them.
Because you don't know what you're actually spending. Is that correct?
Well, how many ways can I say it?
I just want to be clear. I just want to know that you don't know what you spend in the clerk's office.
No, because we don't have a place we keep accounting on how much of material we get from the city. Because the city gets stuff in a bulk, and when they send it to us, we don't know what 50 reams of copy paper costs or 20 reams. We just get the material from the city. But I'm sure they must have an accurate account on how much money, well, not how much material that we use at my office, and they would have a dollar figure on how much it would cost.
Okay, that's why it's really helpful to fill out these budget templates, just because, you know, like when other departments like when criminal court fills out the budget template, there's even a template that says what resources you get from city government. So if you're not paying rent, if you get rent, if you get office supplies, if you get fuel, if you get vehicles, and that gives everybody a really clear picture of what things actually cost to run different departments and offices. And then it also allows us as, you know, stewards of the money and the public to see and get a better, clearer picture of how things cost and how the public dollar is utilized.
Well, to get an accurate account, you'd have to get that from the city. There's no way I can fill out a template when I don't have the information. The only thing that we have that we can show you is what it would cost to properly operate the office with 85.5 positions. All the ancillary things that need to operate the office, the city provides it. Just like the space we have over here, the gas for the automobiles, the repairs or what have you. We don't know what that is. The city would have that information.
So do you have some
not ran like any of the other city's departments. This is not a department of the city. Each department with the city is given a budget and they're supposed to stay within that budget, or if they have to go above it, then they let the y'all know, but we don't know that. We just request information or material and the city supplies with it.
It's like an unending supply, sounds like.
It's never, it's not a never-ending supply of material. It's just what we need. We don't know how much paper we need because over here with copy paper, just about every agency come here is a state, federal, or what have you. And we don't charge for those copies. The only time we can charge anyone for copies when a private attorney comes in and asks for something. And that's very little. Public defenders, the DA, the courts, the Fourth Circuit, the Supreme Court, all of that. The paper we get from the city is used to comply with their requests, and we can't charge them.
So you said earlier that y'all had a surplus, but how do you know you had a surplus if y'all don't know how much you spend?
I'm talking about for personnel.
But but regardless, it's like, if you don't have a budget and you don't live within the budget, then you don't know whether or not you have a surplus.
We always live within our budget.
But you don't know that because you don't know what's been expended. You don't know what your actuals are for 2020.
We know what our actuals are at the end of the year because we have people who leave, that the position is vacant, the money is kept with, the city keeps it, and we don't have a daily or month or weekly averaging on how much we're saving. All we are concerned with is make sure that my personnel are paid. That's all. You can get that from the city. They would have a printout on just how much money the city pays for my personnel. I'm sure they have a spreadsheet. We don't have it.
But what I'm saying is there's always a cost to something. It's not just personnel that you incur costs.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's not just personnel in which costs are incurred. This is why, again, we need a budget template that shows all these expenditures. Because how does the city know that how much money we have to anticipate to give you in terms of office supplies, in terms of gas, in terms of all these ancillary services that the city is supposed to provide if we don't have an accounting of it?
Ask the city. We don't have that. We can't anticipate how much it's going to cost for tapes for our computers or printers or
Why, that's
paper.
what everybody does. That's what a budget is for. Everybody has to anticipate what their expenditures are. That's what everybody does. That's what a budget is. I know that
No.
I'm going to spend X
The
amount of.
only budget I submit to the city is 98% for personnel. The other 1.5% is money put in to the budget that the city puts in for operating costs, which is never enough. And I couldn't tell you how much additional money we would need to pay for all the things we need to operate the office.
Wait, you do have that number?
What number?
I'm sorry, what did you just say? You said you know how much it costs to pay for everything in your office?
I said I don't have that information on how much the city allot for my office to pay for all the material that we need to properly operate the office. I don't have that. The city would have it.
All right, thank you.
Let me explain to you a little differently. Because the material we need, we don't have a place where we can put it as a stockpile. The city, when we request it, then they send it to us. We can't say we have $40 left of paper, we want to use that. We can't do it. We don't know how much. And it's actually beneficial to the city to do the way it's done, because the city could get paper from any of the other departments if they want, or some stockpile they have. We don't know. But my main concern is that my personnel are paid and we can operate this office efficiently. And the reason why I said we have a surplus every year, because we have, I think, 8 employees right now that are not covered by the city's health policy. They're on a separate policy. But in the budget we submit, it's submitting a budget with every position to be covered by health coverage from the city. So there are 11, I think, right now. That money, I think it's $8,500, the city keeps. We don't even get that. That's why we have a surplus every year.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to, you may consider it a surplus, but we actually don't know if it's a surplus because we don't know about all your other expenditures that are associated with this office.
I'm talking about personnel surplus.
I hear what you're saying, sir, but that's not a total budget for an office.
That's not what?
That's not a total budget for an office, right? There's more cost.
No, it's not a total.
Okay.
I can only give you what it costs for personnel. The other things, I couldn't give you an estimate. I wouldn't know what to give you.
Okay. And then we do definitely appreciate that y'all took the initiative to have, inner furloughs, seeing what the pandemic has wrought on all of our budgets. How much are you spending money also to create more automated systems that could potentially provide cost savings for personnel?
Keith's my office manager.
Good morning. Yes, we are trying to do things more efficiently. We're cooperating with the judges and try to establish a Zoom setup so that we can operate. We also set up an operation this weekend.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
All right, let's try it again. Should be good now.
All right. We also set up a number of portable workstations so we can have employees to work at home. We've been asked by the judges to establish e-filing system that we are ready to implement so that attorneys can file via email and not have to physically come into the office.
And so has that been done, accomplished?
We have the addresses set up. We're doing a test run on them so we can actually implement them when we come back from the COVID closed down on the 23rd. So that should be in effect by then. And we are trying other types of activities to make sure that we can still operate an efficient office with the number of closed days that we've had and keep us safe from the public as well.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. So they're going to have e-filings starting
Yeah. On the 23rd.
of this month?
Yes.
Excellent, that's exciting. And so what type of personnel savings will that create?
I don't know if it's going to create personnel savings, but it will set up where the attorneys won't have to physically come into the office. We have a staff person who is already employed who will take over that as an additional responsibility so that we can make sure that it's done as quickly and as effectively as possible.
Great, thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a couple questions? Jerry, you there?
Yes, Councilman Williams, go ahead.
Clerk Morrell, just one area as we kind of work our way through the budget conversation. I'm trying to really just look at this triage moment we're in terms of not having enough money to meet all of our needs in the city as relates to COVID. I do thank you for being proactive as it relates to furlough. I'm sure you're aware we spend about close to $3 million a year just staffing a 40-person pod at the current jail. That's just to pay the deputies who watch close to 40 or 50 people. I wanted to ask, I think currently the bond window, the criminal clerk bond window is open from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. And I wanted to ask you if you could consider expanding those hours or what it would take to expand those hours, because it seems as if because of that particular window, there's some folks that end up staying in jail an extra night after they're released just because of the timing of it. Is there a way that you could set up that the bond window for more hours, maybe open it up earlier than 1 p.m.? Could you think about that?
My office manager can explain what the hours are and the reason for the hours.
Okay. Keith, you got that?
Yes. We have made additional staff person available to write bonds on behalf of the judges and anyone who has to come to court anytime that we are open, so that we do have someone available to write bonds for individuals who are in court or any bond that the judges need from the time that we open until we close. The window that you are referring to are the ones that are used by the bonding companies. That's open from 2 in the afternoon until 9. And the reason why we cannot expand that side of the window is because we have no security. We have to double staff it to make sure that we have ample security to handle those bonds. But we do have individuals available in the daytime for the judges or anyone who is in court on that particular day.
When you describe security, Keith, are you referring to a sheriff's deputy or something else?
Sheriff deputy, yes.
If I can talk to the sheriff and get an additional security detail, could you all expand those hours to cover earlier in the day? I'm just trying to, if someone can get released from jail that same day, I'm not trying to have them spend an extra night for the moral side of this piece and for the fiscal side of the piece, because it costs us a lot of money to do it. And the other money you all are asking for and other people are asking for, we can realize those savings by getting people out of jail who have posted what they need to post or judges approved them being released. So is there, if I can fix the security piece, can you all expand those hours?
The daytime hours that you're referring to, we have made arrangements so that we have someone available in the daytime.
My specific question though is just the bond window, just on the bond window piece right now. You said it's 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm saying if I can fix the security piece, can your office commit to expanding those hours to help us save some money on the cost of jailing people that don't need to be in jail?
I just want to be clear on your request, sir.
Okay.
Are you talking about early in the daytime, like at 10 o'clock in the daytime?
I'm saying the bond window that you said is open from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Could we add more hours?
What
earlier than 2 p.m.?
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that I don't need to add additional hours in the morning for that particular window. I have staff in the office from 8:30 until 2 o'clock that can write a bond for individuals who come to court or any judge needs to have a bond ready for. So I would not need to expand the bond windows hours to take care of what I think you're trying to request.
So I guess what you're saying is you believe there's a mechanism for the folks that are using the bond window to get that work done in another place, in the clerk's office?
Yes.
Is that widely publicized?
No, because we have a limited number of individuals that can physically come into the building on a daily basis. So that's why we try to limit that activity to what a judge needs or someone who is in court that day. Because
okay, let me ask you this way. When I look at the numbers of folks who are who stay in jail longer than they need to, it appears it is because of access to that bond window. And what I want to know is if the problem you all have with expanding those hours is just security, can you expand the bond hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.? Because people, I guess my point is, folks just can't walk into the building, right?
We're open to look at it, but we have to make sure we have the proper facility to do it. Because, for instance, the location that they're in now, we had to move to a different location. You also have sheriff deputies down there in the daytime, and that's also an entry point for the building as well. But I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and anyone else to try to figure out how we could make that happen.
Okay, that's all I needed. I mean, I didn't know if there was some other reason or cause for concern that you had. We need that bond window open longer. And if you all don't have any real objection to it other than the lack of security, let me work on your security problem if you can take care of the rest.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Williams and Mr. Johnson. Council members, are any more questions?
Yeah, I have a follow-up.
Yes, Councilmember Palmer.
Clerk, could you tell me how much money is in the criminal district court expense fund? Is it for the clerk's office?
We don't have any money in that fund.
There's no money in that fund? Because wasn't it a state-created fund to help defray expenses from your office?
You talking about the courts?
No, I'm talking about the clerk of the criminal district court's expense fund. It's just by
we have a fund that we get money from expungements and copies, and those funds aren't very much, and that's used at the clerk's discretion to offset any additional costs that we have, or small things where we won't have to go to the city for. If we need some staples, we just go and buy some staples out of that rather than have the city to supply us with boxes of staples. But
right.
It's just used to offset, and the accounting that's done every year shows where the money is spent, and it's all for operating the funds.
So how much is in the account now?
Approximately $11,000.
$11,000. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Clerk Morrell, that finishes your presentation, hearing no other questions from colleagues. Would you like to add anything else?
No, the only thing is that this office will cooperate with the city and the city council in any way we can to help save the city money. And we will not try and do anything to cause the city to expend more money to my office than what's needed, and that we've pledged before.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just thank the clerk for being willing to look at it, at opening up those hours for the bond window. I think that's going to be really helpful to helping us save money. I just want to thank him and Keith and his whole team for very quickly helping us to resolve that issue. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Clerk Morrell, thank you for presenting before us for your 2021 budget. Look forward to working with you through the next few weeks in its adoption. Next, thank you. Next, we have a slight adjustment. We will be taking up the district attorney's office next, and followed by the only sheriff. Paul, let us know when ready to go.
Hello, do you have us?
We can hear you.
The DA will be down in just a few seconds here. Well, we got no notice that we were being skipped ahead, so I'll be right down.
Good morning. Who we have on the call?
You have Ken Daly, Communications Director, Blaise D'Antoni, the CAO, Andre Maddox, the Director of Social Services, and Alfreda Griffin, our Chief Accountant, and the DA will be right now.
All right, good morning, and thank you for presenting your 2021 budget for the District Attorney's Office. Please introduce yourselves. Good morning, District Attorney.
Good morning, council members. Good morning to the members of the City Council. Before I do have some brief introductory remarks. Before I do that, I would like to introduce to you those individuals who are with me. Can you hear me?
Can you speak a little bit loudly? That would help.
All right, I'd like to introduce the individuals who are with me around the table. To my far right, Miss Alfreda Gordon. She is responsible for the accounting and the bookkeeping in this office. To my immediate right, Miss Andre Maddox. She is in charge of the Social Services Division. That includes diversion and victim witness. Again, to my far right, Mr. Ken Daly. He is the Communications Director. To my immediate right, Mr. Blaise D'Antoni, who is the CAO for this particular office. He is also an Assistant District Attorney. As you members of the council are well aware, My term in office will conclude in less than 9 weeks. The new district attorney elected next month will assume leadership of this office on January the 11th, 2021. Given that pending change and the ongoing indefinite suspension of jury trial activity due to the COVID-19 pandemic, my remarks today will be brief. I have correctly asserted for the past several years that the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office has been drastically underfunded. Our neighbors in Jefferson Parish support their DA's office with a budget allocation more than twice what New Orleans provides, even though they deal with a caseload roughly 2/3 the size of ours. This remains the stark reality facing my successor. This public health emergency has stalled prosecutions at the courthouse, and I believe our city's violent crime problem is surging as a result. But the prospects of improving our financial outlook seem dim, given the pandemic's continued corrosive effect on our city's tax base and shrinking budget. My successor will find that we addressed this new reality over the past several months as responsibly as we could, taking several aggressive measures aimed at handing off this agency on its best possible financial footing. We proactively reduced staff and spending over the past 6 months. We aggressively pursued and secured supplemental grant funding from outside donors. And we have worked diligently to settle pending civil litigation, mostly for claims predating this administration in the most cost-effective manner possible. These proactive measures have been difficult and have unfortunately upended the lives of dozens of our dedicated public servants. We furloughed 42% of our non-attorney staff back on May the 8th in response to a sharp drop in expected revenue and in anticipation of a projected 20% budget cut for most city agencies. We were able to return some of those employees to work months later, but nearly half of those affected employees remain furloughed because we lack the funding to bring them back. We have for months now maintained a skeleton crew, performing only the most essential tasks. We cannot predict when the criminal district court will deem it safe to resume jury trials. And without the means to retrofit our building to safe coronavirus standards, our office remains closed to the public in order to protect the health and safety of our remaining staff as best we can. I want to commend Mayor LaToya Cantrell for recognizing the importance of the district attorney's office to this city. After seeing the damage inflicted upon this office by petty political opponents, Mayor Cantrell took steps to at least see our budget restored to 2016 levels in 2019. As you are aware, the mayor's administration has proposed a 20% budget cut for this office in 2021. That is a grim figure, but one that virtually every city agency has little chance of avoiding so long as the pandemic rages on. We have proven over the past 6 months that this office can, under such extreme austerity measures, maintain at least function for the public it serves. I therefore suggest that the council adopt the budget as proposed by the administration. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Canizero. One question relative to staffing. Can you highlight the status of going into 2021, the budget as proposed? Where is the DA's office in relative to ADAs and vacancies in the your outlook for 2021 as it relates to staffing levels?
at this particular time, we have roughly 60 or so assistant district attorneys that are assigned to the office. Fortunately, since their salaries are not based exclusively on the city budget, and their salaries are based to a large extent on the state warrants that are issued by the legislature, they were able to avoid any furloughing. The remaining non-attorney staff, essentially 42% or 56 employees were in fact furloughed as a result of the pandemic. We have brought some of them back where we were able to do so, where the funds were available to do so. But essentially, we still have about 24 furloughed employees who are still out.
And those 24 furloughed employees, that's expected to last through the end of the year?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Through the end of this year.
We do not, again, we have, as you may be aware, we have for the final quarter of this year, our budget was also cut by 20%. And so we are trying to live within the guidelines of that. I will be, very quite frankly, if we're in a position to bring those furloughed employees back, we will certainly make an effort to do so. But we have to be in a position where we can financially be able to do that.
Thank you for that. Council members?
I've got a couple questions.
Councilmember Williams.
Under the category of revenue, you've got a listing, multi-agency gang task force reimbursement. Can you all discuss that?
That is the MAG unit. That's the group that is responsible for the prosecution of the gang activity that has taken place in Orleans Parish. We have had a number of those involved in the majority of the cases where we have gone to court, multiple defendants that have been indicted by grand juries under the gang statute, under the RICO statute. That is essentially what that encompasses.
I guess I was just referring to the description of the reimbursement. I understand the work that's done. I'm just referring to the category of reimbursement there, just to understand that.
I would ask Mr.
What line are you on, Mr. Williams?
It's under revenue.
Okay. Yeah, what happens is we get reimbursed from the New Orleans Police Department.
Can you speak up?
Sorry, is this better? We get reimbursed from the New Orleans Police Department to provide 2 ADAs exclusively for the prosecution of these gang unit investigations and crimes. And that's what that reimbursement is each year.
Okay. And that happens mid-year, end of the year?
We actually bill them quarterly. So every quarter we get 1/4 of the total allotment for the year of 150,000 total. So 37,500 every quarter.
Thank you for that. In last year's budget presentation, you requested $300,000 specifically for addressing the juvenile division staffing shortages. I believe it was 3 prosecutors, 1 investigator, and 1 juvenile division coordinator. I think that was the description. I just wanted to know your progress to date with regards to these 5 positions.
With regard to the cases, the police department has certainly not stopped making arrests for juvenile offenders as well as adult offenders. Those cases are being brought to this office at the main office on South White Street, as well as to the juvenile division over on the Bayou. The cases are still being processed. They are being screened. They are brought to the various courts for prosecution. So certainly those funds have been helpful to us in establishing and maintaining and keeping up with the reports that have been brought in, the processing of those reports, and the prosecution of those cases.
Thank you. And and correct me if I'm wrong on this, I just want to look at some of the numbers. As of budget hearings last year, there were 166 employees with a proposal of 171 for 2020. Are you currently staffed at 184?
No, sir, we are not. No, sir, we are not.
Okay. Who can give the number?
I think the number is closer to, probably it's less. I'm going to say the number is somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm going to, this give or take is roughly 170, give or take. That's counting attorneys as well as non-attorney staff.
And in terms of marijuana, I'm sorry, were you getting clarification from Mr. Daly, or is that? Okay. With regards to marijuana cases, how many marijuana possession cases were prosecuted in 2020? Do you know, roughly?
We do not have a specific number of the total number of marijuana cases that would have been prosecuted. If we're talking about a stand-alone marijuana case, if that is the only charge, the majority of those cases, the overwhelming majority of those cases would have been deferred to the diversion program, and Ms. Maddox would have handled those. And many of those cases, even though the individual might have had a criminal history, we would take into account the particular charge, the quantity involved. And as I say, the overwhelming majority of those cases would have been transferred to her for her consideration and disposition.
And can Ms. Maddox speak to whether or not those cases were resolved? How the percentage of cases of simple possession of marijuana cases that were resolved in diversion versus municipal? What the question I'm trying to get to, the answer I'm trying to get to, is the estimated staff hours working on these types of cases. And if that's with Ms. Maddox, then that's one answer. And if it's in municipal court with lawyers, it's another.
We're talking about those cases that would be exclusively sent to the diversion unit. And when you say municipal court or criminal court, those cases are not going there. Those cases are simply coming to this office, and the individual, the person accused, would also be coming to this office for the disposition, for the treatment, and the services provided. But those cases would not be handled in the municipal or the criminal court. And Ms. Maddox can tell you the man hours and the time that would be sort of dedicated to those individuals.
Can you talk to us about the man and woman hours on that, Ms. Maddox?
So just for clarity purposes, a typical simple possession of marijuana case is going to go to municipal court. They're going to receive a summons from the police officer and go to municipal court. This office would never see those cases. So to be very clear, that type of case, I'm not going to have anything to do with. The cases I'm getting that are going to involve marijuana would also typically have another charge associated with it, or for some reason bring it to a felony level. Not an attorney, so I can't get into the details of what would bring it to that. However, if I get that kind of case, then we would treat it like we would treat any other case for diversion, which would be dependent upon that individual. So we're going to do an assessment on that individual to determine what type of needs they have and what type of risk they may be to the community. Based on that is going to determine what their treatment plan is going to look like. We have a yellow track, which is a very brief track where probably our least resources are sent to. If it's somebody who does not have a substance abuse or mental health problem, who does not represent a risk to the community at that point, they're likely going to come into that program and receive the least amount of hours. Somebody who has a substance abuse addiction, who is dependent on substances, who also may have a mental health problem or have other things going on, is going to require a lot more of our services. So rather than being based on the charge, it's going to be more dependent upon what that individual specifically needs. It's a dosage thing. It's just what's the right dosage for that person, if that helps.
It does. Ms. Maddox, if we could stay on diversion, looking at the diversion participants between 2018, 2019, and 2020 specifically, given the impacts of COVID-19, can you speak to the number of diversion participants? Have you all been able to use diversion to deal with the case backlog at all? Has that been an effective tool?
It has. It is limited, however, I have to say, obviously, because of the issues that happened around quarantine in the beginning and then the furloughs. I do have a diversion staff that's been working very hard at trying to make all of this happen. We have been able to provide telehealth, which has been a great resource for both my staff and the clients, where we've been able to not only do individual counseling, but do intakes, as well as now doing groups very similar to what we're doing here on Zoom. We do have some issues with connectivity in the internet at times, but outside of that, it has been very successful. The clients have been very grateful to be able to have continuing contact with their counselors throughout this obviously challenging time for everybody. It is not the same as seeing our clients in person. I think they miss it. Our counselors miss it. It's difficult, but we have been able to do it. And we have been able to have cases screened for diversion, and attorneys continue to bring me cases every day asking, for new cases that had previously been accepted into diversion that are just now getting to court. And that's part of the issue as well, is there's been this time lag. So we have to actually be able to get to the client and get them in, or at least get them on the phone or Zoom in order to do that process. But the offers are going out. The attorneys are aware of that. The ADAs are aware, as well as the defense attorneys. So we have been continuing to do that process. It is slower than I would like. It's certainly a lot less intakes coming in than there would be in a normal time. But given the circumstances and what our challenges are, I think that we've continued to do very well with the process.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Maddox. And my last question, I think, relates to the amount of money or the expenditures for legal counsel defending litigation. Can somebody let the council know what the number is in terms of how much we've spent with regards to the defense of certain cases?
The exact figure is, and I just would like, I want you to have the exact figure. Mr. D'Antoni can give you that, and I just would like to comment on that very briefly.
Go ahead. What line are we on?
Professional services and legal, with 100,000 and 475. I can pay.
Second.
We got all of the second.
Okay, got it. Sorry. All right, so we have spent this year thus far. We are projecting that we will end the year spending $475,000 on legal fees.
Okay. And the total, I think, Mr. Williams, you may be interested in the total amount expended on the litigation.
Yes, sir.
Give him the total number.
80,000. That's the other number. That's in the civil lawsuits column, Mr. Williams.
So 80,000 civil lawsuits, 475 for 2020?
Yes, sir.
And I ask you to keep in mind that we're talking about a civil proceeding that has been going on in the federal court now for well over 2.5 years. We also talk about a number of individual defendants, assistant district attorneys, and the office. We're talking essentially about a dozen or so defendants when you count the individuals and the office. And we are in what is a very expensive discovery proceeding. I believe, I understand that that is a rather large number, but I believe, quite frankly, we are represented by a very quality group of individuals. We have certainly resisted the offers to settle. We're in the millions of dollars, and it takes a great deal of money, in my opinion, in order to be successful. And you have to have the competent lawyers, which we do, and they've been very effective. And we're hopeful that at the end of the day, we will save the city a significant amount of money if we are successful in this endeavor.
If the cases were to last in excess of another 2 years, we'd be very close to $1.5 million. So just on legal fees, is that correct?
Which would not even equal the amount of money that they have asked us to render and settlement to settle these proceedings. It would not even equal that amount. I do not anticipate the case lasting that long. I understand that by January the 11th of next year, as it relates to the office and depending on the district attorney, the individuals involved, there certainly may be a different approach with regard to this. But our approach has been that we believe that some of the allegations are quite frankly baseless. And that's why we are proceeding in the manner in which we are.
Have there been any conversations or any efforts to try to resolve the cases via settlement? I mean, as a lawyer, whether it's a typical civil case involving a car accident or anything of that nature, there's always a conversation about settlement costs versus a cost after verdict. What efforts have been made there?
Well, I will say this, that there has been some discussion about that. From our perspective, as I have indicated, I believe that the requests have been unreasonable, highly unreasonable with regard to the amounts that they have requested. I hasten to go into any of the particular details in public because we have been asked by the press on a number of occasions to comment. And the lawyers have advised us that since this is still open litigation and we have a policy of not discussing cases that are open, I would ask that we not be allowed to do that. However, should you be willing to learn about some of these negotiations, I certainly would have no problem discussing that with you in confidence, knowing full well that the communications and the exchanges will remain in confidence with you if you wish to do so. And you can certainly call me and we will certainly discuss those matters with you if you wish to proceed along those lines.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the request not to do that in a public forum today. With regards to special counsel, I know that there are on the organizational chart a couple, if not a few, special counsels to the DAs on the organizational chart who seem to make quite a bit of money. Are they participants in the litigation you've described?
I'm sorry, I did not. They are involved in the litigation. I didn't quite hear the end of your statement. I apologize for that. That there are two people, I believe, that we have as special counsel. One is Mr. Bernard Charbonnet, who is responsible for handling all of the civil litigation that the office is involved with, matters that take place in the district court, the civil district court in Orleans Parish. And we also have another individual, Mr. John Alfred, who is also participating and representing the office in the federal litigation. And there is conflict-free counsel in this sort of proceeding. We have to have counsel who represents the office, which must be different from the counsel that represents the individuals involved, so that there is no conflict, which would disqualify either or both of the attorneys from proceeding in the case.
Thank you all. Mr. Chair, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. Council members, any questions? Colleagues?
Budget Chair, I have a couple quick questions.
Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you all for joining us today.
Good morning.
One quick question. What is the Carpel software? It was listed on template 5. Was that just a one-time purchase?
I would let Mr. D'Antoni address that if you don't mind. They're more familiar with that.
Yes, Councilwoman. That was a one-time purchase to the vendor for the software. And it was the one-time purchase plus the first year of licensing. So every year we will have a licensing fee. And this is for a case software management system for our office, which we have not had for our attorneys at all. This is a system that we looked into very hard. It's used by a lot of our surrounding jurisdictions. Kenner uses it, St. Tammany, with great success. This was one of the things we did in response to COVID, knowing that going forward, our attorneys are going to have to be able to work more remotely, more on the fly, and this software system will allow them to work in a cloud-based system and have access to these files in any arena they may be in, whether at home, over at the courthouse, here at the office. They can do work anywhere they are.
That's great. Do y'all anticipate that having any kind of savings on personnel, or is that just going to help leverage the resources that you have?
I don't want to say that it'll help save on personnel this early in, but it will definitely help our limited staff attorneys manage their cases better and take some pressure off of our overworked attorneys.
Great. It also said that y'all have capital updates that are planned for 2021. Do you know what those are?
Are you referring to the $100,000 line item?
Yes.
Yes, we typically use that for, and a lot of years we don't end up using. We put it in the budget, and it's an attempt to, if we can upgrade a few vehicles that year, it would come out of that. Anything of that nature. If we can try and upgrade some of our hardware systems, which fortunately this year we were able to get some grants to help us with that. But every year we try and put a little bit of money in there to kind of keep the things running around the office.
Y'all are pretty much on top of each other down there. You're not having any capital expenditures in terms of COVID and making your offices better for the people that are there?
We have had those expenses, ma'am, a lot of which we've been fortunate and we've been very aggressive in going after grant money. So we've gotten some LCLE grants, some JAG grants to help us with equipment, CARES grant money to help us with some of the expenditures we've done for combating COVID. In addition, our facilities manager has been very, very good at going to FEMA and getting as much supplies as she could provided to us for free through FEMA. So we've tried to keep any expenditures on it as far down as we can.
Great. Yeah, when I was looking at your grants, it looks like y'all didn't get funding on one adult diversion counselor. Is that correct?
I think we may have gotten that grant now. When we were preparing the budget, my rule was if we didn't have a signed contract on it, I didn't want to put it in the budget. So I didn't want to anticipate grants and throw off all the numbers. It wouldn't be an accurate summation at that time. But I believe we have since been awarded that grant since we prepared all of this.
Excellent. So tell me, so does that on the template that shows what your organizational chart is, you've got 9 counselors then listed for the diversion staff. So are y'all comfortable with that number then? Is that what is reflected from this grant as well?
So ideally, in a normal world where things were going well and we were open and the court was open, I think it would be better to have 12. Right now, I don't have 9, but we are functioning in the capacity that we can. So 9 is sufficient, 12 would be better, and if everything is working the way it's supposed to be working.
And then those are predominantly funded through your grants or also through the general fund?
No, I only have 1 that's funded through a grant.
Okay.
The rest are funded through our general budget, yes.
Okay, great. And then real quick, what is y'all's average salary for an ADA?
That will go anywhere from the base salary of $47,500 to could be as much as, in some cases, the first assistant around 150, I believe it is. So that it's somewhere in between. I would say the average salary is somewhere between $75,000. That would be that, and that's a rough estimate.
And what is their average caseload, sir?
Depending on the division or the section that you're assigned to. Obviously, those individuals who would be responsible for handling the more serious cases, what we call our major offense trial unit, which would involve the homicides, the first-degree murders, second-degree murders, manslaughters, and rapes, their caseload would be a smaller number than those individuals who would be assigned to a section of court. And when you're talking about a section of court, and we talk about, for instance, the major offense trial unit, we have 7 lawyers assigned to that unit, and they would each have a caseload of somewhere between 20 or so cases that would be assigned to them. When you talk about people who are assigned to the trial sections, sections A through L, it depends on the number of cases in each section. For instance, in some sections, a judge may have a docket in excess of 400 cases. In some sections, a judge may have a docket somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 cases. So that depends on the judge, that judge's ability to work to move the docket. It depends on the caseload that an individual assistant may be responsible for.
Okay. And then my final question is from template 1, where it says other operating at $609,000. What's in, does that entail?
Yes, ma'am. This is our self-generated, right? This is our self-generated revenue. So this is what we anticipate to collect during the year from our share of bond forfeiture, asset forfeiture. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, this is other.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Other expenses of 600. What is that for? What we have scheduled in there? I'm sorry, give me 1 second, Councilman.
Yellow highlighted.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so, Councilwoman, that would include things such as court copies, when we pay for transcripts, medical records we may have to order in cases. Our case, some of it is our current case management system that we're moving away from, what we've had to pay for that. For expert witnesses, there's times where we need to bring in expert witnesses for cases. Grand jury costs in convening grand jury here, workers' compensation, extraditions, right. So it's a janitorial. It is just kind of a catch-all of all the little things that add up. Law books, our journals that we need yearly for all our attorneys. The computer equipment that we spend out of pocket on. Witness expenses. Yeah. Training, any training we have or hold for our ADAs and staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one follow-up?
Sure, Councilmember Williams.
Following up on Councilmember Palmer's question about the new software, I think it's pronounced Carpal. Is there going to be a savings in the old software that you all were using, or do you need to maintain the old system because of compatibility issues, or what is the plan? Will it phase out? How does that work?
Very good question, Councilman. So we're kind of in an overlap period where I still have to maintain the old system as the new system comes in. But we are downloading all of that information into the new system. And once that is done, we're projecting a go live somewhere around April. Once that is done, then all those legacy systems, we will no longer have to keep and pay for. So it's just kind of, we're caught in that bridge over area right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams. DA, I want to compliment the department in seeking out these very beneficial grants. I'm looking at template 4 relative to everything from drug trafficking to solving code cases. With relative to the Saki grant, sexual assault kit initiative, I see there was about a cut. It went from 492,000 to 382. How is that impacting your office? Is it more so a personnel cut that is being impacted, or how you all, in addition, working with the police department to reduce that backlog and to research the cold cases as well?
Actually, council member, what looks like a cut, actually, we just renewed the Saki grant for 3 more years, and they actually increased the amount of money that they have coming into the office for the next 3 years. What you see in the expenditures this year is we had some money left in the prior grant, and we were able to file for a modification, and it allowed us to use those funds to buy some equipment for Saki. So that's why you see such a high increase this year. They allowed us to utilize those remaining funds and in that grant and pick up with the new one for the next 3 years.
So you're saying that the 382,000 is on top of what was left, what was the remaining balance, or?
No, the 382,000 will be for next year. The 421 we spent this year, the reason it is so much higher is because there was a pot of money left at the end of the grant that they allowed us to do a modification for, and we were able to buy outfit Saki with all new laptops and computer equipment, and even a designated vehicle for the Saki unit and things of that nature paid for by that grant.
In addition to the equipment, this is also for acquiring individuals to fill these positions, correct? As is provided in the chart?
No, the amount of Saki personnel stays the same on the old grant and the new grant. It still calls for 5 people, 2 ADAs, a support staff, an investigator, and a counselor.
Our initial Saki grant was for 2 years, Councilman?
No, it's 3.
Oh, 3, okay.
17
I think the first part, Mr. Daly.
Our initial Saki grant expired in September, and we were just awarded a new 3-year grant because of the success that the unit had. Our Saki unit actually is one of the most successful in the country as far as developing new cases. We've had multiple indictments. We've already even achieved a couple of convictions and guilty pleas. We've really serviced a lot of victims who had suffered sexual assaults in New Orleans in decades going back as far as the 70s. And our unit really has been a model for many of the Saki units around the country. The national organization is one that is very commendable of our progress on that. And the Metropolitan Crime Commission this year just awarded its Excellence in Law Enforcement Award to our entire Saki unit, along with the Saki personnel from the New Orleans Police Department.
Thank you for that. And last question on the CARES Act reimbursement, that $276,000 funding was the reimbursement this year from the state. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman. We actually have received 209,000 of it. We've been told we're getting another 67,000 in this last period that we submitted for. So we put in the entire amount of 267.
And any other reimbursements remaining after that? Could I see that is zeroed out for 21?
Yes, sir. The way I understand and the way it's been explained to me is that we were going to do 3 periods for grant reimbursement through CARES, and that all of the funds should be expended at the end of that 3rd period. So, and what you're asking me, yes, there's still money owed to us because we spent more that they didn't, because of lack of funds, did not reimburse everything we spent, especially for the CARES. For Carpel, sorry. And there is still a carry forward balance. So if more funds were to become available, then yes, I could apply that and try and get that reimbursed then. But as I understand it at this moment, all the funds have been exhausted for Orleans Parish as of this 3rd cycle.
Yeah, they're still at the state debating on some monies that's left over, and it's just unfortunate that local governments could not get the money that was due to us from the federal government wholly. That's just my opinion. That's
and in fact, to go further into your opinion, so that they actually cut us, the city of New Orleans, from what they were initially supposed to give us after the 1st cycle. Because we were initially supposed to get about 90 million as a parish, and I think they only ended up giving us about 60 million as a parish.
Thank you. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. You were in the same direction I was, but I guess the second part to this is so many of your expenditure cuts appear to be computer and software related, which is understandable when you have to make cuts. Is there any talk about another wave of COVID money looking specifically for other offices outside of city municipalities like district attorneys or coroners or other parts of the criminal justice system that may be coming?
Not that I am aware of. We can only hope that the Congress will get together up there and make a bill that will fund some more for local municipalities. The way I understand it, they took all that money from the initial CARES Act, and they actually set up the administration office, set up a program where we had to submit for reimbursement, the city of New Orleans, every parish, and they broke down the allocation of that money according to population and COVID infection rate. So in all honesty, what the mayor did by dropping our infection rate so low actually hurt us when they started allocating that money on the back end, because we lost that 70%. 70% of the formula was positive COVID rate. So as we started dropping, they started dedicating less and less to the city of New Orleans.
Okay. Well, sounds like we all got to get focused on, once everything's determined, more steps to get some more funding flowing into the city and its subsidiary departments to make them whole. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Council members, any other questions, comments? Right, hearing none, Mr. Canizero, that completes the presentation before the council for your 2021, the office's 2021 budget. And we look forward to continuing our work together to its final adoption. And being that this is your last budget hearing, Mr. Canizero, thank you for your service to the district attorney's office and to the citizens of New Orleans.
Very much, Mr. Councilmember. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Next, we're going to have the Office of Orleans Parish Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Guzman.
Good, thank you. Members of the City Council, I appreciate this opportunity to address you regarding our 2021 budget. I'm joined here by Chief Sean Bruno and Elizabeth Boyer, our controller. We are presenting a budget of $77,532,733. Want to say at the outset that we have been working during this COVID period with all of the criminal justice stakeholders, including the criminal district court judges, the district attorney, public defenders, and the New Orleans Police Department. When this pandemic started on March 23rd, 2020, I directed our leadership team to furlough all non-essential personnel in every department. We required our staff to use available annual leave and actually laid off some following the exhaustion of that leave. 7 months later, only a portion of those staff have been returned as my office continues to work to resume operations. We've identified ways to streamline our operations even more, to perform more efficiently with fewer staff. We've eliminated 43 positions, and some of those positions we do not anticipate restoring in the immediate future. This has been a great adjustment during this pandemic. Proud of what our staff has done. As a result of that, we forecast a reduction in spending this year, 2019, of $8 million. I know that we will continue to work with the city council, to make sure that we meet all of the requirements that we can. I wanted to point out to you that our current staff consists of 695 people. It's down from 767 pre-COVID. We continue to hire. We just hired 70 new recruits in the last quarter. And, you know, we provided our templates to you, budget templates. And as I said, we're here to answer any questions that you might have. I know it's just trying to hit the highlights with you right now.
Sheriff, could you explain to us the current healthcare contract, what particular savings that you have from this year? And I know I brought this up in previous budget hearings as to how are the inmates adequately taking advantage of the Affordable Care Act that's afforded to them.
Yes, well, you know, currently the healthcare contract is still procured by the City of New Orleans, not by the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. We want to work with the city to issue another RFP. That has not been done yet. As far as the inmates that are taking advantage of the Affordable Care Act, we still think that there's some opportunity to do even more with the Affordable Care Act, and it's part of why we're looking at you know, issuing another RFP to see if we can get, you know, responsive information on that.
Thank you, Sheriff. What's the current staffing level of the Parish Sheriff's Office?
We have currently 695 personnel.
and your current vacancies?
Well, before COVID, we had 767. And so
805 is our total.
805 in our total.
Sheriff, is the decrease in staff due to COVID, or how does the relationship to COVID coincide with the reduction in your staff?
Well, let me let Mr. Bruno explain that.
It's Councilman Banks, it's a combination of both. When COVID hit, we furloughed all non-essential staff. During that time, we did have a number of employees that could not come back because they had either underlying health conditions or they had child care issues. And because of the financial situation, we decided not to fill those positions. Some of those staff still remain out. During the COVID period, we took an opportunity to evaluate all of our departments. And one thing that we realized is we had some departments that were operating just as efficient with less staff after, we did the furloughs than the way they were operating before. So we took the opportunity to take those staff, and in some cases, some of them were not brought back. In other cases, we tried to shift them to other positions where we needed staff. So that also allowed us to eliminate some positions. So it's a combination of both.
So your optimum number now of what you need to operate the jail in the first class manner is at what number? And then what number are you at actually today?
Yeah, so right now we need 805 and we're at 695. But we did just bring on another class that's not in that number.
And that difference of approximately 100 or so, is there a reason why they can't be hired? Are we not paying enough, or we don't have enough benefits, or people aren't interested in going into that line of work? What's the reason for the gap in between what you need and what you've hired?
A lot of the big reasons that, during the COVID period, we stopped recruiting. We made a conscious effort to keep the building as less dense as possible. So we kind of put the recruiting on hold during the COVID period, which caused us to try to make some adjustments on how we operated inside the jail. Just last month, we're just starting to ramp back up our recruiting efforts to get staff back in. I fully believe that we will be able to cut down this gap considerably between now and the first quarter of 2021.
So you do expect that you'll be able to get back to a full staff even under these constraints?
Well, Councilman, let me just add to what Mr. Bruno said. This is tough work, and not everyone who comes in and does it works out. So we do have some turnover. Once people get in here and start really seeing what it's like, and that's part of the challenge that we deal with. But we think that as long as we continue to have some modest pay increases, that we'll be in good shape.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Council members, any other questions?
I have a question.
Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. According to the budget template, the mayor's office is proposing, it looks like roughly $2.2 million less in medical services. Can y'all explain what that discrepancy is about?
Sure. Actually, what happens is, and this, the mayor's proposal, if you look at the templates by year, they pretty much propose approximately $53 million per year. And, we work hand in hand with the city during the year, monitoring our staffing levels, monitoring the budget, with the idea that we'll make some type of adjustment at the end of the year. In 2019, we submitted a budget of, I believe it was we requested $57 million from the city. You know, I totally, after discussions with the city, they said, well, you guys may not staff up. So we made some adjustments. They made some adjustments, which led to the budget that they proposed. Well, at the end of the year, we did staff up more in line with the budget that we submitted as opposed to the mayor's proposed budget. So that's why we had a funding shortfall in 2019. So while this column, it's almost like the city used it as a placeholder, and as we monitor the budget during the year, if we see that we're coming up short, we discuss it, and there should be an adjustment at the end of the year.
Okay, so this is just reflecting that adjustment.
Correct.
Now, is this the line item for WellPath?
It is, and you know, to the comment earlier, the numbers for WellPath, they are trending upward, and a lot of that has to do with the you know, the mental treatment for the inmates. So it's just something that, you know, whenever we get those invoices, we submit them to the city so that we can all be on the same page and monitor the invoices moving forward.
So you're telling me then for 2020, y'all have already paid up all of WellPath's building for this year, and you're less than the 17 million that shows here for the medical services?
No, for 2020, we have not received our fourth quarter allocation from the city of New Orleans as of yet. And, you know, we've had discussions, and we continue to have discussions. I'm not certain exactly what has been paid to WellPath for the last quarter. I believe the city has made payments directly to WellPath, but we were not, you know, copying on those communications or payments. Yeah, we've only paid through June.
So then, okay. So how do we know how do you know then that the medical services number that you're proposing is accurate if y'all have only paid through June this year?
So what we've done is we've taken the contractual amount and brought that amount to the end of the year. And then for the first 6 months of the year, we know what that overage was. So we just estimate the same overage for the second half of the year.
Okay. Why is the mayor's office proposing almost double the operational debt service that y'all are?
It's old. That's just something that hasn't changed.
They didn't change it.
They didn't change it.
We updated it.
Right. We've updated ours. The city hasn't updated theirs. It's a very fluid document. You know, we really work hand in hand with the CAO's office. We send them all our payrolls to examine. We send them financial statements, and we kind of meet to let them know exactly where we're at.
So wait, so the mayor's budget of the y'all don't need the 2.5 million for operational debt service. It should only be 1.2 million.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, damn, we just saved 1.3 million.
That's why you're there, Councilman.
You hear that, y'all? Okay.
Yeah, it'll certainly plug up one of those other holes quick.
Yeah, I bet you there's a hole I got in Algiers. That was a joke. Okay. And then also my question too is, at a time where has y'all budget gone up over last year?
It's gone up over the amount that was budgeted. So, like I mentioned before, the city of New Orleans proposed $53 million. Our actual total expenditures last year was approximately $59 million for 2019. for this year, we were actually trending. So for this year, we are trending toward 75 million for our total expenditures. No, 75 million was the total expenditures we expended for 2019. We're estimating to be at 67 million for the end of this year. And that's largely a result of the furloughing staff, the deferment of maintenance, and the putting off any non-essential expenditures.
Well, and I hope too that the fact that we have a lower inmate population as well, it's down to around 900. So shouldn't that have some cost savings?
Yeah.
964 today.
Yeah, we're at 964. You know, the thing about the inmate count, it doesn't have a large determination of the staff because we have posts that have to be manned. So if we have a pod with 60 inmates or a pod with 20 inmates, we still have to have the same staff to man that pod. But we do have other costs that would fall, for example, inmate meals. While it would come down some, as the number of inmates go down, the amount that we're charged per meal goes up. So it's not a total savings.
Okay.
And something else that's not included in these numbers is we were able to work with the city on submitting an application for some CARES funding. So there was some additional funding that came in that went to the city that's not included in our numbers. And we did that because the funding went straight to the city of New Orleans.
Okay.
That helps out. And that was about 3.8 million.
Okay. And can you tell me why on your budget template for professional services, why y'all have it looks like you've got two construction project managers, two separate companies for project management for construction.
Those are all FEMA related companies. And FEMA's still paying them. So it's not from the city's funding.
Okay. Well, then that would make sense why we're double paying.
What's that?
I said then that would make sense why we're double paying.
No, one was for legal services, the other one was for construction, project management.
Okay. All right, I think that's right. All I got right now. Oh, y'all didn't fill out the DBE section of your budget template. What percentage of the dollars that y'all spend in your professional service contracts go to DBEs?
I can get you the exact number, but it's probably close to 70%.
Well, that's what we want to hear. Sheriff, if you could send us that, we'd appreciate it.
I will certainly send that to you.
Councilmember Palmer? Yeah,
I'm good right now, thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add, thank you, Christian, for bringing up the DBEs. That was actually one of my questions for the sheriff. But I also wanted to say thank you, Sheriff, for really helping District E, particularly with the COVID-19. I know we reach out to your office on many occasions, if not too many times, to get assistance, and just wanted to say thank you for cooperating with us and working with us to help respond to the needs of my district.
Thank you. My district as well.
Our district.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. And Sheriff, that's template 8, which is the DBE matrix.
Yeah, I got it.
In the capital projects restricted column, is that the Orleans Parish Law Enforcement District funds of the 15 million?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Is that, there's plans for that particular pot of money?
Criminal district
Well,
court.
those are, we're the holder of the funds, but some of those funds are for criminal district court, some for the district attorney, some for the municipal and traffic court. So those aren't funds that are for the sheriff's office per se.
I was done.
We hold it, the city chief administrative officer administers it.
I see. And those, is there a distinguishment between operating versus capital?
It's all capital.
All capital. Council members, any more questions? Hearing none, thank you, team, for your presentation on the 2021 budget. We look forward to continuing to work with you. And thank you for your leadership in the city, and we will look forward to the city's council's adoption, and we'll be in touch if we need anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll provide that template 8 information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Orleans Parish Coroner's Office.
Should be hilarious to watch.
I think it's.
Hello, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Good afternoon, Dr. McKenna.
Hey, all right, Joe. Hey, okay.
You're a little faint. If you could talk up a little bit, speak up.
All right, let me get a little close. Can you hear me now?
That's good.
All right.
Thank you. Proceed.
Just quick, go ahead. Get started, go ahead. All right, sir. The 2021 departmental goals would be to promote and maintain adequate staffing levels, to provide all mandated services, to continue the work we've started, slowed up a bit by the coronavirus, obviously, and continue to seek secure alternative funding services through state and federal grants. Our proposal for this year is a reduction from what we asked last year. Our proposal is, we're asking for a total of $3,276,531, which is a drop of from 2020. Our budget from the city was $3,436,531. We're asking this year, we cut our budget $160,000 approximately, and asking for $3,276,531. This is a bare bones budget. And if I might just refer to something, so just so you know, the Jefferson and St. Tammany together, we do as much work as both of them combined. Our budget is $3 million. We're asking for $3,276,000. Their budget combined is $18 million. And we do more work, as much as work as both of them put together. So we're trying to do for $3,275,000 basically what they do for $18 million. And that's hard to do, but we do it. We have self-generated funds. We are projecting we can go about $415,000. It might go up a little in self-generated funds that I did increased some of the fees from the cremation fee was what, from $75 to $100? Is that what we did?
125.
So cremation fee went to $125 from $75, which is still less than most people charge. We went to the storage fee up to $400, and one other fee we went up on. There was a third one.
Autopsy report.
No.
The retakes?
It was autopsy.
It was autopsy report.
Autopsy reports went from 75 to $100. That's not a lot, but it should generate a few more dollars, trying to make up from the $160,000 that we gave back to the city in terms of trying to do our part. But just let me give you some numbers that might help you look at what we're trying to deal with here. In 2019, we did 788 autopsies. We were already at 643, and we've got 2 more months to go. So we're going to surpass that. In 2019, there were 143 homicides in Orleans Parish. We've got 2 months to go, and we're already at 165 homicides. In overdoses in Orleans Parish, in 2019, there were 231 overdoses. We're at 244. So you can see that the work we're doing, unfortunately, continues to rise in terms of how many patients we had to treat. In 2019, there were 3,575 reported deaths to Orleans Parish, which we have to sort through and go through. This year, we're already at 3,974, an increase of 400 reported deaths. So we're really operating at a bare bones budget. The proposal by the city to take almost $800,000 from our budget, we could not perform the services at the current rate. We had to go to doing cremations for safety reasons. We could not expose our patients to any more mass burials because of the coronavirus presence in corpses, and nobody knows how long it stays active. So we went to doing cremations instead of the pauper's field burials. So long story short, there's really no fat in the budget. An $800,000 decrease, Mr. President, would devastate this office. I don't know how we could perform the services with the amount of work that comes through this office on a daily basis. I think so far this year, in terms of orders of protective custody, we had almost 500 for the year already. And that's another huge thing. We're responsible for all of the commitments in the city. We're up to almost 500 already. We still have 2 months left to go in the year. So we've cut the budget. Again, our request down $170,000. And as you can see, our expenses continue to rise because of the increase in homicides, deaths, OPCs, or orders of protective custody, and all other services we provide to the city. And as you can see, we're doing for $3 million, we're doing for a total budget with self-generated funds of about $3.7 million, which St. Tammany and Jefferson Daires do for $18 million. So we're already working a miracle. I don't know how we could possibly provide you the kind of service you expect, but with an $800,000 cut to our budget. I just don't see, I don't know how that works. But go ahead, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Doc. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doc, it's good to see you. You're looking well.
Yeah.
Couple of questions. Would you please clarify what triggers an autopsy? Everybody doesn't have one. What requires you all to do one?
Well, that's really my discretion, but generally speaking, all homicides, all trauma accidents, all suspicious deaths. And then, of course, suicides, all of those automatically get them. And then there are some cases where I make the decision to do them or not to sue them based on my medical knowledge. But basically, there's some obvious ones, and then there's some that's left to my discretion. And believe me, I'm conservative. I'm not autopsying people I don't think need it.
Okay. And then secondly, the use of cremations. What if a family doesn't get a body? How does someone end up being disposed of by the city as opposed to the family? What triggers that?
Excellent question, Councilman Banks. Before, by law, we have to keep a body 30 days. We typically keep them 90 days to see if they could come up with the money to provide a burial. We were doing paupers field burials, which was very, to say the least, not very family friendly. It was about just digging a hole in the ground. But with coronavirus, we can't do that anymore. I've spoken with from my medical school, Dr. President, who's one of the world experts in virology. And he says, nobody knows how long a virus is active in a corpse. So I cannot go, so we have to go to cremations. And we arranged to get them done for $300 per body. And if after 90 days, nobody claims the body, then we will go ahead and cremate.
And then do you keep the ashes that a family can come and get them at some point, or do you all dispose of the ashes?
No, sir. We keep them in an urn. They can come and get them.
For a fair market price.
All right.
If not, we dispose of them properly in a burial ground, which we'll do about once or twice a year.
Okay, so there would be a fee associated with it. We haven't set a fee because we never did this before, but it will be a nominal fee. The cremation only costs $300
for us.
For us. So we would, for a storage fee, we would set some normal fee. I haven't said it yet because we just started doing them. And the danger in that is, and we know it, is that once the word gets out, that the number of people who come get a body could double or triple. So we have to set some kind of fee so that we don't get dumped on with all of the burials, because people now know that if they don't come get the body, we'll do it. So that's something I got to really think about. And then I don't want to burden poor people. So I got to think about that one long and hard, but I haven't set a fee on it.
And I want to say, I mean, I oftentimes hear criticism about how great our adjacent parishes are doing what they do, but I want to commend you for doing what you do at a far more reasonable rate than what they do. So while some folks are quick to criticize Orleans, very good things are happening in Orleans. So I want to say thank you for that. And then on a whole separate personal note, I heard Brian back there. So happy anniversary to you and your lovely wife, Brian.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
All right. So any questions about, you can see our predicament. We're trying to do for $3.7 million what combined Jefferson, and we do more work than both of them put together, and their budgets together are $18 million. So you're talking about $3.5 million, $3.6 million, $7 million compared to $18 million. We've given up $160,000. Our workload is just going up. It's not going down, and that's unfortunate, but that's exactly what's happening.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate your candidness in relations to that. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Councilmember Williams.
I just wanted to thank Doc and Brian. You all have really taken on the brunt of probably some of the toughest work that comes out of COVID-19. We've lost so many people, and they find their way to you. And I know it's thankless, and I know there is, you've been doing on a shoestring budget. And I just wanted you to know that it has not gone unnoticed by this council, this city, or this community. You have handled our community members who we've lost with dignity and respect. And Doc, I know you were down and out with this thing yourself when it first came on. And so I know you know firsthand how dangerous and debilitating it can be. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done to help us get through this.
Yeah, it's a disease you do not want. And I'm here to tell you, because while I'm back and everything, I still have some lingering effects. And that's what the journals are telling us. There's no telling how long this thing lingers on, even after you're negative for the virus. The long-term effects of it can hang on maybe for the rest of my life. You know, I don't know that yet, but we'll see.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. McKenna told me you're about as tough as nails and knew it wasn't gonna kill you, because nothing can. So
well, they say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right?
Right on.
All right. So
thank you.
That's
man.
all I have, gentlemen. We appreciate you looking at this thing, because I'm telling you, our workload is increasing, not decreasing, and it's going up every day. And that's unfortunate, but that's the fact.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Councilman Williams, I'm sorry, you had more?
No.
Doc, we appreciate
I have one question.
Councilmember Palmer.
I'm so sorry. Hello, doctor. Thank you for being with us today.
Kristen, how are you?
I'm doing well. Last year, Councilmember Wynn and myself were really concerned about funding, at least some more funding for Potter's Field. Did that ever come through?
No, we never got any money to put in the roads and all of that, and the gravel and all of that. No, none of that ever happened. But we can't do that now. We cannot go back out in Potter's Field with bodies with this coronavirus still raging in the United States of America. That would be, I cannot sanction that. I just cannot. My medical degree and my morality level will not allow me to do that. I cannot do that.
I'm just concerned that we had approved something last year because the tremendous conditions that were out there. And so we operate under the assumption that when we pass something in budget, it goes.
It did not happen. We got money for cremations. Well, they're telling me, but not to prepare Potter's Field. We got nothing for Potter's Field, but we did get some money for cremations. And now, I mean, we have to cremate. We cannot go back to Potter's Field.
Right. No, I hear you.
With this virus raging. We cannot do that.
Right. No, that makes sense. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Dr. McKenna, really great seeing you.
Hey, hi.
Yeah, but I definitely want to, I know you and I have spoken about the cremation.
Yes.
And yeah, but I think to Councilmember Palmer was that, you know, I know that so you're saying that right now because of COVID-19 that we can't go to Potter's Field, or you're just,
I'm not going to be a part of that.
Okay.
No.
We can use Potter's Field. This is Brian Laparoli. We can use Potter's Field for the remains of the ashes, but what Doc is trying to explain is the exposure to our workers moving decedents that weren't cremated, and that exposure to coronavirus. That's what he's concerned about. We can use Potter's Field as a disposal ground for the ashes only, but not for uncremated decedents.
But I don't even want to do that. And I understand what Brian is saying, but I'm not supportive of that. I think we can get a little urns and put the ashes in and store them. And we've talked about that, Cindy, a mausoleum somewhere. And so we can do that for a while until we find a permanent place. If I got to buy the urns myself, but I'm not, once you can put the urns of a cremation in a little small jar that big. Go ahead, Brian.
And also, Councilwoman Wynn, I've been in contact with Emily Ford that's over the cemeteries, and I know the city's in process of possibly building a new cemetery near Dillard, or you know, there's some discussions about that. So my plan is we, to ask and reserve a certain area of that cemetery where we can put the unclaimed ashes as opposed to going to Potter's Field. That way we have them buried properly. And then maybe some workings to get that done. So I think that would be a great idea to sort of move forward with.
Let me make my position very clear. No ashes are going to Potter's Field if I got to buy the urns myself. Okay? You got it? Okay.
Got it, sir. We'll revisit, okay?
Let me make this very clear.
You look really great. Good seeing you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good.
Any more questions, council members? Hearing no other questions, Coroner, Dr. McKenna, thank you for your work and your team's work at the coroner's office. We appreciate everything you all do, the sacred and critical job that you have with handling the bodies of individuals in the most dignified way. We look forward to the completion and working with you through the rest of this 2021 budget season.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Jared. Okay.
All good?
Good? We're good? Got to get back to work. Thank you, fellas. All right. And ladies.
We will have the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office.
All right. Good. Good. All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, Director Bunton. I see Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Trying to get my camera looking better.
Mr. Jones got the better camera.
Oh man, don't do that.
Well, Mr. Jones also has the better face, but
oh man.
Let me see. I don't know how I can make this any better.
Okay.
Get my light better.
All right, that looks better, Daryl.
Can you run point?
Somewhat better. All right. All right. Just let me know when we're ready, Councilman.
Thank you, Director Bunton. You can proceed.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much again for allowing us to present the Orleans Public Defender's budget to the City Council this year. I understand that it's been a trying year. There's lots of memes about 2020 and its difficulties. I subscribe to all of them. And thank you. We understand these are difficult times financially and budgetarily, and really appreciate the opportunity to present to the council. Who you're going to hear from today is going to begin with Robert, Mr. Robert Jones from our office, our Director of Outreach and Community Organizing. Jerome Morgan, who's been an ally of the office, is also going to speak. I will give the slide presentation. There will be a presentation, a testimony from Maria Rhodes, Reverend Jonathan Richardson, and then I will close us out. And so all of us know Robert. I won't delay any further than to just say the immaculate and the undeniable Robert Jones. Thank you.
Oh my God, why you do that, Daryl? How y'all doing, council members, respected council members?
How you doing, Mr. Jones?
Well, good afternoon. Well, as you see, all y'all know my backstory of being wrongfully convicted for more than 24 years. So I ain't gonna bore you with the details of that.
But I'm the director of community outreach, client advocate over at the Orleans Public Defender's Office. My job basically entails to form better relationships with our clients in the communities they come from. Also, to foster community ties with stakeholders and agencies to provide either the resources or the services to better serve our clients. In addition, I work directly with attorneys in the court pre-COVID, of course, to assist them retrieving documents and records and things of that nature, and also to counsel some of their clients, and essentially basically take the caseload away from them. All right. And so now we're here again with the parity issue. And I thank y'all for really passing this thing. In August, New Orleans took a very historical step by passing this parity ordinance, this law. And I really thank y'all from the bottom of my heart, not just because I'm an employee of the Orleans Public Defender, because I have been wrongfully convicted. I have been directly impacted by the criminal justice system. So I really thank y'all for that. This ordinance it made a bold statement. Y'all made a bold statement. Y'all unanimously voted for this particular parity. Y'all told the citizens of New Orleans that y'all was about equity, y'all was about justice, and y'all was about fairness. That's what y'all basically said. And it was well received in the city, unlike other people that don't get it. Because y'all get it. Y'all understand the significance of parity. And it just baffles me that people don't really get it. And the reason why I say people don't really get it is because of the fact that when we look at a system that we had prior to the parity, a system of unparity, we know how they look, right? That same system has been duplicated all throughout the countries in America, where we got a system that typically fund the prosecution of poor people more and underfund a public defender office, not just in New Orleans, but all across the country, right? And then we take a deeper dive, we look at the constituents of the people who are being represented by those public defenders office. More than 90% of the poor people and over 80% of those people are Black and brown people. So y'all recognize that systemic racism and y'all change it. And I tell you, I can't thank you enough. And the people who I talk to in the community, we have dealt with so many different things this year. And I want to make this clear. I understand that the COVID-19 have dramatically put us in a financial crisis, including the failure at the high levels of government. We're in an economic crisis. I totally get it. But when we look at the parade of horribles that comes from these different disparities as it relates to parity, those disparities still going to be there, right? Those disparities going to increase. Those people are going to go to jail. People are going to be sitting in jail without attorneys. People are not going to get the social services that they need, right? So it's just, I can go on and on and on, but I want to commend you for for passing this parity, because what it did, when y'all passed this parity law, when y'all changed Jeff Davis' name of street, people seen that systematic racism. And what that did was it started giving people a smidgen of hope in our local democracy, our local government. People start receiving hope. But when the mayor budget came out and the mayor overlooked or disregarded that particular parity law that the people worked so hard to get done, it was compared to like winning the championship but can't receive your trophy, right? Win the championship but can't receive your trophy. So this is like I said, man. I understand that we're definitely in a crisis, and to be quite frankly with you all, I have so much respect for you all, because I hate to be in your shoes. This is a lot of really decisive. This is some crucial decision that you all have to make, and I know some of you all personally, and I know what type of person you are. I know these decisions definitely going to weigh heavy on you all. So I want to just show my appreciation for that. But I'm gonna leave y'all with this, not gonna keep y'all too long because y'all been real busy. I'm gonna leave you with a personal story from my own personal experience that directly relates to the situation you're in. When I was in prison, I studied law. I became what we classify as a jailhouse lawyer or either an inmate counsel. And my job there was to assist less legally inclined inmates with filing their petitions. And if you know something about the law, if you're a lawyer, you know that whether if you innocent or you're guilty, you have a constitutional right to appeal that conviction and that sentence. And that was my job to help them do that. And this particular time that I'm talking about, I remember it well. Our state of Louisiana was in a budget crisis. That means that they couldn't allocate funds to the legal department that I was working for. And what happened was that we ran out of supplies. We ran out of supply like cartridges, inks, ink pens, and most of all paper, right? In this particular time frame, 3 guys came to me for assistance to file their petition, their constitutional right for appeal. And guess what? I have no paper. I ain't have any paper, right? I went to other inmate councils to get paper and they had paper. And what they did was they preserved for their clients. I respected that. I didn't get mad. I was frustrated. So I left out of the law library and I went back to my dormitory and I thought about it. I said, well, I can easily just tell these guys that we don't have no supplies, so I can't help you file your appeal. But when I thought about the parade of horribles that can come with the possibility these guys can actually stay in prison and die in prison, it moved me to get up. I left out of the dormitory, went to every dormitory in the facility where I was housed at. And at the end of the day, I had like a rim and a half of typing paper that I needed, more than enough I needed to help file these guys' appeal. So as months and maybe a year proceeded from there, 2 of those guys, they got denied. But one of those guys had his conviction and his sentence overturned because of the constitutional technicality. And when he brought me that ruling, you know, he was overexcited, I was overexcited, but you know what was deep in my mind? I was saying, man, if I wouldn't have got up and we got that paper for that guy would probably still be in prison today. So this question and this situation that you're in right now, we're leaders of this city and we are obligated to be the leaders of the citizens of New Orleans. Are we gonna forfeit or overlook the constitutional rights of the citizens of New Orleans just because our administration or our system have ran out of supplies? Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Feel like I could rest on that, but we're gonna move on. Is Jerome in the queue?
Jerome?
I'm sorry, can you see me?
There you go. Council, next up is Mr. Jerome Morgan, a classic man and someone else who has a story to talk about with regard to the role and importance of our office.
Thank you, Derwin. Mr. Morgan, you go proceed when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Derwin, and good afternoon to all of the council members. It's very much my pleasure to be here and be able to testify. You know, as you all know, my name is Jerome Morgan, and I'm co-founder and co-director of Freedom Foundation, which is a 501c3 geared to support our disregarded youth with a very critical transition from childhood to adulthood, and support the critical transition of our formerly incarcerated with economic, mentorship, and trauma care opportunities. My professional expertise is directly rooted to my personal experience with Orleans Paris's long-standing culture of overfunding the prosecutor. As a foster child due to my own parents being incarcerated, I was falsely arrested for second-degree murder at the age of 17 on my mom's 41st birthday. Eventually, I was released 9 days before Christmas due to insufficient evidence after being detained in adult jail for 72 days. After a couple of months of investigative work by the DA's office and the police department, a warrant was established and I was later arrested for a second time. Within 5 months from that point, the DA's office had a well enough manicured case to get me found guilty and issue me a mandatory term of life in prison without parole. Now, on my defense side of the picture, we couldn't compete. I was represented by an office that couldn't afford employing attorneys for staff, let alone investigators. Within those 5 months between my second arrest and my trial, I was appointed 2 separate public defenders. The first was removed from the case due to his inexperience. The second public defender was a private attorney who was given a contract by the public defender's office. By any stretch of the imagination, my representation was horrible. I had 4 witnesses to my defense, plus myself, who were never interviewed prior to trial. Furthermore, there was absolutely no pretrial investigation done in order to defend my innocence from the prosecutor's theory of the case. The trial lasted only 1 day. The prosecutor was well prepared and even thought we had the evidence, and the prosecutor was well prepared, and even though we had the evidence to prove my innocence, I didn't stand a chance against the well-funded DA's office in convincing the jury that I was not guilty of second-degree murder and deserved a life without parole sentence. Fast forward 20 years later, with the help of a well-funded organization called Innocence Project New Orleans, my conviction was overturned due to prosecutorial misconduct and its ineffective assistance of counsel, despite heavy opposition from the DA's office. Finally, the DA's office had met their match. However, in having all the funds necessary to do so, the DA's office fought against my freedom tooth and nail every step of the way, vowing to re-prosecute me for the charges yet again. This process took 26 months and countless amounts of funding on both sides until a decision was made by the Louisiana Supreme Court that forced the prosecutor to dismiss the case. My experience also extends into the lives of the many people I've met during my own ordeal and the many youngsters I work with now who would rather plead out than to face a trial at such disadvantage with an underfunded defense. However, they soon find out that pleading guilty can affect your ability to acquire decent housing and decent employment, among other things. As a result, many of my clients end up right back in jail, mainly due to underfunded defense. As a result, this problem of inequitable funding has dismantled families and destroyed our communities. Paying the DA's office more has only supported the win-at-all-cost culture of our prosecutors, which has caused wrongdoing at taxpayers' expense. We need to level the playing field fast if we want to be fair and revive our most vulnerable communities. If not, this advantage will continue to seed the racism it has caused, which creates a greater persisting risk of danger in our city. And I appreciate y'all for listening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jerome. Thank you. And Mr. Harang, we're going to abandon the text to move the slides. I'll just simply say, next slide. Thank you so much. All right. And again, thank you for allowing us to present this afternoon, council members. I am Derwin Bunton. I am the Chief Public Defender for New Orleans. I have been in this capacity now for more than 11 years. And today we are asking the council and the city to abide by the parity ordinance. As the slide illustrates, we are far from parity. The disparities between OPD and the DA's office increased in 2020, and in 2021, as proposed, it remains no better. Despite calls from community for equity and change, despite passage of the historic parity ordinance, we are far from parity. As proposed, New Orleans will spend more than $240 million in 2021 to arrest, prosecute, and incarcerate, but just $1.6 million to protect innocents, fight against wrongful arrests, protect against wrongful convictions, and to hold power accountable. This is what ensures a fair, equitable, and just legal system. Put another way, New Orleans will spend $620 for every man, woman, and child on police, prosecutors, sheriffs, courts, and just $4.17 per person on the Sixth Amendment constitutional guarantee of representation. This is neither equity nor parity. Next slide. OPD represents 85% of all cases in criminal district court. In 2019, we represented more than 25,000 cases, yet we are out-resourced by the DA 3-1. We have fewer attorneys than the DA and less than a third of the investigators, despite the DA having at their disposal a nearly $200 million police force to investigate and forward cases. Based on our workload, OPD still fails to meet any recognized standard of staffing and workload for public defense. Next slide. Revenue from conviction and user fees continues to fall. Our user-paid criminal legal system, as I have said now for more than a decade, is inadequate, unreliable, and unstable. Conviction and user fees make up an unreasonable percentage of our total budget, nearly a third, but continues to decrease. We are projecting another $480,700 decrease in conviction and user fees. Next slide. In 2020, the mayor proposed an appropriation of $2.3 million for our office. However, our actual appropriation ended up approximately $2 million. The only criminal legal system entity to receive less than what the mayor proposed. In contrast, the DA received an additional $500,000. The projected fines and fees deficit just mentioned, coupled with the 20% proposed cut, makes our projected shortfall at least $893,670. When we have to adapt to these shortfalls, it is our community that suffers. Next slide. Shortfalls and adversity aren't new to our office, unfortunately. We know the repercussions of not instituting funding parity. Right now, we have 765 people without an attorney, many of them sitting in jail. The longer the funding disparities continue, the more rapidly this number increases and the more detrimental the impact. Growing number of people in jail without a lawyer, surge in jail size and costs to the city, maintaining racial and economic disparities, reduced services and support for our city's most vulnerable, the homeless, the mentally ill, the poor, and those suffering from substance use disorders. Next slide. Still, when our community needs us, we show up. As COVID-19 began to surge in March, we immediately went to work with community and other stakeholders to help decrease the jail population and protect against a spread of the coronavirus inside the jail and within our community. The subsequent drop in population saved the city millions in incarceration costs while also protecting our community. Next slide. The disparities in the criminal legal system are stark. Failing to provide a level playing field in the system perpetuates the narrative that poor Black and brown people deserve an underfunded, inequitable, and unfair system of representation. When we do our work well, we are able to better meet the needs of our clients, thereby increasing the overall health and well-being of our community. This increases the credibility of and faith in our criminal legal system. Public defenders are proven as one of the most concrete and cost-effective ways to address the systemic, economic, and racial disparities in our criminal legal system. Public defenders are uniquely positioned to intervene at the various stages of the criminal legal system for systemic impact, at plea negotiations and agreements, at court and case delays, sentence length, pretrial detention, ineffective assistance of counsel challenges, police misconduct and accountability, reentry and recidivism, wrongful convictions, and integrity. Public defenders can intervene at each point. Next slide. This council voted unanimously to support funding parity for public defense. We need to hold ourselves to that promise, to our community, and that promise to fairness, equity, and justice. Next slide. Let's finish what we started this summer. We cannot continue ignoring the needs and demands of our community. This remains New Orleans' legal system, and it is up to us to decide where the priorities and values lie. We cannot be okay with accepting and saying, poor people, you don't deserve a public defender that meets all ethical, professional, and constitutional standards. While we are sympathetic to the economic hardships of the city, the demands of the criminal legal system simply don't go away. Not implementing parity won't make the disparities go away. They will simply grow larger and more harmful. The prolonged gap between OPD and the DA remains too great to ensure anything more than increased costs to our city in the future and a crisis in justice. Next slide. And could you play it for us, Mr. Harang? Or are we gonna have a problem?
You know, you guys sent over a PDF of it. I don't actually have the PowerPoint with the video.
You should have the actual presentation with the video in it.
Can you allow a screen share?
I can. If you have it pulled up, you can go ahead and share yours.
I'm ready to go with it, Derwin.
Okay. I'm trying to, it says I'm disabled. Here we go.
Councilmember Williams,
I'm waiting to see the video.
you can run point right quick.
Sure.
You step away. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Do we have volume on the video?
Wait, hold on. I think for some reason it's not allowing me to share.
We can see the video, actually, Mr. Button. We just can't hear it once play is pushed. Video's up.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Derwin, I have it queued if you want
Go for it.
to take yours. Stop sharing yours.
Wait, actually, let me see. All right, go for it. Let me stop sharing. Sorry for the delay, y'all.
Not a problem.
We need funds. I'm gonna say it like this. We need money to do whatever it is that we have to do. And when we look at the public defender's office, we looking at a big picture. We're not just looking at, and I don't want to say this in no bad way. We're not just looking at the recreation department. We're not just looking at a parade or a party. We're looking at something that's real important because, it's about the law. It's about Constitution. It's about fairness. And it's about change. It's about productivity. It's about the whole picture when we say that we need funds to support this particular program, because without it, it's going to cause a problem for our entire city. Without funding, without supporting this particular program, regardless of how you may feel about it, but you look at it realistically, and you know that we need this. We need funds. I'm gonna say it like this. We need money to.
Distinguished members of the New Orleans City Council, I am pleased to be with you this morning. There is no city more deserving or more urgently in need of a robust public defense system than New Orleans. Our great city incarcerates more people per capita than almost any other city in the nation, and Black men and boys aged 15 to 24 are 19.5 times more likely to be incarcerated pretrial than their white male counterparts. These statistics are shocking, and they hurt families and communities, but they also hurt our economic, social, and political prosperity. Our anemic system of public defense lacks the critical resources necessary to provide our beloved community with the fundamental constitutional right to counsel. But it doesn't have to be this way. We must remember that a budget is a moral document, and that we must implore our elected leaders to use each and every line item to reflect our community's values. These values are equity, fairness, human dignity. Funding our public defense system equal to that of district attorneys sends a clear mandate that we will not handicap this system to produce unequal outcomes. We will repair what is broken. We will invest. We will not sell our beloved community short. We will ensure that each and every citizen of this great city has the opportunity to be treated equally before the law.
Thank you.
Distinguished members.
Now I believe Lisa Maria, is she in the queue?
I see her screen. Don't see her yet. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready for me? Is this the moment?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. To the council members, Chairperson Williams, OPD family, New Orleans community, and all attendees, buenas tardes. My name is Lisa Maria Rhodes. I'm the founder and executive director of ALAS, a local nonprofit that trains educators to support immigrant and court-impacted youth. This is my 12th year in Orleans Parish Schools. First, I was a high school teacher and now a social worker. And I'm with you all today in enthusiastic support of the long overdue Public Defense Parity Ordinance, already passed by City Council in August. Cutting OPD funding means cutting services. And when you think of public defense, you probably think of an attorney in a courtroom. But who you might not think of is a real life story that I have seen play out too many times among my students. Tony, one of my 18-year-old high school seniors, is missing 2 months of school pre-trial because it takes 2 months for charges to be accepted or denied. Tony has college plans, career plans to become a doctor, but 2 months is enough time away from school to fail his senior year. He is unable to afford bail. He must wait for a public defender to be assigned to advocate for an affordable bond reduction. So Tony's Sixth Amendment right to counsel and presumption of innocence have been violated, along with his Eighth Amendment right to not have excessive bail imposed. Tony is incarcerated only because the city of New Orleans has not implemented parity. Beyond legal representation for both adults and youth through the conflict panel, OPD works against recidivism and for the dignity of each of our brothers and sisters by addressing the full person. OPD's client services team works to ensure that medical care, mental health services, and family support can remain intact. Appropriate trauma-informed supports create access to career options, continued education, and social mobility for our arrested brothers and sisters. So City Council members, today, all we ask is that you keep your word. If you talk about the health and well-being of our community, if you believe in fighting against racial and economic disparities, and if you say you believe in fairness and equality, implement the parity ordinance now. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
And finally, we have Reverend Richardson, Cornerstone United Methodist Church. Is he in the queue? It's been a long day. There we are. Thank you, Reverend.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings, honorable members of the council. I stand before you today to state that which in our time is unpopular. Morality is unpopular these days. And I stand for you and I ask you today to be unpopular. To be unpopular because I think that it has been rightly said that a budget reflects the moral commitments of those who pass it. And if I can also introduce onto the record another unpopular name, and that name is Jesus and his teachings. It's not popular these days to talk about Jesus and morality, but I stand before you today to encourage you to be unpopular and to listen to the words of Christ. For indeed, the words of Christ are more than sort of privatized religious piety. But the teachings of Christ, I think, is apropos to this very moment insofar as his teachings are indeed and should be implemented as the DNA of every single public policy, and particularly this budget. I remind you that today we are either sheep or goats. And either we will stand at the end of time, all of us will stand at the end of time and either be on that side of the sheep or that side of the goat. The goats are those that when Jesus turns to them and Jesus would say, in essence, when I was hungry, did you feed me? When I was in prison, did you come visit me? When I was in need, did you see about me? Did you pass a budget that would provide for me the equity necessary for me to be able to make a contribution long-term to the community that I serve? And the goats would say to Jesus, when did we not do these things? And the goats and Jesus will return to them and say, well, as you did it not unto these, you did it not unto me. And I don't want this council to be a goat council. I don't want this budget to be a goat budget. I ask for you to be the sheep today, to be the sheep that pass a budget where at the end of time, God will turn to each one of you on this council and say to you, when I was in need, you came and you saw about me. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I needed the extra budget in your, extra money because I could not afford an attorney, you ensured that I had what I needed through the public defender's office. And you may turn, counsel, and you may say, well, Lord, when did we do this? When did we do this? When did we see you in need and satisfy your needs? When did we pass this budget? And Jesus will say to you on November 11th, 2020, you passed a budget of equity for me. And as you did it unto the least of these, you did it unto me. So I say to you today, be unpopular, because of what I've just said is unpopular. But I say to you today, be unpopular because morality is unpopular. Being a sheep is unpopular. And please take this budget and make it go from a popular budget to an unpopular budget that seeks to satisfy the needs of those that have their backs up against the wall. Thank you so much. God bless. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, Reverend. And to close, the time is now for equity in New Orleans. We don't need to wait. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is advocating for equity for public defense. She filed legislation, the Equal Defense Act, as a senator to reform public defense. She said, quote, after spending my career around the criminal justice system, I've seen up close how it can fail to ensure that poor defendants receive a fair trial and due process as guaranteed to all of us in our Constitution. And as they rolled out this legislation, they looked to leaders around the country to give positive quote and review of this legislation. One of those leaders they looked to is right here in New Orleans. It was our office. And it is my quote for Kamala Harris's legislation that is published by the Washington Post. We agree. And like Vice President Harris, we agree it is time to do something about these injustices. Thank you all for this presentation, and we will take any questions that you have for us at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bunton. I want to, if we can, I'd like for you to highlight something that I think is a little bit confusing or is a bit of a myth that I think we need to debunk on the record right now for everybody. And that's the notion of the state's obligation versus responsibility of the city's obligation and funding the DA and OPD. And oftentimes people have said, councils before, that the state does not dollar for dollar achieve parity. But my understanding is that they are very close to achieving parity dollar for dollar. Can you speak to that, Derwin? I think that the real disparity comes from what the city of New Orleans is doing. Can you address that and highlight that a little bit?
Thank you, and that's absolutely correct. The inequities and disparities in our funding, in our system, really grow at the local level. At the state level, what the state provides to Orleans public defenders and what the state provides to the district attorney's office is actually fairly close. We're at about 70% of what the state gives to the DA's office versus what we get. And so at the state level, it's very close. And that's true pretty much statewide. It's when you get to the local level where you have the structural disparities that are baked in from the support that is given at the local level. And also, I would remind folks that in terms of state versus local, there is no more state actor than the DA in our system. They are a constitutional officer written into the state constitution, as are our courts, as is our sheriff. And the state and the city still provides for funding to those criminal legal system entities, because at the end of the day, we know this is our criminal legal system. It's not one we're going to defer to Baton Rouge. And what our community needs, we should not shrink from providing.
Director, also speak to the additional, not just the additional funding that the local prosecutor gets, but also to the some of the perks and gratis facilities that they also get. I know you all pay rent. I think there's differences in terms of insurance and benefits. Speak to that as well, because that really, dollar for dollar, it speaks to the uneven fight or the unfair fight that exists.
Absolutely. We pay rent, as you mentioned. The district attorney does not. We pay health care. We don't have pension. We don't have access to city vehicles or city fuel. All of those things are in-kind supports for the district attorney's office that we do not have at the Orleans Public Defender's Office.
Now, if we talk about a trial setting, the OPD's got to be present the same number of minutes and hours of any given case as any assistant district attorney. Is that correct?
That is correct. And additionally, here in New Orleans, we have a very robust municipal and traffic court where our district attorney is actually not obligated to be. That is a city attorney staffed court, but the Orleans Public Defender's Office still has to staff it.
And is it still true that you all are responsible for 85% of all criminal defendants that would appear at the planning board?
That is correct. And in fact, there was a Vera report a couple of years ago when they were doing pretrial services. And what they found is 95% of the folks coming through the system are actually eligible. It's just that some of those folks who are eligible are also leaning on neighbors, friends, family to hire counsel and to make bond.
I really just want to, and if my data is off, you can correct me, or someone else can correct me. Louisiana is still second only to Illinois in terms of per capita exonerations. Is that still the case?
I think that is still the case. We may actually have jumped into the lead per capita, but Illinois has more total.
Okay. And our city, specifically New Orleans, actually still leads the nation per capita in terms of exonerations among cities and parishes and counties. So we're still getting it wrong and convicting innocent people. Is that still the case?
That is still the case, and it is no accident. Like if you do not resource this work with the incredible impacts it has on people, you're going to make horrible, life-changing mistakes.
You know, earlier today, we had a presentation from the district attorney, and he was discussing, and his team were discussing the hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars and city fund dollars that have been spent by his office and will be spent by that office until the end of his term to defend lawsuits. And I would say that I think not only do we have a duty to fund a fair system from the beginning, but if we don't fund a fair system, then then it is going to cost us more money on the back end. And I think that there are some real savings we can realize financially by creating a fair system on the front end, so that we don't have people filing lawsuits because they lost 25, 30 years sitting in jail for a crime they didn't commit, when there could have been a full and complete and thorough investigation and defense put on if the resources had been there. So please.
It's absolutely correct. And almost from the inception of this current administration, they've been defending lawsuits from here in the street all the way up to the Supreme Court.
And that doesn't just speak to cases where someone has been wrongfully convicted and sent to Angola, but also defending cases at trial and up to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, speaking specifically of that task force case, in which the Public Defender's Office was fighting to expose that bad police work that Chief Ferguson has now said, had he been made aware of it sooner, he would have dealt with it sooner. So I do think there are cost savings in having a robust and fully funded Public Defender's Office for all of the community.
Right. There is cost savings and there is community safety that is amplified, because folks will begin to trust our system because they know that it is fair, it is fairly structured, it is equitable, and that they're not going to get some raw deal just because they're poor.
Director Button, thank you for your presentation today. Thank you for everybody who weighed in. It was good to see Dr. Richardson weighing in as well. I got to visit his church not that long ago, and he was actually preaching on this, on equity and the importance of it in the community, and how I'll go a step further and say how what we do or don't do at criminal court in terms of parity trickles down into housing insecurity, poor educational outcomes, food insecurity, because of the labels that people get in terms of how they get marginalized because they didn't have a fair fight during their one visit into the system. So thank you all for your presentation. Let me see if I have any other colleagues who wish to weigh in or have any questions or comments.
Mr. President, I do. This is Councilman Banks.
Councilman Banks, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Derwin and team.
Good afternoon.
Let me start by saying I don't think that there's any doubt that there has been anyone on this council that is more intentional or more ardent rather, about addressing the inequities that face many members of our community. The idea of fairness and equity, erasing the disparity, has been something that has not been a meeting yet that I have not made some kind of comment on. So I am very intentional in my efforts to make sure that the lesser of our community has a voice and a representation to be able to live a very fulfilling and successful life here in this community. So let me start with that premise. I do, however, want to be very clear. I support the idea of parity, but since that ordinance came about, and I supported it and still support the concept of it, there have been questions that have been raised, not so much about the fairness of having an equitable system, but having questions specifically about the way that the public defender's office is operated. So Darren, I got some questions, man. I need you to answer publicly on the record so that we all can be clear. Now, can you just tell me in a 2-sentence version, what is the responsibility of your office?
The responsibility of our office is to make sure that we represent folks charged with crimes, to fight for their rights, and to make sure that they are represented in our criminal legal system in accordance with all regulations, rules, professional standards, ethics, and constitutional mandates.
And by representing those folks, I take it that it takes lawyers to do that?
It takes an entire team. There is no existing professional standard that says all you need is a lawyer. The ABA 10 Principles on Providing Public Defense talks about the ability, the necessity of having support staff, like access to experts and investigators, and being able to participate as a partner in the criminal legal system. So it takes a team to represent someone, and that is, in accordance with the Constitution, the prevailing professional norm in our world right now.
And what positions comprise your team?
Well, generally a case team, it'll depend on the case, but we'll have investigators, we'll have lawyers, we may have our client services team, and of course we have our administrative supports that manage our dockets and make sure everybody shows up in the right place and files are created.
And how does the legislative liaison and the public relations director, how do they fit into that matrix of representing clients?
Well, they meet that standard for representation that has been enunciated by the ABA and the 10 Principles for collateral resources to be a partner in the system. That's number one. But specifically, our communications and development director is responsible for getting grants. And this position we've designed as part of advice we received from the council when we talked about our ability to go after grants. And so what we've been able to do with that position is to have, in this particular year, nearly $1 million in grants under management. And over the last few years, more than $3 million in grants that we've been able to pull as an office. And by the way, it's a position that exists in every other criminal legal system agency, and to this point, without question.
Okay, I want to follow up with that at some other point, because I'm being told that your office is the only one that has a public relations director. And if that's not true, then let me apologize for that, but that's the information that I was given. And
yeah,
in this era where we are going to be forced with trying to squeeze pennies and make copper wire because of these budget constraints we have, I want to make sure that every dollar that we are spending is being spent to the best use that it's supposed to be used for. So if that's incorrect on my part, then let me apologize for that. But I do want to follow up with that, and I'll get back to you after I can do a little bit more research. Or if you have information that shows that my information is incorrect, I would appreciate you sending that to me. Let's talk about the staff. There is also much chatter about there being an aversion from your office to hiring Louisiana lawyers. I'm being told that you have a propensity to bring in New Yorkers and Californians at the expense of local graduates of our very fine law schools. So could you clarify for me the makeup of the attorney staff, and what is the percentage of them who are local grown and the percentage that have been imported in?
Well, let me just say this. I love New Orleans. Louisiana is the only place I'm licensed to practice law. It's the only place where I have practiced law, and I've done it for 22 years. So I have to say that. I also have to defend our local talent that's in our office who are, quite frankly, tired of hearing this tired line of questioning, because it's not the first time it's hit us. So to my folks in the office from LSU, Loyola, Tulane, Southern, Dillard, Delgado, UNO, SUNO, and others, don't let this get you down. We will continue our fight for parity, equity, and justice. Also, to my graduates of St. Aug, St. Mary's, Jesuit Ben Franklin, Academy of the Sacred Heart, and others. I'm running low on time, so I'm going to make somebody mad by not acknowledging their high school. Let me say that we appreciate you, even if this baseless line of this sewing circle line of allegations comes up. That being said, we don't have nearly enough local talent or Black and brown talent in our office, because we don't have nearly enough Black and brown people in medicine or the sciences or in the law. My law school class, it was 400 folks in my law school class. 8 of us were Black men. The field that we have to draw from is one that is competitive and is hard, and we need help from leaders like you in particular to try and get us to a better place. That being said, we do not throw up our hands and say, oh, well. We have a special interview process with Southern, and we also have a special process with Southern that allows for a clerk to be paid through Southern to come and work at our office. We now have a new program where we're partnering with the Saints, where they will provide a law fellow from an HBCU, as well as funding for clerks and internships from historically Black colleges and universities. We are part of the law school partnership program, and we don't have as much control over who they bring to us, but those are free lawyers. We don't leave money on the table. And we would love, if you have any influence at all, to get Loyola, Tulane, Southern, and LSU to be partners. We have not been able to do that. That goes through our Gideon's Promise partnership, which trains public defenders nationally. So the short answer to what you asked is that's false. We try very hard to reflect our community. We do try to get more and more folks into our office from local schools. But we, like most agencies around the country, most public defender offices around the country, we've got work to do. That's what the unrest in the street is about. That's what folks protesting is about. The knee on the neck is not about, it's not about simply abuse. It's about systemic and structural racism and problems that we have that filter out good men and filter out folks from doing this good, hard work, filter out good folks. So that would be my answer to some of that.
Well, I appreciate you naming all those schools. You did not name my high school, which is the Eleanor McMain Magnet Secondary School.
I told you I'd get in trouble.
I appreciate you naming Dillard University, of which I'm a proud alum of Dillard. But that still didn't get to the point of the question. How many, give me the percentage of local lawyers that you have. And when you talk about systems that disenfranchise folks, I want to make sure that the Public Defender's Office is not one of those systems that is casting aspersions. Now, I heard all those names you named, but I want to know how many of those people from those institutions that you talked about actually have administrative or legal roles at the Public Defender's Office.
Well, everyone I named does. We are, I think, from our
So would it be 80% of the people that are in the public defender's office are local homegrown, or is it 20%?
We do not ask that on the application. And so
when you,
if you look at our office, you'll see where folks went to school. But take, for example, our leader in our juvenile work. She got her law degree from the University of Texas, but she was born and raised in New Orleans. If you look at one of our staff attorneys, she's got an undergrad from Rhode Island, but went to Ben Franklin. We simply don't ask that in our, this notion that New Orleanians don't graduate high school, go somewhere else and then come home is ridiculous. But it's also kind of ridiculous that this is the questioning we get versus other folks in the system. I don't, and again, it speaks to the unfairness of the system. The folks who stand proximate to the least of these get these drawn out, worn out questions, which is fine. I've done this dance many times.
Well, Darren, I'm going to accept the fact that my questions are drawn out and worn out, and I will accept that. But at the end of the day, I'm going to ask them anyway. So with no disrespect to you, my questions in my mind are not drawn out nor worn out and are valid and need to be answered. Now, if I have somehow offended you, then c'est la vie. But the questions that I'm asking, I think are fair questions. And again, there is no disrespect intended to you or your agency, but I think we need to have clarification. So I have not heard these questions before, and I guess I resent the fact that you keep disparaging my questions, therefore disparaging me. And I have never done that to you. That's never happened. I respect you. I've always been fair with you. I've supported you every time you've come in here. So please stop trying to dismiss what I'm saying as somehow not worthy of your time. I'm offended by that because I've never dealt with you like that. But that being said, let me move on then. There are less people in New Orleans now than were here at Katrina. But at Katrina, your budget was $2.5 million. Now it's $9 million. What's the difference?
Well, first let me address how you ended. I mean no disrespect, and I'm not actually upset at you. I know what you have questions that have been relayed to you by constituents and folks who have questions. That is actually your role. So don't misinterpret. I just know those questions we've done it before. So that's all I'm saying with that. So no disrespect to you, and I'm not trying to disparage you. It's just that this is something we've dealt with before. I thought this mythology wasn't out there anymore, and it seems like it is. But your questions are fair because you're reacting to what is being brought to you from concerned citizens and constituents, I would imagine. Now, what is different in terms of post-Katrina or pre-Katrina versus now is pre-Katrina, we have a report from the National Legal Aid and Defender Association. We have a report from the Sixth Amendment Center. We have a report from the Bureau of Justice Administration, 2 of them, that says our administration of public defense pre-Katrina was unconstitutional. So if we want to go back to an unconstitutional system, then yeah, let's talk about what that looked like in that budget. So that's the difference, is that decision makers decided post-Katrina, we were no longer going to put at risk the liberty and resource and liberties and needs of citizens of New Orleans. And we were going to have a public defender's office and start moving toward a public defender's office that could meet constitutional, ethical, and professional standards. So that's the difference. We were underwater, in short, and we are still underwater comparatively.
The number of investigators you have, I clearly hear you that it's not enough, but comparing New Orleans to Jefferson Parish or East Baton Rouge or the other more populated parishes, how do we stack up to them?
I'm not completely aware of how they structure their staff in all of those places. I do know that the percentage of folks going through the system who require and need a public defender in Jefferson Parish is lower than in Orleans. I do know that. I don't know by how much more. I think last time I talked with that chief, it was somewhere around 60, 65%. And the
workload, is the workload comparable, or do we have more to do or less to do than those other parishes?
It's not even close with Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Parish's felony workload is, I believe, less than half of what ours is. So that's Jefferson, last time I checked. And then East Baton Rouge is the one closest to us in total filings, but a lot of that is because they have a much more voluminous city court, equivalent of municipal court system. But we have, for example, probably twice as many murders compared to Baton Rouge. And what we see in Baton Rouge is they're beginning to recognize that they need to provide more funding to their public defender's office. And in the last, I think, local cycle, provided additional funding to their public defender office as well. So I don't know how their staffing sort of structure in Baton Rouge, but I know their locals also recognize they need more resource and support as well. And Baton Rouge recently had to undergo litigation because they said their workloads were constitutionally unethical. And so that is now pending in our state courts with national folks who are supporting the public defender there, ready to take that to the Supreme Court. So if that's the model, then it shows the great need we have all around the state.
Just one point of clarification, just Councilmember Banks, to your question, and Director Button didn't hit on this. Every other parish in the state has judges that alternate from a civil docket and a criminal docket. We're the only parish that has criminal court every week of every year. So, I mean, our responsibilities and work is just that much more.
Absolutely. And the structure of our system, the demands from our court, our police department, our sheriff, our DA here, for example, requires us to do our first appearance schedule is unmatched around the state. The idea that you would get counsel basically immediately is completely foreign to most of the state. And that results in more structural and institutional disparities in other parts of the state that we, quite frankly, have been able to mitigate to a certain degree here. You don't, in some places, you're not a case. No one knows who you are, where you are, or what you're doing until the DA accepts the charges. That can be 60 days before a public defender office recognizes you. Our jurisdiction, my community, our community would never stand for that. We would not do that. So there are lots of differences in practice around the state.
You in your comments earlier, you mentioned that the state funds the public defenders and the DA at about 70%. So is 70% sufficient? You're asking us to do more. Is 70 okay?
No, 70 is not okay. We believe parity should be commensurate with the work we do, and we continue to work to make that better. Back when you talk about pre-Katrina, for example, it was a fraction of what was provided to the district attorneys around the state. And it has been the work of advocates, not just me, but others, who have tried to move more and more to a fairer, more equitable, and more just system. But the comparison is important because when we talk about the gap in state funding, the gap is small and is smaller, and we hope to shrink it to zero, in the future with good, strong advocacy as well. So no, it's not enough, but we're moving in the right direction all the way.
And help me understand, does parity mean increasing you or decreasing them?
That's a very smart question, council member. And what I think at this point, we should be looking comprehensively, right? So right now we need to be able to meet the demands as they come at us. So that's increasing us. But we also need to be looking at our criminal legal system holistically and figuring out how we get a handle, wrap our arms around what is a behemoth system that impacts people daily and for the rest of their lives when they come in contact with it, hopefully shrinking it and its impact on our citizens and our communities. But right now, we just need to be able to have the resources to do our job commensurate with the work that's coming at us, which the council has has done with the sheriff, which has done with the police department, which has done with the courts, and which has done with the DA. All of these parts of our system have to function and have the resources, and we certainly need to be brought up so we can handle our end of the bargain.
And my final question is an operational one in terms of expenses. How do you all go about determining what's the process to try to keep your expenses as low as possible? And I'm going down this road to ask the question, from what the report says, 25 grand a month for rent on Tulane Avenue seems a bit high. As much as I would love to have Tulane Avenue be part of the street, it's not there yet. So is there some way to be able to cut cost and put more money into actual representation? And I'm not sure if that's an anomaly or if that is the standard way that business is done, but that seems to be a bit high for Tulane Avenue.
Well, I think we suffer from a little bit here in our office as the sort of only game in town with Tulane Tower. So the rents are what they are. The adequate space nearby that is both convenient, that is, doesn't cost extra to be 3 miles away. It is kind of what it is, and we've never enjoyed sort of free rent or anything like that, or those kinds of in-kind benefits. So we work diligently. My CAO, Danielle Berger, haggles and fights with our landlord basically every year. And we've been trying to work with community partners, which have recently included the mayor's office, in locating and maybe doing something innovative with maybe land or buildings nearby. But to date, the rent is what it is because the nearby space otherwise just isn't available.
Look, man, my beef is not specifically the rent. My question is more procedural. I just want to make sure that all of the I's are being dotted and the T's being crossed to make sure that we are trying to find the best possible use of these very limited resources. I don't think we've got enough cushion to spend an extra dime on something that we don't have to spend it on. And I can tell you right now, dealing with this budget process, we have to be very mindful of the fact that we will not have any cushion. We end up having to cut and make things fit as best as we can with the very little resources we have. So I want you all to be very mindful of the fact that we have to look at all of that to make sure that every single dime, we get a dime's worth out of it, because we ain't got that many dimes to go around. So with that, thank you, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman.
Hey, Derwin, this is Cindy. So what happened with the site visit? I know that last year when we wrapped up budget, I think Gilbert met with you guys in reference to that alternative location, because I know that that was something discussed where we could try to maybe reduce this expense from your budget.
It turns out the space was not adequate. The total space wasn't adequate. So that's really what that turned out. I think Gilbert was a part of that. If I'm remembering correctly, Councilmember Brossette was involved in some of that as well. And it turned out after looking that the space did not meet the sort of technical operational needs of our office. Now, we're still trying to work with some other partners to do some other things, but I remember that specific space, which I think was maybe a retrofit or something in the criminal court house or in that complex around there, and it just didn't work out.
So as we talked about the parity ordinance, okay, and I'm just doing my math.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we would need to get the OPD to 4.5. Is that correct? Is my math correct?
85% of the mayor's proposed appropriation for the district attorney's office is a little 4.8. But what we really need to do is, like we've been doing all these years, is move in the right direction. But yeah, it would be if we struck out for parity right now with the 20% reduction, it would be 4.8.
4.8.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from the dais? Derwin, does that 4.8 include a 20% cut across all agencies, or is that before the COVID 20% cut?
That 4.8 includes a 20% cut. So it would be 4.8 of the DA's proposed appropriation, which represents a 20% cut from prior year. So it would be 4.8.
Got it. Got it. Any other questions from the dais?
Yes, I'm sorry, it's Kristen. But then like we said earlier, if we cut the DA, we can again, and I've said this from the beginning with parity. Parity also means we can substantially cut the DA as well. Correct?
I mean, that would be a decision for the council, but yes.
I mean, parity is parity. It can go either way, and that's what we've
Correct.
talked about before, right?
Correct.
Do y'all, I think I asked this question last year. Do y'all have a designated grant writer?
Yes, our Director of Development and Communications is in the Zoom, Lindsay Hortenstein, and like I mentioned before, she's been incredibly successful with our office. And to prior questions about our policy council is actually grant funded as well. So we've been trying to maintain our ability to be a leader and partner in the criminal legal system. And we've been leveraging heavily grants to do that.
Now, I know the district attorney's office does that as well. That their grants department, I think at this point, is like twice as much. They've raised about twice as much in grants, I think, as your bottom line dollar. And they have a grants department as well, or one person can also have writing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, and part of that is there's from a number of different pots, there's a bigger pool that they draw from. For example, a lot of the federal pass-throughs exclude us as a recipient, so we're not even allowed to apply.
Why is that?
Those are the rules from Washington, largely. So there's stuff that the police department and DA's office are eligible for that we are not, and that builds a little bit more when we're talking about disparities and structural disparities. That's one. Which is why we're so bullish on now Vice President Harris's legislation, which would actually release hundreds of millions of dollars to public defender offices around the country. So, but it's just one example of how they get ahead of us on that. But we still compete. We think we certainly do more than any other public defender office in the state.
Mm-hmm.
We've had grants under management with Soros and Kellogg and public welfare and lots of Foundation for Louisiana, lots of different folks who we hustle in short.
I know y'all do. So I guess a couple of my concerns is, your revenue year to year comparison on the template reflects a steady reduction in fees from traffic court. What are you anticipating that? What is leading to that?
Well, part of it is changes due to litigation. So there's just not the collection is lower because litigation is dictating that courts don't collect. That's one piece of it, and then volumes going down in different courts. So, for example, traffic court, that volume has gone down steadily, and with the pandemic, it's been absolutely terrible. And in the criminal district court, where most are felonies, that was always a low remittance court anyway. And in fact, in April, I think they remitted to us something like $34. That was because of the pandemic. So we're seeing ridiculous drops in what's coming from those courts.
Okay. And then, I see that with the traffic camera collections too. You've got a pretty substantial dip from the previous year to now. And I'm assuming that's taking into consideration the less use for the traffic cameras, but also with post-COVID environment. Is that how you're using it to budget it out?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. And then why did the bail bond revenue go up?
That I have to look into. I think it could be this function of as we have more folks mindful of bail and bond, that there's actually not a dip, and this is pure speculation, so this is just me spitballing with you in the council, is as bond is becoming more accessible to more people, there's simply more bonds being paid as folks are getting out of jail. We haven't eliminated money bail, but a lot of the commissioners and the magistrate and the judges have been more mindful that no one should be in prison or in jail because they're too poor. So you lower it and you just get more into the system, and it's a percentage of those that we get. That would be my absolute guess.
Okay. And I am going to echo what Councilmember Nguyen said, is that, every year we talk about that rental fee, right? Because you're talking about over $200,000 a year. We talked about this last year. You said that y'all went out with the CAO's office to find space. It didn't work out. I think we talked once again about the empty Israel Augustine School right across the street. Having revenues that you expend, close to $300,000 a year in rent, that could easily be utilized to bond out to redo that and make it more of a criminal justice compound right there. I don't see why we're not really we have this conversation every year, like we're spitballing right now, Derwin, and it just seems like nothing happens with it. I don't buy into the fact that we can't find other space or find something creative out there.
Right, and it has been one of the more frustrating dreams of mine to move into that building. But I will say this, that the mayor's office lent some resources and ear to the conversation. And we've been trying to pull in additional partners to do something more innovative across the street. And so that I haven't given up on that. And, it may take a little more of a lean in and investment from the city. But I still believe that's doable. I still believe we can.
I do too. And if part of the parity means that the city uses our bonding capacity or whatnot to bring it to the table to bear so that we have long-term, free rent, to me, that's what makes sense. I mean, that's a whole nother level that we can bring to the table, right?
Yeah, I would love to continue that conversation with you.
Okay, and then can you describe how would the OPD utilize the additional 3.2 million in funding if we were able to achieve parity? What does the success look like to you in terms of, is it just straight up for salaries for more public defenders? Is it more investigators? What does that look like?
Well, partially to Councilman Banks' point, we'd get more lawyers in the building. Right now we're looking at dangerously high caseloads and cases that aren't moving because of the pandemic. And we keep losing, we are hemorrhaging lawyers right now. We're going to lose 4 more at the end of this month. At the end of this month, we'll be down to about 50 lawyers. And that for 25,000 cases a year is an untenable workload by any standard. So that's largely where it would go, and you build out from your ability to handle those cases. So investigators are built out from the lawyers you have, and then support staff in that regard.
Okay. Well, look, thank you all for your work. I've said from the dais, I've said publicly, I'm supportive of the parity ordinance. I'm going to propose parity in an ordinance for this budget session. However, I'm going to look at it in terms of coming specifically from criminal justice line items all the way across the board. Whether or not we can all come together and find a consensus which equals votes, we'll find out. But I'm committed to doing that and proposing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And if there is anything at all you need from me or my office, just let me know.
Now, of course, with that being said, it could be bringing a lot of other folks down too, right? To bring everybody to the same level.
Correct. I understand. My vision ain't blurry. I see what you're saying.
Councilmember Palmer, anyone else? Anyone else from the dais? Any questions for
Let me jump in real quick if I can,
Council
Mr.
Vice President?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I definitely, absolutely agree with parity, but I also agree with efficiencies. And so I'm sorry to go back to the whole rent situation, but can you tell me like what you've done to explore other options? What other buildings you've looked at? I mean, and look, the former Augustine Middle School building, which, we've worked on trying to figure out how we make this into a restoration center. And there was a lot of work happening, up to roughly 2018, and then some stuff kind of went down, and I think we're all trying to get the pieces back together. And I'm incredibly supportive of creating some type of restoration center and having, really a one-stop shop at that location, reentry services and just, transportation services. I can go on. And that is a dream and a vision, that I hope we can accomplish. And I mean, I'm all in to help in any way. And I agree with what Councilmember Palmer said. We need to take a look at the capital budget and see if we can put the pieces together to put that in place. That being said, even if we are able to put the pieces in place, it's not going to happen like this. It's not like the building is going to be ready in 2 months and ready to go. So what have you done to find a place that is not so incredibly expensive to be located in, maybe until we can find that more permanent solution down the road, a couple years down the road?
Well, we've looked, and thank you. And, to the first part, let's do this. Like getting back to some of the conversations we've had, we started before the pandemic hit, for example, to reach out to Ochsner. They had a little bit of a tingle in getting an urgent care center in there as another anchor tenant, which would be absolutely wonderful for us. So let's do this. But in terms of what have we done? We looked at other properties that are nearby or close to the court. Most of them simply, none of them really met the requirements we need in terms of space and standard to make a move. For example, we looked over at, oh my God, what was that building at Tulane and Common, where they all come together. We looked there a couple of years ago, just trading one cost for another. It was going to be expensive to move back and forth. You increase parking and difficulties on clients and that sort of thing. So we couldn't do that. Then we looked at space in the courthouse, and it just wasn't big enough, wasn't adequate. Do that. So every time we take a look, we're either trading one cost for another, and it actually becomes more expensive to meet the needs of a professional office that is going to handle 25,000 cases a year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would just say this, I would make this a priority because, as mentioned before, I don't know which council member brought it up, but it seems that every budget cycle, we keep having the same exact conversation. And I get it that, you looked a couple years ago, you looked again, but I think that this needs to be a constant search for another option. This is just not, it's just a waste that this amount of money is just going to rent. So I just would say that this should be a priority to consistently try to find another location. Properties come up for sale all the time. Different groups, especially now after the pandemic, are looking for additional anchor tenants to come in, even those that have very large properties. So I would just say, continue that search and do it consistently, not just every once in a while. It should be a priority.
And I appreciate that, and I agree, and we certainly will do. Just as an example, we understand what that rent means. That rent means for roughly 5 additional lawyers.
No doubt.
And to standard, that means 1,000 more cases we can handle to standard. So yep. We're very mindful.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Any other council members wish to weigh in? Seeing none, Director Button and your entire team, thank you all for this presentation. My commitment is still with you. Let's figure this out. And thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you so much. And thank you, council members, for this opportunity. Once again, it is a pleasure to do this every time. I also want to say I have a newfound respect and admiration for all of you, having gone through the electoral process. Incredibly proud of the campaign we ran. My opponent ran a damn good one. We've got a new judge. But having done it now, my goodness, I thank y'all for doing this and being able to run that gauntlet so that and putting yourself up for service for our city.
Thank you for offering yourself as well, Director Button. And you know, you've been serving the public for quite some time in your current capacity, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As has your entire team. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Is OIG ready to present? I think Chairman Brossette is still away from the dais. Are we ready to go with the next presentation?
Good afternoon. This is the Office of Inspector General.
Hello there. How are y'all?
We're doing well under the circumstances, Councilman Williams. How about yourself?
Doing just fine. 2020, all curves and no breaks. So we're prepared for anything.
Okay.
Well, Councilman Williams, Councilwoman Moreno, and fellow other council members. My name is Ed Michel. I'm the first assistant for criminal investigations. This is Larry Douglas, the first assistant for audit and evaluations. I'm in my second week of the interim inspector general position. So we are without an inspector general, as you know, but I'm
Mr. Michel, can you speak up, please? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We'll see if we can adjust it a little bit more.
We'll try to
Thank you.
Mic closer.
Does that work?
How does that sound now, ma'am?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. So as I was saying, this is my second week as the interim inspector general, and we appreciate the opportunity to present our budget as well as our accomplishments. We're going to start off with our goals as well as our accomplishments, followed by the budget request and the new initiatives. Before I do that, I would like to start off with saying that we are participating in the furloughs to do our part, and we also are getting about another $80,000 back to the city that we weren't going to give before, because we requested a rent abatement from the Federal Reserve Bank where we are currently housed, and they have agreed to assist us with that. So we're going to be giving additional monies back to the city in these trying financial times. Our 2020 accomplishments, as related in our annual report, we've done several reports from audit and evaluation, which Mr. Douglas can talk about later, but they include a report on the Sewage and Water Board, the Department of Public Works, as well as the Audubon Commission reports. In the criminal investigations realm, we've initiated 11 new investigations, as well as obtained about 18 administrative actions. If you just go to the next page, please. And we had, in addition to those 18 administrative actions, we had an additional 11 criminal actions regarding arrest, convictions, and sentencings. And just a little bit of highlight on some of those investigations. We had a conviction of an employee of the Sewage and Water Board for theft of brass. We have 3 additional Sewage and Water Board former employees awaiting trial with another 3 warrants outstanding. We conducted several administrative, I'm sorry, if you could just go to the next page. Thank you. And we conducted an additional 3 investigations concerning administrative violations of employee misconduct. And pursuant to a memorandum of understanding with the New Orleans Police Department, we conducted 3 investigations regarding complaints filed against commanders assigned to the Public Integrity Bureau, the deputy chiefs, as well as the superintendent himself. If you go to the next page, you were all familiar with Kevin Richardson, a former building inspector who was issuing fraudulent certificates of occupancy. He solicited and accepted bribe money from individuals seeking favorable inspection reports that otherwise would have not complied with city inspections and protocols. He has pled guilty, and his sentencing is scheduled for some time in the following months. And we've had a couple of delays in some of our court actions because, as you know, the federal courthouse has been closed for a while. Go to the next page, please. The district attorney's office requested us in obtaining videotape and reviewing some bulk data from the murder of taxi cab driver Mr. Ali Khan. As a result of us obtaining that information and analyzing that bulk data, the district attorney's office was able to actually charge another individual in that shooting death of Mr. Khan, of which no trial date has been set, but we were instrumental in providing computer analysis to identify another individual who was responsible. The next page, please. Yesterday, I don't know if the council heard, but Mr. Urban Mayfield and his associate, Mr. Markham, pled guilty to defrauding the Public Library Foundation out of more than $1 million. This is an example of a case that we worked with other local and federal entities. And this is just an example of how in times of increasing threats and limited resources, where we combined our resources effectively to actually mitigate this prevalent threat. The loss of $1 million from the this institution known as the New Orleans Library Foundation was significant, and it hurt the lives of many people. I'll turn some of this stuff over on the audit and evaluations to Mr. Douglas for further comment.
Excuse me. All right. Well, thank you again, Council. We appreciate your support. In the 2020, in the next slide, please. Thank you. We have completed and released 3 reports during the 2020 calendar year under present times of COVID. Back in June, we issued the Sewage and Water Board dispute resolution process. That was a audit where, that was an evaluation report that looked at the disputes that Sewage and Water Board, how they handle those. We identified 3 specific findings. One was rejected, the other one was partially accepted, and the final one was accepted. We are tending to follow up on that within the next 12 to 18 months to ensure that the process is moving along. We have last month, the month of October, and the month prior to that, in September, we issued the 2 Audubon reports. The one in September dealt with the disbursements, and the one last month that was just recently released dealt with the payroll audit. As you, I'm sure, read through the news, Audubon has historically disagreed with the findings primarily because of the legal basis. But we believe that the legal basis is sound. We move forward with those reports. Going to the next slide, please. Back in September, in accordance with the ordinance, we issue our 2020 annual work plan. That work plan requires us to identify projects that we believe that are important, that we would intend to accomplish throughout the fiscal year. It covers the period from September 1st of this year to August 31st of next year. I'm not relatively new. Let me correct that. I've been here since February of 2019. And so one of my charges was to develop a risk assessment process as well as a audit work plan that would identify entities, processes, procedures that would or pose the highest risk. We put our audits on a 2-year rolling cycle, just to allow us a little bit of flexibility and discretion on the selection and timing of project based on what we believe are high-risk areas into the city operations. And next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to talk just a little bit about our goals for this year. We'd like to enhance a collection action plan designed to collect and analyze data. As you know, everything is bulk data driven, and the more bulk data there is, the less time we have to actually sift through large amounts of information. Our previous experience has taught us, if anything, this rings true with fraud, waste, and abuses, that we must learn how to follow the money and learn what's connected with those transactions. For goal 2, we are going to continue to expand our working relationships with our federal, local, and state law enforcement partners, as well as regulatory partners. In times of increasing threats and limited resources, it is incumbent upon us now more than ever to make sure that we combine our resources effectively and efficiently to represent the needs of the city.
Continuing on with goal 3, focus activities on the right issues at the right time of the greatest concern to both elected officials and external stakeholders. Next slide, please. 4 and 5. 3 and 4 and 5 are interconnected, but we believe that they need to be distinct in some level. The goal number 4 is to develop and adjust the work plan that I just previously spoke of. We want to adjust the work plan and schedule based on continuous assessment and the evaluation of the risk universe. And that's, again, talking about our risk assessment strategies and processes to ensure that we can identify those things that pose the immediate high risk to the city. And finally, goal number 5, assign and dedicate appropriate resources to ensure the efficiency and effectiveness of governmental operations.
And moving on to goal 6 for us, refer the results of criminal investigations to the appropriate prosecutors. We've had investigations both in state and federal court, and we are anticipating to have more in the coming months and years. Goal 7, refer the results of administrative investigations to the CAO and appropriate city managers. And on to the next slide, please.
All right, so as you should have received our annual work plan back in September, as you are clearly, as you may be aware, we identified several projects that were currently underway. That includes the brass purchasing. We have a DPW and Sewage and Water Board road restoration and coordination. Those 2 are audits. And the firefighters pension, board governance and infrastructure, and job order contracts are evaluations. My evaluators are looking at more of the governance strategies and strategic planning on how the firefighters pensions are current. And within the job orders contracts, we're looking at the processes and flow and purchasing and approvals process to ensure that they're abiding by policies and best practices. And finally, we initiated an audit of the Orleans Parish Communications District. You're probably also aware that they have challenged our jurisdictional authority. That was adjudicated in the district court. However, they have recently pushed back, filed a motion for it to take to the Fourth Circuit Court. So we're working through, with our legal counsel, we're doing our best to find strategies to make sure we can address that, because we do believe that that's an important audit to complete.
And if you can go to the next slide, please. And finally, our 2020 and 2021 budget. 2020 had a total budget of about $4,483,000. We are on par this year to return. We estimate at least $1.5 million. However, The reason we are returning the 1.5 million is the former Inspector General did not hire several vacancies in the office, including an auditor, an evaluator, an investigator, and an executive assistant. So while we are on par to give back money for those critical hires that we didn't fill, it'll be up to the next Inspector General to determine where those critical hires are. And for 2021, I believe it's estimated that our budget is going to be somewhere near 3.48 million based on recent estimates that we received from the CAO's office as of last week. And again, we are without an auditor, an evaluator, an investigator, an executive assistant, a general counsel, and an inspector general currently. And so if we can go to the last slide, the initiatives for 2021. Thank you. So we would like to develop a more robust outreach program. We believe an informed public is a safe public. Just yesterday, I populated our Twitter page where we announced the convictions of Mr. Markham and Mr. Mayfield. And, you know, prior to that, the system just simply wasn't used by the former Inspector General. He was not an avid user of social media, but I believe, again, in these times of increasing threats, we have an obligation to both inform the public as we alert them to what some of the indicators could be to fraud, waste, and abuse. And we want to develop and deliver a more robust communications program. We're working on our website design, and we're enhancing social media presence more as we did in the past. And again, the goal is simple. It's to inform the public and the city employees about our mission, our goals, indicators, as well as the insider threats to combat fraud, waste, and abuse. And with that, we are available for any of your questions or suggestions.
Councilmember Moreno for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Michelle, Mr. Douglas, thank you. Let me just start with kind of where you ended, and you really caught my attention there. I want to talk about the vacancies. You said that you, at this point, you don't have an auditor, an investigator, an evaluator, and an executive assistant. Why were those critical positions not filled?
Well, ma'am, that's a good question. We advocated, Mr. Douglas and I advocated for all of these positions to be filled along with an executive assistant. We're lacking severely in administrative help. For whatever reason, the former Inspector General, I guess, did not consider it one of his priorities.
So how long were these vacancies open? Is it something that where everybody quit at the same time, or was it something where these positions went unfilled for many months?
I think it's a little bit of both. Prior to my arrival, I believe that there were a couple of, when the transfer from the previous administration to now, again, the former administration, there were a few vacancies. They were not dealt with in a timely fashion. And then I think we had one possible resignation from my arrival. And then from that point, we just, the ball did not move fast enough to acquire the additional help that we needed.
Yeah, that right there is really troubling to me. You know, these are critical positions, as you mentioned, and the fact that there seemed to be no urgency in filling these spots, I think that's absolutely problematic. Let me go back and just start on your budget, because I want everyone to understand how the budget for the OIG works. So it is by charter, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you are to receive a specific percentage of the general fund. I believe it's about 0.75% around there. Is that correct?
It's 0.55 of 1% of the general revenue, ma'am. That's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you for the correction there. So And with that, you know, the council really can't, since it's in the charter, we can't really, you know, to put it in just easy to understand terms, we really can't mess with your money there. And from what I understand, also in the charter, it says that the mayor also cannot veto this appropriation as well. Is that correct? That amount?
Correct, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so that being said, so your budget's roughly $4 million. What is the salary for an IG, or what was the previous IG paid?
I believe he left slightly at 200, maybe right at 205, 205,000, I believe that's correct.
So that's a pretty hefty salary at over $200,000. I very much appreciate your presentation, but I will say this, you know, I'm not impressed by just releasing 3 reports last year. And I know that some of these reports, I saw the one recently from Audubon, I believe the period under examination was between 2012 to 2014. So releasing a report 6 years later, I just think that how are you going to make impactful, quick changes if there are problems, if reports are coming out many years later? So do you think that you have been productive, that the office has been productive over the past couple of years under the leadership of the former IG?
So, ma'am, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying, and I would like to finish up with you, if I may, about the positions, because I am in complete agreement with you. While it would be perhaps inappropriate for us to comment on the productivity of the former IG and his attendance at work or lack thereof, which may have significantly impacted the work here, I would like to tell you that we have many experienced, dedicated, hardworking, diligent employees here that are hungry for a new inspector general to come in and take a particular interest in their duties, their job skills, read their reports promptly, and get that out. Because if it's not timely and it's not relevant, you are absolutely correct. We're not doing our job.
And on the timely and relevant piece, Mr. Michel, and you know, I hate to ask the tough questions to you, but you are currently the interim OIG, or interim IG, excuse me. But yes. On the on the timely investigations, though, I do have a question about one that I believe is incredibly important and pertinent as well, and that is the investigation into safety and permits. How long has the OIG been investigating this particular department?
So that investigation has been going on for some time now. And keep in mind, please, that there have been some arrests and some convictions, and there are pending actions, which at the moment for me to discuss would interfere with the integrity of those. But I believe I can say that perhaps the outgoing Inspector General had a singular view, perhaps, of certain types of investigations, and I can just assure you that for our part, and I'm just a temporary, I am not by any means the Inspector General, but I would like to be able to expand our view and seek all options available to us, which I think perhaps maybe were not looked at before, but those include all local, state, and federal violations and laws as we ascertained what happened in those endeavors. And, you know, we want to be able to represent the city and to be able to help it identify and assess the threats that it faces, and in a timely and relevant manner. Because if we don't do it that way, then we're not much good.
And that is actually my point here, Mr. Michel. So, you know, I'm going to go back to, this was at the beginning of 2020, and you know, the council was getting ready to have its first hearing into the Hard Rock collapse. And I received a letter from Mr. Harper at the time, you know, telling me to stand down and not to have these hearings, talking about, you know, how, you know, I'll just read you part of the letter. It said that we ask that the council consider the impact any review the council may initiate will have on the long-term, very detailed, comprehensive investigation this office is conducting. And I'm talking about the investigation into safety and permits. It talked about that the city council will interfere with the long-standing law enforcement procedures of this office, And then finally, it said that we respectfully request that the city council defer any review of the specific circumstances surrounding the Hard Rock collapse in favor of the investigations presently underway. Mayor LaToya Cantrell then moved forward with her own independent investigation. She too was asked to stand down, which of course she did not. And the reason why these kind of separate reviews are occurring, it's because we're not getting timely information from the Inspector General. We still don't have any additional information into safety and permits to this point. And I know that this investigation has been going on for years. The city attorney sent a letter just yesterday to your office saying, look, we are in the process right now of trying to restructure safety and permits to make it much more improved and better serve the public. And this is something that the mayor is really pushing. But they would like your guidance and input to make sure that there are no red flags, right? But so far, they've received no type of response. And I just think that if you're really being serious about, helping the city root out problems, then, timely communication is so important. We can't receive stuff, many years later that something happened back in, 2016 during the previous administration. That's just not helping us. And more importantly, it's not helping the people of this city. And you have such a huge, look, I commend the people who work in your office. I know it's not an easy job, but you have such a huge job and such a huge responsibility. And the public is really depending on you. And I just ask that on the communication piece, on the pace of reports and items, that they just move a little bit faster, and that when you see something, that we need to know about, to let us know then. And that's really my biggest ask.
So yes, ma'am, I completely understand and I completely agree with you. Being the former unit chief of the Foreign Terrorist Tracking Task Force when I was employed and retired subsequently from the FBI, I completely understand timely and relevant as the field intelligence coordinator. That's what I intend to do. We have many difficulties to overcome with Mr. Harper's departure. Rest assured, I had a conversation just 5 minutes ago before I got on this call about providing that information to Ms. LaBeouf at the city attorney's office, because we want to do that. We are moving with all haste, but please keep in mind, as it takes time to turn an aircraft carrier around, we've been going in one direction with Mr. Harper for 2.5 years. We are making a change in navigational direction, and we will achieve success in getting to the destination that I believe you and the rest of the city deserve us to go. And we will do it in all haste, I promise you. In the meantime, I would like the opportunity to be able to, at any of your leisures, if you want, or to reach out or have a conversation with me, I would be glad to talk to you about some of the things that we're doing to better preserve the integrity of city government at all levels. We truly want to be a part of the solution and not the problem.
And to add to that, Councilmember Moreno, we did meet with the mayor last week, and as Mr. Michelle was saying, we would love to have that conversation and dialogue with you too, because we do not want to operate in a vacuum, even though we're independent and even though our work does require some level of discretion, purpose, and investigative activities. We are also wanting to be more transparent and being able to have these conversations with what you see as a high priority in the city going forward, not even from an investigation standpoint, but more from an audit and evaluative standpoint. That comes to me, and I'd love to have that dialogue with you as well as any other member of the council.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that, because I think that there absolutely has been a communication problem with at least from outsiders trying to get in touch with your office. I mean, I just from personal experience myself, there were times when I would just call and, I would not get a return call ever from the IG. I couldn't find them. one time his receptionist called my office back like 6 weeks after I had called to see what I had needed. I mean, it was just, how am I supposed to try to get information, to an office that's supposed to take a look and evaluate certain items and departments if I can't even get in touch? And so I was just concerned too, that if I was having trouble getting in touch, what about the public? What about people in the city wanting to report something to your office? So I would absolutely love to start over, make sure that the communication is good between you all and the council and the mayor's office. Let's start over. More than happy to reset. That's just how I operate. Okay. Let's also try to figure out a way, and I know you're already doing it with social media, to make sure that the public knows to engage with you all as well and come up with that type of strategy as well. So, Mr. Chair, I just have one more additional question. And this one has to do with talking about people working in the office. I did see something on Channel 4 about a particular employee that apparently was an office manager at OIG, but then also apparently was collecting a full-time salary from the Ethics Review Board as well. So can't be two places at once, right? But then apparently was not working at the Ethics Review Board, was only working at the OIG's office. What can you tell me about this? Has this situation been resolved? Apparently this went on for many months.
So, yes, ma'am, and thank you for your question. The former IG, Mr. Harper, had a full scope on the position and the salary of that individual that you mentioned previously. I can tell you now that person does not have that salary anymore, and her title has been changed to reflect her current duties. Myself nor Mr. Douglas had any insight into and/or propensity. Mr. Harper's conversations with civil service were just that. We were not kept in the loop, and when we did give our opinions on things, we were summarily dismissed.
Well, I think the question then is, what do we do about, all of the many months that this person received, money that really shouldn't have been coming to her because she wasn't in that job. So, that's probably not a question for you, but I'm going to talk to the CAO about that item. But anyway, look, I know you've got a lot to reset. I know that at least you very much seem committed to be moving in a different direction. I am absolutely here to be your partner and to help you in any way. And like I said, let's start with a better line of communication, and I'll definitely be reaching out to see if we can, have a social distance sit down to begin those conversations.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, you had one other question about the critical positions that we didn't hire. I just wanted to get with you about those. It's our intent to go see the CAO and to request permission to hire our executive assistant, at least an executive assistant. And I know we're under a hiring freeze and what have you, but the critical positions we really feel like we need to be able to get to be able to continue to assist in the identification and mitigation of threats. And I feel like we're being good stewards as we are given a significant amount of money back. But we do need to hire some of these key positions, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to properly protect the integrity of city government. And for all the missteps that this office has engaged in previously or caused any harm or dissatisfaction with the city, we're here to tell you that that's not us, and we're going to move it forward, and we are going to do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of things.
Get Councilmember Williams open.
Interim Director and Mr. Douglas, and I guess take all of my questions and frustrations as I understand that you all were not in control of some decision making that was done. But we're talking about close to $4 million in a long time that went by. And when and specifically with regards to Hard Rock, and specifically with regards to years-long investigation of safety and permits, I would like to understand from you all how the mission of the office fits with what you all see as best practices for inspectors generals more broadly, because I don't understand how an investigation into a city department carries over into a separate administration. It's my understanding that safety and permits was under investigation during the last mayoral administration, and it continued with absolutely no information being provided to the city attorney or to the mayor or her administration when they had a very long transitionary period in which they could have worked to get rid of or deal with problematic employees in that department. So I guess, how do you all see the mission of the office, and what is the best practice in terms of the length of the investigation? And is there a scenario where an investigation should last beyond new leadership? I think that's what's most frustrating for me.
Yes, sir. So just to point to, in October of 2019, we actually were aware of some information, and we asked the safety and permits to review their GPS vehicle logs to determine if their employees were in the same locations as to what they actually said that they were, and to determine if they were conducting any types of personal business and not doing their job. And, you know, the result of that review led to approximately 11 suspensions of employees in safety and permits. So we have provided information where and when we can. With regard to your question of is it, I guess, okay for these investigations to go past one administration to the next? The best answer for that, sir, is that, you know, we don't know what we don't know until we know it. And so as we go through these investigations, obviously we would love for everyone to come in and just tell us all the crimes that they're committing, but sometimes the motivation for cooperating with criminal investigations, particularly where people can be subjected to jail time, imprisonment, or significant fines, people normally don't have the motivation to cooperate until as such time as they do. And
Sir, I think you missed my point. I completely agree with what you're saying right now. My issue is once the OIG has spotted or uncovered improper or criminal activity within safety and permits, what rationale is there to not make the new mayor aware that there are department heads or members of the department that are not operating as they should? That's my concern. I understand the nature of an investigation. I'm saying when new leadership comes in, there's a change of command, a new mayor, there's a transition team. If OIG is focused on rooting out waste and fraud, what was the rationale in not making the new mayor or new administration aware of issues within one of the departments that she was about to take on?
Sure, I don't know what the motivations were for Mr. Harper because I wasn't here. I can't tell you as to what Mr. Harper had in his mind. I know he had a singular view of independence of the office. In my conversation, in Mr. Douglas's conversation, we visited with the mayor recently, and we informed her that, you know, we see ourselves as being part of the solution, and we need to combine our resources effectively where and when we can, and where and when we can provide information that doesn't interfere with the integrity of an investigation and ensures the stability of city government. That's what we're going to do. But
as I understand it, the investigation of safety and permits not only predated this mayor, but it also predated Mr. Harper. So you've got the OIG, and it goes to Council Vice President's point. When there is no finality that comes out of investigation, then the waste and fraud is allowed to continue. And so, I mean, is there anything in you all's mission or protocols that would say we need to make the new mayor or new administration aware of any ongoing investigation so that they can, I don't know, hire better, be on guard? Speak to me about that.
If I may, a little bit something to that. I think to Mr. Michelle's point and to your point, Councilman Williams, I think from it, and as you said, you understand the criminal side of the investigation, such that if it changes from one mayoral administration to another, and in the crust of there being an investigation of top officials within that department or anything, I'm sure that there would be a need to withhold that information to some level of degree. Conversely, with an audit or an evaluation, if we're doing an audit of that, there would be some level of us being able to do information sharing such that whatever recommendations or process improvements we will recommend for the city or for that department to improve their operations. From an audit and evaluation side, we're not going to recommend necessarily that somebody be replaced in their role. However, the processes of the lack thereof of deficiencies could possibly be indicative that maybe there might need to be a changing of the guard. So I'm hoping that helps shape a little bit of that.
It does, and I guess what I'm struggling with is the need for a thorough criminal investigation to go whatever direction it takes those investigating, right? Versus the need for a mayor and a new administration to be able to govern, hire, and start an administration with some degree of intelligence and awareness of problems within the office. If the goal is to make 6 arrests, I get that. But if that means the mayor and top administrative officials who were not a part of that waste or abuse or fraud because they didn't have those positions before, if they are left to deal with people that are conducting criminal activity under their noses, I'm just torn with a scenario where you would have an administration finding out 2-3 years in about criminal activity going on by their employees, and I'm just trying to figure out where that intersection leads us.
So, sir, I believe there is a proper balance that needs to be struck to meet all of the objectives that both of us have. And please keep in mind, I may have a different objective than you, but we're on the same team and we both want the same thing, I assure you. Keep in mind, for us to be able to coordinate and fully protect the integrity of city government, we have to combine our resources effectively with our partners. We cannot do it on our own. And to do that, sometimes we have to abide by the rules of the federal procedures of how criminal evidence is obtained pursuant to federal grand juries. And we are subjected to those particular rules and regulations. And if we violate those, we could be held substantially under penalty of law ourselves. So it's not that we don't want to do certain things, but we are under certain obligations to ensure the integrity of the information we have. And I promise you, we are doing everything we can to move with utmost expediency to ensure the integrity. And we're pursuing all avenues vigorously in the departure of Mr. Harper.
In terms of the critical positions that were left unfilled for extensive periods of time, if we've left them unfilled for over a year, how do we call them critical positions?
Well, I believe we need to have a certain amount of investigators, auditors, and evaluators to do the work. At the same time, the work that those auditors, investigators, and evaluators are doing, there needs to be some attention from the Inspector General, who, should actually be here every day to actually review that work. Just because we don't have the appropriate amount of investigators to spot and assess the threats, that doesn't mean the threats are gone. I hope that answers.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And in your opinion, you lay the lack of employees at the feet of these years-long investigations, I suppose, or the length of the investigation. Does that go hand in hand?
Can you repeat that?
I'm just trying to make sure I understood your explanation. The lack of having people in the correct positions led to the delays in getting these we had 3 reports in a year. Have you been able to assess if that was due to the last OIG not coming to work, not paying attention, or the lack of employees and staff members?
I believe there is a combination. I can tell you that for this office to be effective, you need to have both. You need to have an engaged leader who is here every day, who is not absent. And again, I'm not going to comment on the news story, but you saw the records and you saw the report, and you can assess your own views of the attendance or lack thereof. But you need both. You need an engaged leadership, and you need a dedicated workforce. We have the dedicated workforce, although they may be somewhat discouraged by the potential lack of leadership that occurred. They are still here. They're still willing to do the job, and we are anticipating with great hope the next Inspector General to come in and lead and guide us.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely discouraging, as you have said, and I'm sure it's even more discouraging for people who are working there and showing up. Can you speak to how it's possible that there could be this lack of a presence for so long of a period without there being some trigger? What mechanisms are in place for a situation so that this can be caught sooner, or should have been caught sooner?
Yes, sir. So I've had conversations with the Ethics Review Board about that, and I would refer you to them because we report to them, and the chairman has some particular opinions on that I think he is working on improving to where that doesn't happen in the future, sir.
Okay. And can either one of y'all speak to what the national best practices are with regard, and I know every investigation is very different. Certainly if it is referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office or referred to another agency, then it takes on a life of its own. But is there a best practice as it relates to an audit or report or review by an OIG such that the waste, fraud, or abuse can be caught contemporaneously with when it is affecting taxpayer dollars the most?
That's a pretty tall order. Let me just tackle it this way. It's trying to take the bite at the elephant one bite at a time. I think what we have to do is we recognize that we're part of the Association of Inspector Generals, and of course, what they would, what best practices would be is to, as we all agree to, and as I think the theme here is to ensure that whatever we do is timely, whatever we do is relevant. And so to your point, Councilman Williams, I think our goal is to make sure that we identify, for us on the audit and evaluation side, is to identify the highest risk and things that are occurring within city government, processes, procedures, et cetera, such that we help agency management put those safeguards in place to ensure their operations are operating effectively. From an audit and evaluation side, we have the standards. So for the audit side, from our audit side, we have GAGA standards. That's generally accepted government auditing standards. They're promulgated by the General Accountability Office out of the US government. They have strict standards for how we plan, how we conduct our field work, reporting, or independence of such types. So our goal is to make sure that when we do our field work, that is in alignment with both GAGA standards as well as the Association of Inspector General's principles. And at the end of the day, when we opine on the report, that it is accurate, factually accurate, and that it doesn't meet the objective and scope and the methodology. So to that end, our goal is still to be always to do our best to timely disseminate information such that at the end of the day, agency executives, officials, elected officials, et cetera, are in a position to ensure that they can make those right decisions at the right time. I hope that helps.
No, that helps out a lot, and I thank you, gentlemen. You all have a serious task ahead of you, rebuilding that trust that was lost there. And I would just say, you got 4-year councilmanic terms, 4-year mayoral terms, and if you want the person in that post to be able to realize the benefits of the investigation and actually put those recommendations in place, there is some value to getting that information as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Williams, thank you for your questions and comments. The Councilmember Jeruso. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions to what the Vice President was asking earlier. There's not a final OIG in place right now, and there's a number of open positions. I guess, is there a thought process into when the vacancies, particularly with the classified employees, will be taken care of? What does that timeline look like first?
Yes, sir. So we're going to review our incoming budget, and I believe at the very least, I'm going to request from the city an emergency request to hire an executive assistant. And we will look at the numbers. I don't want to actually hire anyone with a lower budget that we may not be able to pay. So once we get that number, I will be able to make some better, but at the very least, we definitely need an executive assistant. And we had an executive assistant that we identified, but when the person was offered the job several months later, that person had found employment elsewhere. So.
Okay, but I guess, for hypothetical purposes, the budget can't be touched because of the charter implications, and we'll all need to work with the CA's office on lifting the hiring freeze. So let's just assume that happens. What is sort of best case scenario for filling executive assistant, inspector, investigator, the positions that are open? Is it 3 months from now, 4 months from now? Just because if you don't have the people, you can't do the job, right?
Yes, sir. So I've already taken steps to put feelers out for the executive assistant as well as the investigator, and Mr. Douglas has done so for the auditor. So, and again, I can't speak to Mr. Harper's ability or inability or interpretation of why those positions weren't filled. I really can't tell you why. We were just asking why not. But so we want to get those positions filled as quickly as possible. Once we get the new budget numbers in, I believe we can at least hire one executive assistant and an investigator and at least an auditor. I'm hopeful, sir.
So assuming again, all the numbers work out, are we talking first quarter of the year that these positions would be filled?
I would like to think so, yes, sir. As,
Okay.
as soon as humanly possible is the answer. 'Cause
Okay.
we really need to get the critical personnel.
Right. I mean, I think we're all, look, I think you've already pointed out the story is what the story is. I'm not here to belabor the past. I think like you, we just all want to move forward now. And,
Yes,
you know, an easy way to make sure that somebody can't do their work is not giving them the hands that they need. And so I think we all recognize how critical it is to be funded correctly, number one, but then number two, to make sure the personnel is in place.
That's correct.
All right. And I guess, you know, and this may be more an ERB question than a U question, but I think it maybe deserves some thinking about, which is the issues that happened that predate you were really not known. And I'm just wondering if it makes sense to have some sort of regular check-in, so that way, you know, we don't get to the end of a year and hear, well, there's only 2 reports. Maybe while I understand there's constraints that certain things that may be under investigation have a degree of confidentiality, or there's rules that have to be followed, I'm just wondering if it makes more sense for everybody in the near term to have some more regular check-ins, so that way the ball doesn't get this fall down the field.
So yes, sir. That is, you are correct. That is.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. That is an ERB question. But in that endeavor, I believe that there's really nothing that you can't solve with good, honest, regular communication. So I've been reaching out personally more than once a month to the chairperson, explaining the challenges that we are facing, along with some of the steps that we're taking to correct those issues that are hampering our productivity. So, and I believe, but again, I would refer you to the Ethics Review Board themselves, but I believe they have the desire to do so as well.
Well, that's good to hear, because I'm sort of with you that this is like a partnership or a marriage where you got to communicate or it all dissolves. And so the fact that there's regular check-ins, I think, just helps keep everybody honest and just for the pure purpose of discussing and letting people know where things stand. So I appreciate those answers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Council members, are any more questions relative to Inspector General?
I just have a couple quick comments.
Councilmember Palmer?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Council Vice President's comments. You know, it's been very disheartening since I came back to the council, watching the lack of reports that have come out of this office. It's in very big contrast to what this office used to be. And so I do look forward to continuing this in a better vein. I think most of these comments, we do have to talk to the other department about it, but mainly too, when it comes to what is the timeline to hire a new Inspector General. And that's going to be at the Ethics Review Board, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe the Ethics Review Board have requested funding to seek a search firm. I don't think they've hired a search firm, or I don't think that they've identified one. And I would just feel uncomfortable giving an estimate on to when, but I would love to have one tomorrow. But I think that that's going to take them how long it takes them.
Well, we'll ask them. I think they're going to come up soon through the budget hearings. But I would like to also say that when you hire an Inspector General, you would also want them to have the ability to hire their team, correct? It just seems to me that if we have all these empty positions, you almost want a new director coming in to have say over how they want to structure their staff. So it seems like there is actually an opportunity for a new inspector general to be able to have a team that they help define.
Yes, normally the Inspector General definitely hires a general counsel. And so we have a general counsel vacancy. That's one of the more critical positions that Inspector Generals normally have had the leeway to select their own. And as far as the civil service employees that are here, those employees will remain constant throughout at the classified.
And though I do appreciate your report, your PowerPoint, you know, I'm not going to dwell on it, but a lot of these informations that you bring to light are quite old, and work that was done many years previously. And so it is, again, I'd like to see more, but it goes back to your departmental goals and goal number 3. When you talk about focus on activities on the right issues at the right time and of the greatest concern to elected officials and external stakeholders, how are you going to do that?
Well, I believe the best way to engage our customers, which are the city, is to begin a much more aggressive outreach campaign where we actually meet and go over some of the indicators to fraud, waste, and abuse, and then have a mechanism in place for when they do see those potential indicators, or they just want to reach out to us. We're there to actually make sure that we're available to communicate with them. COVID-19 has impacted the ability to be able to meet in person, but I'm hoping soon that we can have that impediment lifted and we can actually begin that aggressive outreach campaign. I've already started it on our Twitter account. Yesterday was the first Twitter announcement we've had in about 8 months, I think, but we're going to use that more. Anytime that we can use technology to facilitate more successful communications, I think it's an option that we need to enlist to make sure that we are providing and at least contributing towards the integrity of our operations.
Well, also, again, just speaking of basic communications, though, even with electeds, I know we used to always have interviews with the previous inspector general, you know, at least biannually. And I haven't seen that at all from the previous Mr. Harper. So it would be nice and refreshing to have more conversations, I think, with different elected officials like it used to be. Just almost like interviews on what we see and where to go. Because again, I agree with Councilmember Moreno that there has been a serious lack of communication from this office.
Councilman Palmer, if I may just add that my intent is to circle back with you as well as the others. That was something that we both learned upon our arrival, the lack thereof of the engagement. And so to your point, which I believe you're suggesting as well as Councilwoman Moreno's, is hopefully this reset will allow us that opportunity to do exactly what our office is required to do and be able to have that discussion with you so that we meet that goal number 3 and we're perfecting that.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Hearing no other questions, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Michelle, thank you for your work. We look forward to continuing to work with you throughout the rest of this budget cycle and look forward to the work product the Inspector General has in store for 2021.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Office of Police Secondary Employment, which will be the final presentation for today, day 3 of the hearings.
Okay, good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon. Boyle, introduce
yourself, please. My name is Brian Boyle, Director of the Office of Police Secondary Employment. I am joined today by Fabian Barberin. He is the Deputy Director, and he will handle the financial side. So it's been a long day, so let me try to get through this quickly for you folks. Okay, next slide. Next slide. To start off with, it's that the history of this office, which you are all well aware of, was as part of the key part of the federal consent decree, and it centralizes the oversight and just responsibility of all aspects of the police paid police details within the city managed office. Responsibilities are that we coordinate all secondary employment, and they include general security, neighborhood patrols, school traffic management, special events, private events, street closures, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. This is the organizational chart that I spoke to you about last year when we presented this, just the realignment, and it's working out in a fantastic way. Fabian is the Deputy Director, also the business manager, so his shop handles the whole financial side. Whereas Naima Abdul Rahman is our operations manager, and she handles the operations, which is, taking a detail from the beginning till the end to up to and including collections. So we did make a shift on that, and presently there is 5 OPSE coordinators working under her command. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just to touch on some of the accomplishments that we were able to get through this past year, which are reflective of the goals which we laid out for you. I got 2 pages of these, so I'm going to touch on a couple of them. Dear to my heart is our AR collection initiative. We spoke about that last year, how there was just a big backlog. A lot of it was due to staff turnover, understaffed by far, the amount of work. So just to show that we made a dent in that, the number was 609,000 at January 1. And as of Fabian's number of November 7th, we got that down 50%. So that was actually, it's been hard work. And you all know that tracking down money is the most difficult aspect of running any kind of a business. So I was glad to see the positives in that. The other one I would like to touch on was the scheduling system, which we use, which came through the consent decree. They had the same one here for 5 years. So as we mentioned to you last year, we were going to be in a process, got the RFP out there, got it on the street. Great help from all the partners within City Hall that helped us out with that. And we have a great system, and Fabian's been on point with that, with his IT experience, and it's working out well. And one of the good things on that was what the law department brought up to us, as which I have written down in here. We not only were able to negotiate the price, which they came in kind of high, and we knew that we were going to have 4 chances after the initial year. We wanted to we didn't want any constraints on our budget. So we worked out a great number with them per unit price, which they had too low for us. And that is what they increased. So as we can, get back to normal and then continue on our growth path, that's going to be a good thing. And as for the kickoff of that, okay, so you know that you've been using something for 5 years. All of a sudden, we had a very short window by the time the cyber attack pushed us back. And then naturally the COVID pushed us back. So we had a really short window, probably 2.5 months to be able to get this kicked off, and training and everything else that we did. So we were able to do that. And the feedback that we're getting from NOPD on the NOPD side is that they're also, they like the new system too. It's taken from me. It's user friendly. So that's a good part. Next slide, please. Okay, we mentioned that we were going to do the market segment alignments. We were able to accomplish that. That led to, like I was saying last year, we had certain customers that the process to handle their details is the same. So what we ended up doing was not being so strict on the market segments, but if the processes were the same, it made more sense to have that coordinator handling different or handling the customers that were more in line with what they do day in and day out. The next point is a big one. We hired a program analyst at the last quarter of last year, and that went into the business office in the Fabian shop. So all along, we were able to kind of beef up the operation side to where we were able to handle the business. But the more business we were handling, Fabian was left with himself and one other person to handle that work. And Fabian was being pulled in a million different ways. So that addition has been great. And we appreciate the fact that we were able to do it. So it's going to allow for Fabian to do more of what I need him to be doing and the shop needs him to be doing. And that's just use his KSAs to further advance this office. And then the last one, we showed some of the numbers, even though we had a down year so far, we're still not faring too bad. And, a big one off of that is the 48,266 details, which we have managed so far this year. So, that's a nice number. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so the goals, we laid out 4 of them. First one, technology advancements. Fabian having that IT background, there were some things that he was forced to do internally within his shop that was written some scripts. So what happens is Fabian's able to run the scripts, but someone without his background's not able to. And that was only to automate the processes that we were doing. And now that we have the extra person, he is in the process of looking at some automation where it's more user-friendly for the other 2 folks that are in his office. So also some, we wanted to get in with I'm sorry, looking at my thing. We wanted to do some mass text messages, which falls in line with goal number 2 is the new scheduling system. As I said, very user-friendly, and the contractor is more than willing to work with us to build this to exactly what we need. And Fabian's also working on that side to see if we can't get a building, a billing component built into the system. That's going to save some time in his office. Both of these 2 are really so I can free up Fabian to so we can concentrate on the bigger bears in our shop. Also, the goal 3, audits. So, Fabian's on the line. I can, a lot of the goals, Fabian, are going to have you that busy little bee. Goal 4, strategic planning. Long overdue. We started to touch on it this year. We had a couple hiccups. And, the bottom line with that is that I want the staff involved with the development of the 1, 2, and 5-year plan. So I got some things in my mind. We had a staffer here that went to bigger pastures, and we were started brainstorming on that. So I'm really looking forward to get into that. I hope to have that done in 2021, or at least a big part of it, but that's going to be key. And like I said, it takes a team to accomplish goals. So I also feel that it takes a team to put those goals together and not just work it at a smokestack level where, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but with the other 9 people within OPSC, we're pretty darn smart. So next slide.
Boyle?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Boyle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
The 9 employees you have in the office of OPSC, has that increased or decreased in 2020?
We actually lost 2 people this year, Chair. We lost 2 throughout the year, and we did not hire one that we had. When we sat with you last year, we would have liked to increase our operation coordinators to 6. We got to 6 for 2 months. And now we just found out, I just got notice today that we're going to be down to 4 in a week and a half. So we just got a resignation letter. I just received that this past Monday. So, you know, we're gonna pull our bootstraps up. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, most of, are these, the remaining 5 positions that are now, will be vacant, you said down to 4. Are these classified, unclassified?
They're classified. And you will see that, Chair, in the next couple slides when Fabian takes over. They're listed down there.
All right, and then the, what percentage would you say of administrative overhead costs of your $9 million budget is relative to personnel? Those particular 9 individuals, 4 if you count the resignations.
Fabian, you want to answer the chair on that?
Yeah, basically operating budget is about 600, I'm sorry, bear with me 1 second. It's about $600,000. About 680.
680?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Barbarian or Mr. Boyle. Either y'all can continue. I just wanted to ask those questions.
No, that's good. And we're going to get right into that now, Chair. So if you could, Fabian, this is starting on where you were going to take over with the budget slides. So I'm going to turn it over to Fabian.
Yes. Thanks, Brian. And thanks to City Council for allowing me to provide information about the Office of Police Secondary Employment. OPSE provides the administration necessary to operate the secondary employment program with integrity and in a transparent and fair manner. So in support of our customers and elite NOPD officers who perform their duties professionally while maintaining an environment enjoyed by our citizens and visitors alike, OPSE manages the fulfillment of the needs of our customers while not requiring general funds. Next slide.
Mr. Barbarian, while I have you on that slide, and
yes.
It's fine that you're on the budget, the next slide. Being that we have the furlough situation for classified employees, I know that you notate that we'll have an increase in special events across the city, but do you all anticipate to supplement those impacts by the furloughs to employees' income, that you all will be seeing an increase in details?
Well, the details are sort of driven by the needs of our customers. Staff-wise, we're making modifications, adjustments to handle the workload given the furloughs. So we feel confident that even with this latest resignation, we're going to be able to manage the business, which will be reduced, due to COVID. But we're confident that we'll be able to manage that. Okay. All right. So moving on with the budget summary. Our ask this year is for $9.8 million. After conversation with the CAO office, who was also in consultation with economists, we made projections of which netted us basically in about a 20% decrease in overall business. Our personal services represented about $9.2 million of that, and that covers our active officer payments as well as administrative personnel costs. In the other operating, we have the reserve officer payments as well as overhead costs such as copier, phones, office supplies, and the payment for our scheduling system service. Just to give a little background on OPSC history, we started generating net operating income since September of 2017. We were on an upward trajectory to increase that. I think we did in 2018. 2019, we were looking for a $200,000 contribution in terms of net operating income. And in the first, through February of 2020, we were on pace to exceed that 2019 net operating number. But COVID came and we all know the rest of that. But in the last quarter, in the late third quarter and this fourth quarter, responding to the effects of Hurricane Delta and the need for details at the hotels where we're housing the residents who were affected by Delta, that created additional need for NOPD services, which buffered the effect of COVID-19 and losing the second lines and other details during the third and fourth quarter. So we've been able to maintain that trajectory. We feel we'll come close to a break even for this year, and that in large is due to the hotels. And then as they wind down, we're expecting that the resumption of other details, previously ceased, will begin. Mardi Gras in some form or fashion, and then hopefully with Jazz Fest and the like throughout the year. We're confident in 2021 that we will also be able to basically achieve a break even, if you will, and feeling confident in that. Next slide. So again, the 2021 projected is after consultation with CAO and the economists as the CAO office related projections by the economists. So that brought us to a projection of $9.9 million projection of revenue, which represented about a 21% decrease from the previous year. And next slide. And with that,
questions.
I open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle and Mr. Barron. Councilmember Williams.
No questions. Just wanted to thank these guys. Fabian, great presentation. I appreciate the work that y'all are doing. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just say to you, Fabian and Mr. Boyle, if there are any complications that we over at the council can deal with filling those vacancies that exist, with speaking with civil service, that has just been a discussion over in the presentation that came before you, which was the Inspector General's office and their staff levels. Just let us know.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Hearing no other questions, thank you for your presentation. And we look forward to working with you through this budget cycle in preparation for 2021.
Be safe, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you all.
You're welcome. That concludes day 3 of the public hearing on the 2021 budget. Right before we conclude, though, we will have 40 minutes of public comment.
96 comments. Daniel Goldstein, not a paid rep, Defund OPSO. The sheriff's office is not essential to the health and safety of New Orleans. It is criminal that OPSO's budget will be cut when services that are essential to the health and safety of our people are getting cut by at least 20%. The jail has been at least 30% empty for some time now, so it is clear that OPSO does not need all this money. Defund OPSO and give the money to departments that genuinely serve and protect our citizens. Defund OPSO, fund public defense, healthcare, and education. Jenna Grant, not a paid rep. I support the parity ordinance being enacted this year. It is the law and we should follow it. Emily Daigle, not a paid rep. The City Council passed a budget ordinance mandating that the District Attorney's Office and the Public Defense Office receive the same amount of funding, and the proposed budget completely ignores the law. Allocate 3 times as much funding to the District Attorney's Office. If you care about law and order, then follow the law and allocate the same funds to public defense that you do to the prosecutor's office. You can take money away from the police and prosecutor's office and give it to public defense. New Orleans may be the incarceration capital of the world, and the most heavily incarcerated country and the second most incarcerated state in the country. We still punch above our weight and incarcerate an astounding number of our residents. It is appalling. It is even more appalling during a pandemic when we know that prisons and jails are incubators for the coronavirus, magnifying it and releasing it to the community. We do not need to spend money incarcerating New Orleans during the pandemic. We need services. We need health care. We need compassion. We need constitutionally adequate representation in criminal court. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Amy Daigle. Stephanie Gaskill, not a paid rep. As New Orleans seeks to elect their progressive district attorney, we must not forget that the disparity in funding between the DAs and public defenders is outrageous. Every person deserves a well-funded defense. Enforce the parity ordinance now, it is the law. Celeste Khan, not a paid rep. OPD should be funded with parity to district attorney's office. You yourselves have said this is the law and it should be followed. The Constitution gives rights to those accused of crimes, including the right to an attorney. A system is one where you are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. John Adams himself defended the British in an extremely unpopular move because all people have the right to justice to a defense but a lawyer who can give them time and attention that they deserve. It is a moral imperative that the Orleans Parish Public Defender's Office be funded at parity with the DA. Stephanie DeWolf, not a paid rep. I'm running to ask you to ensure that the city makes public defense of our already disproportionately criminalized population if possible. How can we even expect justice to be enacted when our city leaders can't defend the right of their citizens to qualified and fair defense? I implore the city to enact the recent parity law in this year's budget. Without funding between OPD and the DA, our entire community suffers, particularly our most vulnerable and disenfranchised. The effects are endless, including disrupting families, economic hardships, and continuing the school-prison pipeline. New Orleans spending favors policing, prosecution, and incarceration of our community members while barely funding the defense of our community's constitutional rights. It is time for this to change. It's time to begin to prioritize our community's right. It's time to enact funding parity. OPD needs equitable funding now, and the New Orleans criminal legal system needs to confront disparities that harm so many. New Orleans City Council must invest in fairness, equity, and justice, and in lasting criminal justice reform. Robert Drunt, not a paid rep. The city is facing massive reduction of income and must make a reduction in expenses. Mark Alain, not a paid rep. Public defenders protect against wrongful conviction, hold the police prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair justice system for New Orleans. I am calling on City Council to demonstrate its commitment to a fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans by fully enacting the public defender funding parity ordinance in the coming year. The community demands it, justice depends on it. Wendy Padian, representing people who need representation, not a paid rep. Please make sure to adjust funding so that every single soul has representation. We need to start caring for the people of our community, and we will have a more peaceful society. Turning them into prison is a way to make money for the billionaire prison owners who get massive tax breaks. I plead to you to put New Orleans and her people first and appropriately fund the public defenders. Olivia Bowers, not a paid rep. I'm calling on the City of New Orleans to demonstrate its commitment to a fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans by fully enacting the public defender funding parity ordinance in the coming year. Public defenders protect against wrongful conviction, hold the police prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair justice system for New Orleans. The community demands it, and justice depends on it. Emily Rose, not a paid rep. I appreciate the City Council for taking an important step of unanimously approving an ordinance calling for budget parity for the Orleans Parish Defender's Office. However, I was dismayed to see that the mayor had ignored the will of the people and the ordinance set forth by the City Council. in proposing a city budget that does not provide adequate funding for public defense in New Orleans. As much as I can as a private citizen, I urgently request that the ordinance be enacted in the upcoming year's budget. Funding parity is a crucial step towards ensuring that the constitutional rights of all citizens are protected and prioritized. The city spends 1 times the amount of money on policing, prosecuting, and incorporating members of the New Orleans community than it does on protecting their rights. The fund structure fails in the community and it must change. Follow the law, enact funding parity now. I'm your groaner, out of pay up. Public defenders protect against wrongful conviction, hold the police, prosecution accountable, and ensure a federal system for New Orleans. I am calling on the city of New Orleans to demonstrate its commitment to a fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans by fully enacting the public defender funding parity ordinance in the coming year. The community demands it and justice depends on it. Lucy Bloomberg. I urge the city council and the mayor to abide by the parity ordinance passed earlier to ensure that OPD is given all resources it needed to defend those who cannot afford a lawyer. This is a cornerstone for our democracy and must be treated as such. It is completely disrespectful and illegal of the mayor to ignore the basic necessity. Fund OPD, defund the police. Megan Garvey, not a paid rep. When the city decides to fund something, it is making a value statement about what it cares about and is demonstrating who it cares about. We are asking that the city value protecting our citizens' right to liberty and constitutional rights as much as it values being able to punish and disenfranchise them. While the city may have fallen on financial hard times due to COVID-19, constitutional rights of people is not where we should be cutting corners. You either care about people without money or you don't. Samantha Malone, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Samantha. I'm a resident of the Marion neighborhood, District C. I'm a local practicing attorney and I am full support of the City Council ordinance that funds public defense office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. More money is needed in OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Morgan Embleton, not a paid rep. Hi, my name is Morgan Embleton. I'm a resident of the Upper Ninth Ward neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds public defense office and defunds DA and OPD departments. It is crucial that OPD office has more money in their budget so they are able to provide proper protection and legal representation to those who need it. Bob Morrell, not a paid rep. This body voted to increase the parity of our public defender's office. By passing the budget proposed by the mayor, you are contradicting the will of this body. Please do what the citizen asks you and make sure the public defender's office get the funding they need. Thank you. Michael Springer, not a paid rep. In August, New Orleans took a historic step to combat systematic and racial disparities in our justice system with the funding parity for public defense ordinance. This was a value statement by the City Council. They embrace the idea that our citizens are no worse than other people and that their constitutional rights are worth protecting. Mayor Cantrell proposed a budget that would give OPD a fraction of what the DA's office gets. Mayor Cantrell celebrates the election of Vice President Harris, so I asked her to also embrace the VP-elect's perspective on ensuring the rights of those who cannot afford lawyers. As VP-elect Harris said, after spending my career around the criminal justice system, I've seen up close how it can fail to ensure that poor defendants receive a fair trial and due process, the guarantee of all of us in our Constitution. In the midst of a budget crisis caused by largely caused by an ongoing pandemic, failing to adequately fund the public defense office will only further impact the countless New Orleans families whose financial situations have been devastated by the same pandemic. There can be no justice without equity. Benjamin Ammon, not a paid rep. Please honor the funding parity for public defense ordinance. The OPD defenders have been doing crucial work for so many years without parity and funding for the DA's office. This is not fair to the people of New Orleans. This ordinance was passed, needs to be instituted in good faith. Jessica Fender, not a paid rep. We should be funding the public defender's office in accordance with the parity ordinance passed unanimously in August. Our current resource gap is shameful. People are on the street protesting for criminal justice reform. Mayor Cantrell's proposed budget feels like a slap in the face. Under her plan, we will spend 3 times as much trying to lock up New Orleans citizens as we are providing the constitutional rights of defense. Abiding by the parity ordinance is the bare minimum you can do to show faith with the public. New Orleans needs to do better. Hannah Ash, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Hannah. I'm a resident of Mid-City. I'm in full support of City Council orders that funds public defense office and defunds DA and OPD departments. More money is needed in OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Courtney Bush, not a paid rep. Our justice system is funded on the tenet that criminal defense are to be provided counsel. The counsels only work alternative they have the resources and ability to defund and to be defended individuals. Mayor Cantrell wants to pump dollars into our prosecutor offices, but not our defenders. That makes no sense. No wonder our prisons are overflowing and innocent people are let out years, if not decades, after receiving a shoddy trial. Our audience, public defender's office should absolutely be given the resources to do a good job for indigent defenders. These investors and insult to our criminal justice system. Ron Kettleholt, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Ron Kettleholt. I'm a New Orleans resident. I'm in full support of the city ordinance that funds the public defender's office and defunds DA and OPD departments. Women is leaving OPD budgets that people can have proper prosecution and legal representation. Caitlin Bodie, not a paid rep. Respect the parity ordinance and the law. Appropriately fund public defenders. Jerome Morgan, representing Freedom Foundations, not a paid rep. My name is Jerome Morgan, and I am co-founder of Director of Freedom Foundations, which is a 501c3 geared to support our disregarded youth with the very critical transition from childhood to adult, and support the critical transition of our formerly incarcerated with economic mentorship and trauma care opportunities. My professional expertise is directly rooted to my personal experience with Orleans Parish, long-standing culture of overfunding the prosecutor. As a foster child, due to my own parents being incarcerated, I was forcibly arrested for second-degree murder at the age of 17 on my mom's 41st birthday. Eventually, I was released 9 days before Christmas due to insufficient evidence after being detained in adult jail for 72 days. After a couple of months of investigative work by the DA's office, not the police department, a warrant was established and I was later arrested for a second time. Within 5 months from that point, the DA's office had a well enough manicured case to get me found guilty and issue me a mandatory term of life without parole. Now, on my defense side of the picture, we couldn't compete. I was represented by an office that couldn't afford employing attorneys for staff for their own investigators. With those 5 months between my second arrest and my trial, I was appointed 2 separate public defenders. The first was removed in the case due to his inexperience. The second defender was a private attorney who was given a contract by the public defender's office. By any stretch of the imagination, my representation was horrible. I had 4 witnesses to my defense, plus myself, who were never interviewed prior to trial. Furthermore, there were absolutely no pre-trial investigation done in order to defend my innocence from the prosecution's theory of the case. The trial lasted on 1 day. The prosecutor was well prepared, and even though we had evidence there to prove my innocence, I didn't stand a chance against the well-funded DA's office in convincing a jury that I was guilty, second-degree murder, and deserved a life without parole sentence. Fast forward 20 years later, with the help of a well-funded organization called the Innocence Project New Orleans, my conviction was overturned due to prosecutorial misconduct and ineffective assistance of the counsel. Despite heavy opposition from the DA's office, finally the DA's office had met their match. However, in having all the funds necessary to do so, the DA's office fought against my freedom tooth and nail, accepted away, vowing to re-prosecute me for the charges yet again. This process took 26 months and countless amounts of funding on both sides until a decision was made by the Louisiana Supreme Court forced the prosecutor to dismiss the case. My experience also extends into the lives of many people I've met during my own ordeal, and the many youngsters I've worked with now would rather plead out than to face trial at such disadvantage with an underfunded defense. However, they soon find out that pleading guilty can affect the ability to acquire decent housing and decent employment, among other things. As a result, many of my clients end up right back in jail, many due to underfunded defense. As a result, the problem is inequitable funding has dismantled families and destroyed our communities. We need to level the playing field fast if we want to be fair and revive our most vulnerable communities. If not, this advantage will continue to see the racism it has caused. Rick Ratcher, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Ricky. I live in Central City. I have full support of the City Council orders that funds the Public Defender's Office and defends DA and OPD departments. Movement is needed in the OPD budgets that people have proper protection and legal representation. Kelly Maloney, not a paid rep. The City Council should follow through with their promise and fund public defenders on par with district attorneys now. Ryan J., not a paid rep. Elected officials of New Orleans talk a big game about caring for the marginalized and disempowered members of our community. Only the district attorney at a level so far above the public defender reveals that this city's commitment to justice and opportunity is completely hollow. You can't say that Black Lives Matter while you are throwing people in prison without a defense. For shame. Rachel Reckman, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Rachel Reckman. I'm a resident of the Marion neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. Women is needed in OPD budgets so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Kelly McIntosh, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Kelly McIntosh. I'm a resident of the St. Roch neighborhood. I'm in full support of City Council orders that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. Women is needed in the OPD budgets that people have proper protection and legal representation. Jane Tellis, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Jane Tellis, resident of Uptown neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. Money is needed in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Amy Mercier, representing Operation Restoration. He's a paid rep. The funding priority for public defense ordinance was long overdue, necessary step in addressing one of the many major inequities in our justice system. Not only does it recognize the fact that public defenders are often overworked and insufficient resources are their caseload, but it also highlights the fact that every defendant deserves a competent defense. We strongly encourage the city to demonstrate its values of fairness, equality, and justice through the budget choices and enact funding priority now. Thank you. Talia Greenberg, not a paid rep. New Orleans needs to live up to the promise of innocent until proven guilty. Louisiana has the highest wrongful conviction rate, a situation that certainly isn't being helped by a lack of investment in our public defenders. All public deserve quality representation, which can only happen with a well-funded public defender's office. Honor the word of the City Council and provide priority funding between the DA and the public defender's office. Leslie Staley, not a paid rep. Others that proposed New Orleans 2021 budget not institute the funding priority for public defense ordinance that was approved by the City Council in August. This funding is important for addressing massive amounts of disparity in our city. Please institute the funding priority ordinance and increase OPD's appropriation to reflect equity and parity. Sally Lindsley, not a paid rep. Public defenders protect against wrongful convictions, hold the police and prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair justice for New Orleans. I'm calling City of New Orleans to demonstrate its commitment to fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans. By fully enacting the public defender funding priority ordinance in the coming year, community demands it and justice depends on it. Athena Tourette, not a paid rep. It's ridiculous that so much money is being allocated to the NOPD when our services could actually help our community. Claire Singer, not a paid rep. I'm coming in the budget to say that the city must enact the recent parity law in this year's budget. Without funding, parity between OPD and DA, our entire community suffers, particularly our most vulnerable and disenfranchised. New Orleans spends a appropriate amount and therefore prioritizes the policing, prosecution, and incarceration of our community members while barely funding the defense of our community's constitutional rights. It's time for this to change. It's time to begin to prioritize our community's rights. It's time to enact funding parity. There's no justified lack of parity on this. Thank you. Kelly Ann Russo, not a paid rep. Hello, I am a resident of the Mississippi neighborhood. I'm in full support of City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. Money is needed in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Chelsea Keller, not a paid rep. The city must enact the recent parity law in this year's budget. Without funding parity between OPD and DA, our entire community suffers, particularly our most vulnerable and disenfranchised. One suspends a disproportionate amount and therefore prioritizes policing, prosecution, and incarceration of community members while barely funding the defense of our community's constitutional rights. It is time for this to change. It is time to begin to prioritize the community's rights. It's time to enact funding parity. Rebecca Diaz, not a paid rep. OPD's reasonable request of $4.8 million is absolutely something the city can and must fulfill. We can look to a number of bloated budgets where the money can come from, starting with the NOPD budget, and should be embarrassed and ashamed of ourselves if we accept the mayor's proposed budget of $1.6 million and think we can claim to be on the side of the fair and just. Support the work of our invaluable and tireless public defenders and demand the mayor fully fund their department. Hello, Elise Gonzalez, not a paid rep. Public defenders protect against wrongful conviction, hold the police and prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair justice system for New Orleans. I am calling on the city of New Orleans to demonstrate its commitment to a fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans by enacting a public defender funding priority ordinance in the coming year. The community demands it, justice depends on it. Juliana Argentina, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Juliana, a resident of Marion neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. Movement is needed in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Ariel Tusa, not a paid rep. I support the funding priority ordinance already passed by the City Council. I demand that it be enacted in this year's upcoming year's budget. Funding priority is a crucial step towards ensuring that the constitutional rights of our citizens are protected and prioritized. The city spends over 140 times the amount of money on policing, prosecuting, and incarcerating members of the New Orleans community than it does on protecting our rights. This funding structure fails the community and it must change. Follow the law, make the funding parity now. Kelly Jacobson, not a paid rep. Earlier this year, the City Council passed an ordinance requiring funding parity between OPD and DA's offices because the public called on the City Council to reorient its priorities toward justice. Now, the mayor's proposed budget ignores the will of the people in favor of continued disparities. There can be no fundamental fairness within our justice system when the public defenders are underfunded and outmatched by the DA's office. The absence of funding parity in the mayor's proposed budget violates the law and should be not tolerated. Anna Leonard, not a paid rep. The city must enact a recent parity law initiative's budget. Without funding between parity, OPD and DA, our entire community suffers, particularly our most vulnerable and disenfranchised. The only spends a disproportionate amount and therefore prioritizes the policing, prosecution, and incarceration of community members while barely funding the defense of communities' constitutional rights. It is time to change this. It is time to begin to prioritize our community's rights. It is time to enact funding parity. Rachel Gassert, representing the Louisiana Center for Children's Rights, not a paid rep. In August, this council unanimously passed an ordinance to ensure parity in funding for public defense. The council recognized correctly that there can be no fundamental fairness in justice system without funding parity, but the mayor's proposed budget ignores this ordinance, funding the DA at a level that is about 3 times higher than the public defender's office. This ignores the law, ignores the will of the council, and it flies in the face of justice. I expect the city council pass a budget that achieves the parity intended by the ordinance passed just a few months ago. Jacob McCarthy, not a paid rep. A right to urge city council to fully implement the funding parity for public defense ordinance. The Louisiana Civil Code provides that legislation is solemn expression of legislative will. In August of this year, it was the will of this legislative body to take measurable, meaningful action against systematic and racial disparities in our justice system. To that end, this council must fund the public defender's office equitably in proportion to the money allocated to the district attorney's office. To fail to do so will lead to more unnecessary incarceration, more wrongful convictions, and more litigation costs. The way that we treat criminal defendants is what sets us apart from our countries. The rights of criminal defendants are so vital to the fabric of our nation that no less than 4 of the amendments in the Bill of Rights are dedicated to describing those rights. So why aren't we funding a law that's attached to protecting those rights? Why is justice only for those who can afford it? We need funding parity now. Equity cannot wait. Fairness cannot wait. Justice cannot wait. I support fully funded parity, public defender office, and so should you. Issa Moquet, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Issa Moquet. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council orders that fund the public defender's office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. More money is needed in the LPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Inflated budgets and increased spending now should be spent on LPD and systems of oppression that perpetrate racist, excessively forceful, and harmful policing policies and practices. Owen Haddow, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Owen Haddow. I'm a resident of Carrollton neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council orders that fund the public defender's office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. More money is needed in OPD budgets so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Courtney Hanna, not a paid rep. I support the funding parity ordinance already passed by the City Council, and I demand that enacted in this upcoming year's budget. The City Council passed this measure with equity in mind and in response to the visceral demands shown by the public this past year that funding departments that focus on incarceration are not the answer to the city's issues. We need less funding of the NOPD, Sheriff's Office, and DA, and more funding of those protecting the rights of our citizens and justice system. Funding parity is a crucial step towards ensuring that the constitutional rights of our citizens are protected and prioritized. The city spends 140 times the amount of money on policing, prosecuting, and incarcerating members of the New Orleans community than it does on protecting their rights. This funding structure fails the community and must change. Follow the law, and the funding parity now is the right thing to do. Sarah Hine, not a paid rep. My name is Sarah Hine, resident of Touro neighborhood. I am in full support of the City Council's ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and NOPD. Money is needed in the NOPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Aubrey Keedy Malenfi, not a paid rep. My name is Aubrey. I'm a resident of the Touro neighborhood. And I'm in full support of the City Council orders that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and NOPD departments. Money is needed in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Providing citizen representation in the law means that people who are at more disadvantage are more likely to get indicted. This only increases the harm that person's community and family. Proper legal representation is a must. Sarah Carminati, not a paid rep. In August, the City Council passed a law by unanimous approval, requiring funding parity between OPD and the district attorney. Why doesn't the proposed budget ignores this? The ordinance is a crucial first step to correct decades of racial disparities in New Orleans justice system. The OPD represents 85% of all cases in criminal district court in our city, and funding parity must be enacted to ensure that constitutional rights of our citizens are protected and prioritized. I support the funding parity ordinance already passed by the City Council, and I demand that it be enacted in the coming year's budget. Diego Villalobos, not a paid work. I fully support the funding parity for a public defense ordinance. I believe that in order for justice to truly be served, there must be parity between the DA's office and OPD office. As it stands, taxpayers are essentially paying to lock people up unjustly. As a city with one of the highest rates of incarceration in the world, this needs to end. It does not effectively reduce crime. Instead, it gives law enforcement incentives to arrest an innocent, all while private prisons make a profit from the tax dollars. This needs to end, and the ordinance is a strong start. Thank you. Allison Andrew, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Allison. I'm a resident of Gentilly neighborhood. I am in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. When is needed in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Danielle LaBelle, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Danielle LaBelle. I'm a resident of the Irish Channel neighborhood and have been a teacher here for almost 10 years. I'm in full support of the City Council's ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. When is needed in OPD budget that people have proper protection and legal representation. I urge you to defund the OPD and prioritize funding for our community programs that make you feel safe, like access to education and mental health support. While most other departments receive 30% budget reductions, NOPD only received the 8% cut. This is outrageous. Overfunding the police departments has never worked. Instead of passing an overfunding budget for NOPD, we need you to invest our resources in programs and services that will strengthen our communities and contribute to the safety of all dwelling needs. As our city faces a budget deficit due to the coronavirus pandemic, it's more urgent than ever to fund our needs, not oversight of law enforcement. Our city's health, financial prospects, and future depend on you. Thank you, Danielle. Thomas LaBelle, not a paid rep. Hi, my name is Tom. I live in Irish Channel. I'm in full support of the City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. Policing is not the solution to the problems our city faces, and even if it was, NOPD was incredibly inefficient and ineffective. Members need in the OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation, especially from the subpar, often racist policing carried out by NOPD. Jessica Judson, not a paid rep. I support the funding parity ordinance already passed by the City Council, and I demand that it be enacted in the upcoming year's budget. Funding parity is a crucial step towards ensuring the constitutional rights of our citizens are protected and prioritized. The city spends a 140 times the amount of money on policing, prosecuting, and incarcerating members of the New Orleans community than it does on protecting their rights. We cannot say that you are focused on community safety when you neglect the community's ability to adequately defend itself. Prioritizing arrests and prosecution demonstrates a prioritization of incarceration and disenfranchisement. And those without money to afford a lawyer will almost assuredly be boxed into unnecessary plea deals that ruin their future or unjustly incarcerated. Ultimately, this funding structure fails the community and it must change. Follow the law, make the funding parity now. Sarah Omanjola, not a paid rep. City budgets are a moral statement of our priorities. With the 2021 budget, New Orleans continues to prioritize the policing and criminalization of its residents. If this strategy was working, we would have one of the safest communities, but we aren't because it's not. Public defense is provided for in the Constitution, but somehow has been one of the lowest funding priorities in the city of New Orleans and state of Louisiana for years. We can see from the entire budget that we do not care about people who are low income. We don't care about youth. We don't care about families. We don't care about people who are hit by the pandemic. 2020 has asked all of us to do something different. Please fund OPD at the level that they requested, which was laid out in the summer ordinance. Lydia Kurtz, not a paid work. Public defenders are an essential part of our criminal justice system. They act as the prosecutors of justice in a system that is historically and systematically unjust. They protect against wrongful conviction, hold the police prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair system of New Orleans. I hope that the city of New Orleans display its commitment to a fair and just New Orleans and the value of all New Orleans, but fully enacted the Public Defender Funding Parity Ordinance in the coming year. This ordinance was passed by the City Council and what the people of the city want. The community demands it, thus it depends on it. Grace Williams, not a paid rep. I support the funding parity ordinance already passed by the City Council, and I demand that it be enacted in the upcoming year's budget. Funding parity is a crucial step towards ensuring the constitutional rights of our citizens are protected and prioritized. The city spends 140 times the amount on policing, prosecuting, and incarcerating members of the New Orleans community than it does on protecting their rights. This funding structure fails in the community and it must change. Follow the law, enact the funding parity now. Yashika Montalao, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Yashika. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City of New Orleans that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. More money is needed in OPD budgets so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Nicholas Bell. I am in full support of City Council orders that fund the Public Defender's Office and defunds DA and OPD departments. This city begins and ends with the humble people who make the fabric of its culture. A properly funded Public Defender's Office sets a foundation for ensuring that poor people have received the same level of justice as the well-to-do financially. Brianna Cervantes, not a paid rep. The Public Defender's Office funding should be cut, especially in the time of COVID pandemic. We should not settle for the scraps that the mayor wants to toss to the Public Defender's Office. Their work is too valuable. And isn't the mayor legally bound to follow Ordinance 33093 set by the City Council earlier this year that gives the DAs and the Public Defender's Office closer toward equal funding? I am supportive of Ordinance 33093 and holding the mayor to following it. How can we trust a system that prioritizes prosecutors over defenders? Can we trust a budget that rejects bounding ordinances? More money is needed in the budgets that people have proper protection and legal representation. Kaylee Winthrop, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Kaylee, resident of the Tremaine neighborhood. I'm in full support of City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. Money is needed in OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Catherine Connor, not a paid rep. Hello, my name is Katie Connor. I'm a resident of the Bywater neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council orders that fund Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. Money is needed in OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. Francis Gill, not a paid rep. The City Council voted to ensure parity funding for all these public defenders with the DA's office. This budget needs to meet that promise to our community. A budget is a moral document. It shows our priorities as a society that we value. We need to show that we value ensuring people's constitutional rights to legal defense are upheld. Maxwell Cardulo, not a paid rep. Please follow the ordinance you passed and create parity in our budget between the DA's office and OPD's office. Of all places, we certainly should have learned our lesson that disasters are no excuse for perpetrating inequities. Thank you. Stanislav Moraz. I'm writing to express my strong concern with the proposed budget cut for the Public Defender's Office. I understand that the city is in a difficult financial position as a result of COVID-19, but the Public Defender's Office were already unable to provide adequate representation to the city's most vulnerable community members at its allocated amount from last year. They need parity, not budget cuts. I know the council understands that this respects the role of the Public Defender's Office, given the passage of the parity ordinance in the first place. This is to affirm that public defense is an essential service, something that must be adequately resourced even in difficult financial times. Imagine having a family member accused of a serious felony crime and then being represented by a lawyer who has only 150 to other felony cases. None of us would be okay with that. The libertarian challenges justify their ability. We constantly talk about the horrors of innocent people going to prison or decades of incarceration for petty crimes, or people languishing in the jail because they can't pay bail. Let's get the Public Defender's Office adequate funding to prevent those things from happening in the first place. Noah, not a paid rep. City Council voted for funding parity between the DA's office and public defenders. Public defenders deserve a larger budget to get our criminal system closer to being fair. Bridget Kovarik, not a paid rep. I am Bridget, a resident of the Missy neighborhood. I'm in full support of the City Council orders that fund the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. This is a movement towards equity and what the city of New Orleans needs. Eva Kolakov, not a paid rep. The City Council must fully implement the funding parity for public defense ordinance. In August, this council chose to take action against injustice and racism in the criminal punishment system. The City Council must fund the Public Defender's Office equitably in proportion to the money allocated to the District Attorney's Office. To fail to do so will lead to more unnecessary incarceration, more wrongful convictions, and more litigation costs. We need funding parity now. We want to have true justice system in New Orleans. Please support fully funding for public defender. Bree Anderson, representing the Daughters Beyond Incarceration, not a paid rep. These understands more than $3.5 billion a year to investigate, arrest, prosecute, adjudicate incarcerated citizens. Less than 2% of that is spent on legal representation for the poor. Who will support the families of people that are incarcerated when OPD says we don't have any attorneys to support your loved one? Catherine Adler, no, not a paid rep. Funding parity. Carol Corin, not a paid rep. Hello, a resident of Uptown and a current medical student and a public health student. As someone deeply invested in the health and safety of our community, I am full support of the City Council ordinance that funds the Public Defender's Office and defunds the DA and OPD departments. Movement is needed in OPD budget so that people have proper protection and legal representation. The police perpetuate cycles of violence, and those funds could much better be directed towards things that uplift those who need it most. Corliss Smith, representing vote member, not a paid rep. Only so much money understood. Why money there is why some movement toward equity and distribution from the city. I remember the CC Criminal Justice Committee meeting discussing additional funding sources too, and thus resources the DA office has. Previous article indicated OPD received 2.3 million out of 35% that the DA receives 7 million from the city. Now 28% per article. So a step backward for justice resulting in more plea deals for jail time by those who are sometimes innocent because they recognize the loss cost to fight for justice. With a system so attacked against them, lives lost, poverty criminalized, families and communities diminished, cycle and no justice continues. No one can do better. Nicole Sideris, not a paid rep. Defense prosecution deserves equal funding or we do not have a fair court system. Iana Ortez, not a paid rep. In August, New Orleans took a historic step to combat systematic and racial disparities in our justice system with the funding parity for public defense ordinance that was unanimously approved by the city council. The city must enact the recent parity law in this year's budget. Without funding parity between OPD and the DA, our entire community suffers, particularly our most vulnerable and disenfranchised. New Orleans spends a disproportionate amount and therefore prioritizes the policing, prosecution, and incarceration of our community members while barely funding the defense of our community's constitutional rights. It is time for this to change. It's time to begin to prioritize our community's rights. It's time to enact funding parity, public defenders protect against wrongful conviction, hold police prosecution accountable, and ensure a fair justice system for New Orleans. I'm calling on the city of New Orleans to demonstrate its commitment to fair and just New Orleans and value of all New Orleans by fully enacting the public defender funding parity ordinance in this year's upcoming year. The community demands it and justice depends on it. Gloria DeCure, not a paid rep. The national outcry of the murder of George Floyd was a reaction to the BLM movement. Please invest more money in the protection of innocent people in New Orleans. Let's invest in community building efforts as opposed to jail prisons. Increase funding for public defenders initiatives and reallocate funds from the police budget and for social service programs to meet the demands of our community. People first. Renee Slager, not a paid rep. It's a shame that the administration does not have to explain their budget decision because I've yet to hear a reasonable justification for funding the DA a few times the rate of OPD. Only reason for it is to stock the deck against poor, mostly Black New Orleans, forcing them into plea deals, wrongfully convicting them, and unnecessarily incarcerating people who pose a real risk to the community. No matter what the policy changes we make, we cannot build a just legal system on this crooked foundation. I urge you to stand by the ordinance you passed and stand up to for your constituents, even though it is politically hard. You did the right thing in August, and you can do the right thing again. I, for one, will be proud to call you my council members. Emily Schumacher, not a paid rep. Expand the budget for public defenders, defund NOPD, stop creating criminals and then not adequately funding their defense. Sophie Hiss, not a paid rep. There must be parity between DA's office and public defender's office. This what was promised and what is due to the people of New Orleans. We are not served by an inherently systematically unequal system. Colin Wallace, not a paid rep. People of New Orleans have already expressed widespread support for parity budgets between the DA's office and public defender's office. Now is the time to put it into practice. Public defenders must equally fund it if we expect to address racism and clericism in our criminal justice system.
Mr. McKnight, I think that's 40.
Okay.
That concludes the 40-minute time period for public comment on today, day 3 of the budget hearings. Thank you, Mr. McKnight. And tomorrow we will begin day 4, Thursday, of the public budget hearings, and we will go and begin with New Orleans Police Department, the Law Department, the Mayor's Office, New Orleans Recreation Commission, and the Regional Transit Authority. I would entertain a motion to adjourn, seeing no other business.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Nguyen. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. And a seconded by the chair. All in favor? Aye. That was a long time, huh, Cindy?
Yeah, great job, Jared.
Great job to all of you all as well.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. 5 yeas, no nays, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.